Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty. Honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty, honesty, and you say it in honesty. Greetings, 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 greetings. Can you hear me? Family, can you hear me? My people, can you hear me? We're having a little difficulty with the sound, not on the radio station, but on YouTube. So Kevin wanted me to check with. Let me see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, loud and clear. They can hear me. Yeah. And you say it in honesty, honesty, 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 and you say it in honesty. Okay, can you hear me now? Family, my people, you can hear me. Missy Ram Ram, you can't hear me. Tell me yes. Tell me yes. Sound check, sound check, sound check. Oh, Jeffrey Tavares from what? All right. Well, again, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will. They call me the Rebel Rattigan. And thank you so much for tuning in. Some of you are enjoying glorious fall weather on the East Coast of the U.S. Some of you not so glorious. I just heard from a friend of mine, Bunny Jump, big up yourself. Bunny says that it's raining in Orlando, Florida, or in the Orlando area. So he's stuck with me for, well, he wouldn't leave anyway. You know, he's a diehard. He's going to stay with me. But he has everything packaged, you know, his food and everything. I know he's sitting in front of his tablet watching. So big up yourself, Bunny. Let me say thanks to last week's guest, Val Green. Betty Ann Blaine, and also my impressive panelists, Isaac Buchanan and Herb Nelson. Foundation News. I don't have to say much, except that your support is necessary to root out corruption and hold politicians accountable. Sorry. We're going to talk a little bit about the foundation as we progress into the program. Now, if you find this program appealing, please like, share, and subscribe. I'm wearing a whole bunch of hats this afternoon, trying to keep up with technology. Kevin is, of course, doing his level best to keep me connected. All right. Now, let me just start off by telling you that today's program, people, let me tell you, it is, let me just go back to the comments. Okay. First of all, before we do that, let me just big up the people in the chat, you know. Have to do that. Hold on 1 second. Kevin, take over from me. Is that you, Kevin? Let's see this. Oh, this? Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. There's a whole lot of people that I'm going to turn out in our numbers today. Hold on 1 second. We can't get to the top of the... Okay. All right. We could start out with J Master Songwriter. Big up. I am Miss B. ACLB. Sonia Foster. I am Doreen Elaine Walker. Lion. Janet Monday. Maxwell Williams. Carnett Sterling. Sharon Moulton. Eves Moody. Corinne Griffith. Pauline Johnson. Catherine Daly. OT. Juliet Gooden Mills. Untamed Kangal. Yes, marking time. All right. Marcus Ivy. Smith. Bless up. I think I mentioned Catherine Daly already. Let me see. Missy Bram, of course, in the house. Winston Dawkins, Sylvester Wood, Kenny Marshall, Evie, Sandra Ellis, Joan Morris, bless up. Diane, Vina Song, Andre Nicholson, Sharon Clark, Cedric Ten, let me see who else. Big J64. Yes. J Master Songwriter. Yeah. I encourage you people, I am Miss B. Please push the like button. Of course. Never Stoddart. Sexy Fat. Okay. Berna Stimson. Leisha Harris. Fatima. Debbie White. Donna Whitaker. Great Goodies. Healthy Eats with Carol. Nia Bren. Carla Ebanks. Nia, mentioned Nia already. HD. Cynthia B. Sharon Clark mentioned Sharon already. Herbert Tuzalin from Florida. Bless up. J. Hugh Robertham. Andrea Lawson. Janet Chicory. Edley Evans. Caroline. Where are them? In the seam in the chat, Caroline. Debbie Jervis. Rosemary Robinson. Charms Sassy Diva. Rebel Gun Dea, baby. Dea. Yvonne Johnson, Colin Roach, Nordy, Anne-Marie Blackgrove, Yvonne Johnson, Patricia Kerr, Dorothy Richards, Marjorie Hastings, Cleveland Sylvester, Lorene Lawrence, Leonie Denton. I think I mentioned Donna already. Donna Whitaker. Let me see who else. Sharon Hall, Patel Cruikshank. Sorry about that. Howard Britton, Angela Hoylett, Ingrid Cook, Patsy, Rosemary Robinson, Zach Najad, Mally Vaughn, Pearlie Simpson, Pam Brown, Don Howard Britton. Who else? Black Chiney, Tony's Country Garden, Michelle Scott, Eugene Brown, Sunshine. Wanna jump, you need some of that where you are. And all the people in South, Miami, Marie, Answer Me TV, where Kokichi Stalker, Megawatt Boat, man with the rat trap, Country Gal 84, Cynthia B, Essie Holder, Taros King, Maylene, wanna big up on yourself. Let me see if anybody else whose name I have not mentioned. Vibing with the Natural, mentioned. Lawrence Howell, Falmouth Girl 2, Catherine Daly, Rebel with a Cause for sure. Rosemary Robinson, mentioned Rosemary already. Corinne Griffith, Garth Grant, Beres White, Stacey Good Gal Barnaby. Stacey, just so you know, I'm related to the Barnabys, you know. The ones I'm from Queens and from St. Elizabeth. Nama Ferguson, Sonia Foster, Charitrix Free, Walk Like a Champion, Victoria Ward, Roland Rogers, Winston Dawkins, Joan Borland. Yes, Joe. Big up Tigo for me. Big up Tigo. Big up yourself. Viola Roden Henry. What's Kenisha Reed. Teresa, you can't hear me loud and clear. Loud and clear, Carolyn. Everybody that can hear me now. Yeah, Kevin did so. Oh, I go over and no sound, no sound, no. Hold on, folks. But just somebody now, we have to big up. Zach Najad. Jeffrey Tavares. Yes. See you. Everybody can hear me from Waterhouse to where? To Washington, D.C. All right. Oh, somebody said, what's this? Brown Man Security. Him say, Ratty, I was watching Parliament and see some Labour writer beat in the comments. That's par for the course, Brown Man. We expect that, you know. When you do the people's work and God's work, people are always going to come at you. So that's what the thing said. Sonia Powell, Millicent Jones, Pato 779, Charmian JNL, Dwayne Anglin, Stella Gray Passmore, Catherine Daly said it's raining in Miami. All week. Okay. Beres White, Natasha Cousins, Miss Rita, Uriel Dharma, Neville Shackleford, my brethren, Eddie, big up yourself. Thanks for taking the time out of your busy Saturday for come listen to me, you know. Oh, Elaine. Yeah, I got the barber, me have to freshen up for my people, you know. They can't just show up, so. Because people have an expectation, you know. Next week, who knows? Maybe I wear a suit next week. Dennis Hart. Let me see who else. Nisi One Love. Jeanette Letts. Slee Willie. Benita Clark. Edley Evans. Edley, when them used to cut lumber on Penwood, Wellworth Avenue and Penwood Road, used to live 2 houses from this one, Mr. Williams' place. I own a North over. Joe Blogs. Thank you, Joe Blogs. Sue McDuffie. And Rosalie Jones, Sheila Higgs, Dior, Lawrence Howell, Jonathan Johns, V.S. Slop, Frederick Bryan, Maureen Duffus. Let me see. Sonia Foster, Kenny Marshall, Antoinette Cook, Simone Beckford, Sam Allen, Michelle C., Lorraine Lawrence, Keith Pinnock, Simone Beckford, James. Some of the names I've mentioned before, but I'm just trying to go through as quickly as I can. V.S. Slop, Care, Gypsy Girl, Howard Britton, Maylene Bowman, I think I mentioned Maylene name already. Kamisha Reed, Anne-Marie Lee, Don Thomas, Norman Montague. Yes, Natty, big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. Maxine Johnson, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Catherine Daly, Special D, Queen, Chartrix Free. I think that's it. Lady Jen Royal, Fergie, Winston Richards. Big up yourself. London Crew tuning. Eugenie Brown. Let me see. Tusha bless up. That's Joan Borland. Yes, Joan. Keith Pinnock. I think that's it. Let me see. Real Black Woman. Big up yourself. Risha Reed. Toronto in the building. Is that Alkebulan HVAC Services Inc. All right. Natalie Freeman. Andrew Vervin. I mentioned Barris already. Maisie Miller. And me, Mr. Baxter. The inner of the house. Jasmine Murray. Let me see. I think that's it. Lorna De Gucci. Megawatt, never know where Clarendon you come from, man. Good place. Carl Johnson, Ruthlyn Nicholson, Dee Marie. I think that's it. All right. Folks, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. All of you for tuning in. Because, Kevin, we're going to move this thing. You hear? We can't move this, Kevin. Jermaine Hines, Georgia Anderson. Move that. All right. No. Where are we? I was telling you that today's program, if there's one program that I think is going to run long, it's today's program. Because I'm telling you, if you look at the promo, the topics that we put there, that's not all. We have some more, and we decided that we'll just put those 4. But The others, they're equally important. The problem is that we just didn't want to frighten too many people by just putting all of this stuff out there. But believe me, there's a lot to talk about. And even though we were thinking about, holding some of them, in abeyance until another time, they're very pertinent, they're very topical. And so we think that we should just go ahead and just tell you what's going on. And I know that Egla Fletcher, yes, big up yourself, Christine Gilbert. And I know that a lot of you come on, and you've told me this, you come on with your notepad and your pen because you said, look, when we come on and listen to Reason with Rattigan, we're going to learn something, right? And that just makes me work harder to get the information. Because as you know, we don't do hearsay and the scandal sheet business. We don't do that around here. We talk about real issues affecting real people. We don't care who people asleep with. We don't care about family members unless the family members are involved in corruption. But there's certain things that we don't do around here, and we intend to keep it that way. The day that I have to start talking about people's personal lives that have nothing to do with the people of Jamaica, then that's the day I should stop. Because I'm just focused on transparency, good governance, democracy, ethics, all of those principles I'm focused on. Service delivery, those are the things I'm focused on. So let's get into it. Now, issues. Folks have been saying this for weeks, that we need to contact the IC corruption prosecutor and the DPP. I promise that I'd get you the email addresses for both. Unfortunately, I don't have them today. Actually, I have them, but I just don't have them here with me where I am. I'll put those in the chat next week so that you can start reaching out to them, because we need to know the status regarding the former Minister of State, Leslie Campbell, former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. We haven't heard anything, and therefore we must demand answers, because we cannot let these be 9-day wonders where we heard about, people resigning, and then that was, that's it. Because far too often in Jamaica, that's the case. They give you a little piece, a little tidbit, and then they move on to something else, and then that story or those stories get overtaken by other stories, and then before you know it, it's just a footnote. No, we want them to remain as headlines. So that's what we're going to be doing. No, relax with the Rebel. No, tonight, please tune in and join me on Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio from midnight until 3 people, not 2, 3. I was planning on doing a 2-hour show, but there's so much music to play that I decided to go until 3. Now, you'll notice that my persona for this program is different from the persona on Relax with the Rebel, and for good reason. In fact, my names are different. On here, I'm known as Mr. Rattigan for the most part, although I really don't like the title Mr. But see, Miss Rita, amen to that, Mr. Rattigans. But they call Mr. Rattigan here. But on a Saturday night, I'm known as the Rebel. I'm also known as Ratty. And I'm also known as Rebel Gun. Big up yourself, Sassy Diva. And last week, somebody gave me another name. I think it was Island Goddess. Gave me another name, Rankin Ratty. So, and I answer to all of the names. Anyway, get ready to rock to some serious reggae music for lovers with artists like Tessan, Beres, Alain, Bujo, Marcia Griffiths, Queen Ifrica, Dennis Brown, JC Lodge, and Nadine Sutherland. And if you haven't joined us yet, you need to, because it's the most lively, most interactive, most fun party from midnight onwards. Big up the crew of faithful supporters. And you know who you are. Bromel, Island Goddess, Rain, Sassy Diva, Jaherbs, Collins, Alita, Lee, so on and so forth. Because I know if I continue, people, I don't want my folks to be upset with me because I didn't mention the name. So I could just leave it there. Now, next week, Christmas Eve, prepare to be entertained with some serious slow jams. So whether you're single or otherwise, We need to make appropriate plans and join me. So, all right, let's say it there. Shout out time. Blessings to all of you in the chat room, my family members, all of you. I mean, we know more than maybe 4 or 5 removed if we start doing the charts, right? So bless up all of them. Bless up Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P. Big up yourself, Ma P. Me just keep on a promise and me keep on. Me act like the Prime Minister, right? Just unfulfilled promises. Every week, me I come check you, me not come. Anyway, hold on to that promise there. You're not a fool. Just hold on to that promise there. Desmond, Paul, Margene, Mrs. Nelson, and of course, my brethren from Florida, Mr. Baxter. Oh, and Herb. Can't forget Herb. Herb there? I don't see him yet, but he'll join us. Oh, yeah, Herb is here. I think he's here. Yeah. Big up my South African family, the Manisons, Russell, Charlotte, and the rest of the Trower family, and Karabo and his family. Andy as well. And we can just go on and on and on and on. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, especially my general who celebrated his Earth Strong on Wednesday. Brethren, if you call me off and tell me, remind me, boy, I feel like you know what. But don't worry yourself after the thing set, and we are going to just make sure it's everything level in the fullness of time. But big up yourself, big up yourself. Big up to all the crews watching at home, in the bars, markets, and other public venues. And we have a massive big up to Chairman Rowan James, the real police commissioner, on his court victory against the government. Take it to them, my brother. Take it to them. And we know you're not done because you still have the violation of your medical privacy. And that is a slam dunk case. And that's where I can jump in and offer some assistance. You don't have to give me no money still, because we know the thing's set. Because you have things we have to take care of. But we're going to, whatever I can do, and I'm still waiting on some information, and I'm going to share it with you so that you can just do what you need to do and bring these people to justice, because what they did was clearly a violation of law. And it had elements of retribution there. They were going after you for no good reason. Big up the GenSec, or your GenSec, I should say, and the rank and file of the JCF. Big up all of them. Now, future presentations, we'll talk about that. We're going to bring on a whole bunch of people, as we've done in the past. We'll continue. And we're going to review a whole bunch of speeches and all of that. Last week, I promised to have a group of young people, and they'll be here today, and we will listen to their assessment of Jamaica's future. Because far too often we forget about the young people. And it just so happens that they make up the vast majority of the voting public. And when we talk to each other, and we just forget about that particular group. And we simply cannot. And today we're going to hear from them. Waterhouse Vibes, is on a break and will return in early January. However, Wayne Lonesome's Town Hall meeting will be on at its regularly scheduled time tomorrow, 7 p.m. on YouTube. You cannot miss it. Now, we started something called a Diaspora Round Robin. And if you're Jamaican, you know about Round Robin, right? It's where a group of bar owners that they take turns having, an event at their location. And it's a good way of supporting the entire, I guess, industry. So that, no one person is just benefiting. You may have a nice bar and you will get all of the patrons and somebody else not getting it. So this is it's almost like partner, And we started that, and the purpose of it is to show the unity that we have in the diaspora. And we also have invited people from Jamaica as well to join. And Robert Finzi Smith, he was here last week. And so the whole purpose again is the unity, and to have the message go out with one voice, because a house divided can't rule. We don't want that to be our conundrum, where we have the message and we have a common enemy, and the common enemy is The government and the way it's treating the people of Jamaica. That is our common enemy. And when I say common enemy, common enemy because they're not doing what they promised to do. That's all it is. We don't care about color and party. We just say you're the government. You're supposed to provide service delivery. Then provide service delivery. Don't make promises you can't keep. In fact, I have something here from Lee Kuan Yew that I'm going to play about politicians promising people things. So next week Saturday, the round robin will shift to Reason with Rattigan. So next week Saturday, we're going to have a whole bunch of people involved in the same mission, which is to hold government accountable. They're going to be on this platform next week, Saturday. And we're going to invite you to join us. For the most part, it's going to be question driven. We won't have a like what we have now, where we have a program and we say we're going to do this, and that. We're just going to be talking about the issues. So tune into that next week. Now, for today's presentation, let me just tell you about the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of the individual presenters only and is not endorsed by or known to or vetted by Reggae Global Radio or the host, that's me. And today's program, as usual, is going to be gripping and educational. Today, we will be joined by members of a concerned and forgotten community in a bauxite mining area located in central Manchester. And that group will be led by Miss Dorette Elliott. Dorette, I know you hear me now. You're up on your veranda now with the whole community. Big up on yourself, my people. We will also be joined by a group of young, talented, and ambitious students led by Dervin Cochran. And we'll also have former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward, as well as our panel of Isaac and Herb and Dr. Lennon, a fan favorite. Yeah, he's joining us today. Now, Isaac had his inaugural radio program. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday, on Thursday from 5 to 7. He had it on Reggae Global Radio. I listened and read some of the comments. It was a smashing success. Big up yourself, Isaac. I don't know. Well, he's in a travel status right now. He says he'll join us, but I'm not so sure. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Congrats, brethren. Much continued success. As the saying goes, you can't keep a good man down. Today, we're going to discuss, among other topics, possible lawsuit against Integrity Commission, Ambassador Curtis Ward's appointment. Yeah, see him there, Herb Nelson. Big up yourself, brother. Ambassador Curtis Ward's appointment to chair the Maryland Caribbean Affairs Commission. Big news item that. Possible collaboration between the diaspora and lawmakers in the US, UK, and Canada to curtail corruption in Jamaica. Yes, we're working on that. Organized protests against the government of Jamaica. Yes, we're working on that. Possible collusion between the bauxite companies and the government of Jamaica. We also have a question here. Is there a future for young people in Jamaica? We're also going to discuss the Minister Kamina Johnson Smith saga. We're going to continue it with a segment entitled The Past is Prologue. And we're also going to be looking at, can the government of Jamaica be trusted when it claims to be morally upright? And we're going to talk about the Samoa Agreement, hate speech, same-sex couple coming to Jamaica, America's objection. We're going to talk about all of that. Now, it's important to remember that the mandate of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is essentially to hold government accountable. And we consider it a privilege and a duty to speak and act on behalf of the voiceless and marginalized. Now, we started out with 3 possible avenues to address the accountability issues: lawsuits, public relations campaigns, and background investigations of politicians suspected of corruption. However, the list has grown with the addition of organized protests at Jamaican diplomatic locations in New York, Washington, D.C., Miami, London, and Toronto. And finally, we're also going to have meetings with US, UK, and Canadian lawmakers to highlight and curtail corruption and misuse of donor funds in Jamaica. And let me just show you this article here. Wait a minute. Kevin, do me a favor. Just bring up the this article. No, not this. Why is this stuck on this? Yeah, no, the article behind it. Hold on one second, folks. Kevin is. Yeah, you want to close that one? No, 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 not that one. The article. Herb, I'm not hearing you. Herb. Can you hear me, Herb? Herb, you're muted. No, you're still muted. All right, Kevin, move this document for me now, please. Just put it up on the screen. Yeah, bear with us, folks. There's something I want to show you. Let me click on that. The weather bad, yeah. All right, here's the document. All right, here's what's interesting about this. Look at the title. It says U.S. names are the headlines. U.S. names Haitian former legislators as being involved in significant corruption, right? No, it is. The United States government has named a number of Haitian nationals, including former Prime Minister um, Jean-Max Bellerive, among 30 people involved in significant corruption or a gross violation of human rights. Now, keep in mind, folks, right? Look at this section right here. It says right here. The paragraph beginning Washington says Washington said that in cases where there is credible information that officials of foreign governments have been involved in significant corruption or a gross violation of human rights, those individuals and their immediate family members are generally ineligible for entry into the United States and must be either publicly or privately designated. Right? No. Here's what I want. Let me remove that. Here's the key part about that. This corruption has nothing to do with the United States. Okay? That is corruption having to do with within Haiti. So, now you understand when we say that we're trying to get the US government, or we will try to get the US government to deal with the corruption in Jamaica in a similar fashion. We're collecting and collating information right now regarding corruption, and we're going to approach the US government, but not just the US government, the UK and the Canadian governments as well. And we are going to seek the same sanction. The same sanction we're going to seek. So those politicians in Jamaica who, parentheses, significant corruption. Well, believe me, OT, the corruption in Jamaica is significant. And here's what makes it even worse. We're going to be talking about donor funds. So it will be funding from the US government, whether through USAID or some other component of the US government. But money is earmarked for poor people in Jamaica, for service delivery. Monies that weren't spent appropriately. And once you approach the US government, and if there's one thing that will get a US politician riled up, a US politician of any stripe, independent, Democrat, Republican, is how taxpayers' funds are used, particularly overseas. So I just threw that up on the screen so that the politicians watching, they can know that we mean business and that we're coming after them. The crooked ones, the corrupt ones, especially those who know that them have them hands in the pot when it comes to donor funds. On the goose cook. So that is that. Now, our Prime Minister promised us prosperity. He also promised honesty, vision, ideas, integrity, transparency, leadership, good governance, rule of law, humility, etc., 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 etc. However, he has failed to comprehensively deliver and is shrouded in shady financial matters. In fact, his statutory declarations for the past 3 years have not been verified by the Integrity Commission. But he talks about a whole bunch of things. Talks a lot. But he hasn't done anything in based on what we're seeing. We don't think he's done enough for young people in Jamaica. We really don't. And so we started talking about having students on and young people to get a sense of their assessment of Jamaica. What is Jamaica like? What do they hope it to be in light of Vision 2030 and beyond? Now, we were talking about that, and then the next thing you know, look at this. Look at that. Students get their wish. PM comments grade 6 kids in Friday's summit at Jamaica House. Now, he was in America last week, and he was running here. He had meetings with the Navy, with Congress, with the Department of Justice and the components within the ministry, all over the place. He also had a big, they had a big party for him at the Waldorf. And by the way, people, I mentioned the Waldorf. The Waldorf in New York, you're absolutely correct. It's not open. But there's a Waldorf Astoria in Washington, D.C., I was told. And that's where they had the big party for him. So he had a great time there. And there are some issues with what actually took place there, because we're being told that that funds were collected for something called the Hope Foundation. And that foundation is to benefit the people of Westmoreland. And we're not sure what's going on. But anyway, he came back tired. He came back Thursday night, right? And look at this. Friday morning, bright and early, he had the grade 6 students in there. And that's commendable. Mr. Prime Minister, I commend you for doing this. But you need to do this, on a wider scale. And you also need to have the young people, the ones who are in university, getting ready to take over the role of leadership in Jamaica, the ones who are working. All right, we're talking like the under 40 crowd. You need to pay attention to that. The group that you're meeting with, Mr. Prime Minister, they're future leaders. But I'm talking about the immediate future, the ones who are in university, the ones who just left university, ones who are working, struggling, trying to make ends meet. You should be talking to those people. We're going to be talking to some of them today. But there's a video. Is this the? Oh yeah, here's a video. All right, look, this video was taken at some time ago, but it just shows how the Prime Minister, how he reacts to tough questions. When you dig on him skin, how he react. He can't react cool, calm, and collected as when there are no questions posed to him, or softball questions, as they did when he was here last week. When you ask him the tough questions, cannot bear it. And let me see we're going to play this video here, and there are two sections to it. One, in the interest of time, he was asked about NIDS by a 26-year-old, right? And he just couldn't really address the question properly. And instead of saying, doing the honorable thing and say, look, you're asking me some questions here, and I really don't know the answers to some of the questions. So what I'll do is let me get back to my staff, and I'll take your questions, and then in another forum, or maybe, I'll just put a statement out. That's the honorable thing to do. But here's him trying to fight the man.
In 2009, former Prime Minister Bruce Golding saw that the bill was there, nothing is happening with it, started a resurrection of it. In 2012, former Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller took the bill, and her very statements, this is a very important thing and we are going to push it, and started the negotiation for a loan to do this with the IDB. It was good for them to start the conversation about a $64 billion loan, but now it is not good. You know what I reject? Do you know what I reject? I reject the view that somehow you have a higher moral authority on this matter than I do. I am not here to create, and I make that point very seriously, because I am not here to create a system that is going to deprive Jamaicans of their freedom. And you know what else?
But the bill
I am not hiding from consultation. I am here facing the questions. Unlike most, I am facing the questions and answering them. And I will go to every church in Jamaica. I will go to every room, every house, and I will answer them. Because I am not trying to take away anybody's right. And I find that this discussion is disingenuous, unfair, and untruthful. And I will tell you, Jamaica, I am not going to hide from this. If you say that you are for Jamaica and that you agree that we should have a national civil registry, then let us talk as we are doing, but let us talk on the facts of the situation, not on the untruth and what we make up. Let us discuss the facts. Not on the untruth and what we make up. Let us discuss the facts.
All right.
So this was the reaction of another young man who was not appreciative of how the Prime Minister responded to the first young man who questioned about needs.
Okay, good night, everyone. My name is Glendon Martin. I am a student of the University of Technology.
And I had a question, but the president had a similar question, so I'll allow him to ask the question. But what I have to say, well, I have a comment actually. The gentleman that asked the question on NIDS, Mr. Prime Minister, I was taken aback by the way you responded to the question. I felt that you came across too strong, and when I was listening to while I was listening to you, I was saying, should I go and ask this gentleman a question? Will he answer me in the same tone that he answered the young man? And what I want to say and what I want to see in Jamaica or overall with politics is that our politicians behave sometimes, even in parliament, when you see them jumping over, arguing with each other. Our young people are looking at this and they're saying this is something that is right because the politicians, the leaders of our country, this is something that they do. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I would like for you to, first of all, apologize on the way you responded to the question. And secondly, allow me to finish, please. Allow me to finish, please.
So my darling, hang on one second. Sir, hold on, everybody. One second. You know, the great thing about youth, hold on. The great thing about youth is that we see no boundaries at all. None at all. I think that you possibly could think.
No, this lady rude. Shut up, please. She's just supposed to just say next question. But when she starts about, the thing about youth is that you know no boundary. That's she rude. The prime minister crossed the boundary. Him crossed the boundary. So the student went along with him to bring him back, and she started running up her mouth. I don't know who this person is, but she you can clearly see where her interests are. So, we could continue.
Hard on your comment and suggestion, really, in terms of the implications. I understand your feeling, but allow the Prime Minister to respond, though, since you have no quiet question. Allow the Prime Minister to respond.
I need to add to
No,
what I was
you've
saying.
gone past your 30.
Well, just to what I was saying, that our country is seeing some improvement, and that is something I must commend your government on doing. But we want to see more and more where the young people voice is being heard, and you can listen and sit and talk with us to hear what we have to say.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no, let me be frank with you, right?
All right.
Let me be frank with you.
Come on, Dad. All right, folks. Let me recalibrate it because I have to turn it up a little bit. All right. No, let me bring on her down. No, you see, this is the kind of thing that is just distasteful. This lady here is acting like she's a prime minister's, I don't know, PR person. And even if she is, the young man was quite correct in saying, no, you need to apologize for the way you come off, with the question that was asked. This is not how you treat, future leaders of Jamaica. In fact, this is not how you treat anybody who was asked a question. You answer the question, and if you cannot answer the question, you state your position and then you sit down. But you don't argue with somebody and then try browbeat him and try bully him. So kudos to the young man for standing up for the person who asked the question. So, having said that, what I'd like to do at this point is bring on some young people. I say Ruth and Perry, Denmark, Clark. Well, let me bring on Ishmael first. All right, Ishmael, big up yourself. Always good to see you. Ruth and Perry, I don't know where she is, and Denmark. Oh, Denmark is right there. Let me add Denmark to the stage. Well, on, but Denmark, put on your camera, please.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get a nice background for myself.
That's fine. And then Ruth and let me add her. Ruth and we need you to come on, Ruth Ann. Irvin there.
1 second, Wilfred.
No problem. And then we have Durvin. All right. Take your time, get a nice background, and let's just jump in on the subject.
Is my background nice enough? Because I hear people worrying about background.
No, your background good, man. Your background good.
Superstar Ishmael, how you doing?
And well, Sir Herb, long time. A while.
Oh yes, you're right
It's been a
about
while.
that, brother.
It's been
Good
a
seeing
while.
you.
You know what?
Yeah.
And about a dear close friend of mine, the now I'll call out no more name, but she pointed out to me that the students that he met with, they actually wrote to him. So you have to write to him, before the prime minister respond. Or you have to beg him before he provide service delivery. Like the lady who get the donkey, she have to beg him for a donkey. The lady who want our shop for stock out, she have to beg him. The brother who want the cow, have to beg him. Students want to see, the students have to beg him. This is not how a leader is supposed to act. It's not how a leader is supposed to act. But anyway, folks, let me just welcome Dervin Cochran, Ruth Ann Perry, Dan Park, and Ishmael Douglas to the forum. These are 4 young Jamaicans, 4 young, ambitious, bright, intelligent Jamaicans. And we would like to hear from them. Of course, we're going to ask them some questions. But what we'd like to do for each of you is nice background, Dervin. Are you replace that? Because Herb at the same, but Herb living at the same house, Mr. Herb put up the.
One of those
Hey,
features
hey,
that you
you-
have on that fancy
you-
thing
you-
that you have here.
You're here about parallel universe, right?
Yes, sir.
This could be a parallel universe.
Good. I'm going again. All right, look, I want to welcome all of you, and I do it on behalf of the 1,243 people, of 1,243 devices tuned in, because we know it's not 1,243 people, because me know Darrett in a Manchester. We have our whole community on our veranda right now, and in the yard, I watch from the big screen. We know. Don't tell me Darrett says that tablet you have, because all of them can't have the tablet. But we know say a whole heap of people I watch. So on behalf of everyone, I want to welcome all of you. And what I'd like to do is, if you could just take a brief moment and just simply introduce yourselves to the viewing audience and the listening audience. Ishmael, let me start with
We know
you.
I'm here that got started.
Let me start with
Yeah.
If you don't mind. All right, Ishmael, let me start with you.
um.
Ismail, let me start with you.
Yeah. So yeah. Afternoon again. To everybody, especially on the panel. To the 1,240. And counting. Devices, as Big Brother Will would have say. Right. So, as you all know, I'm Ishmael Douglas. I've been at this in terms of advocacy for quite some time. I may look young and sound young, but it's just my age. In terms of what I've learned from the hands of Will Rattigan, Herb, and others, I am eternally humble, for all of this as it relates to, the knowledge being passed on. And I must commend him for continuing to bring, not just knowledge, but taking the torch, every Saturday as it relates to, holding people accountable. And I don't mean just the government, I mean generally holding people accountable. So as it relates to myself, as I would have said, I'm an advocate. A little bit over 8 years in youth advocacy. I would have participated in many programs, just to name a few: the Youth Parliament, and the CARICOM Youth Ambassador Corps, just to name a few. I wear other hats, but I won't say no, because I don't want to be labeled. But I'll just hand over to somebody else.
All right, Durban.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to be very short. I am Dervin Cochran, a current doctoral student, studying educational planning and social change. And I am very passionate about equal rights and justice for this country. And I hope this discussion will spark the many who are watching their brains and for change, and to also spread the gospel of justice, equality, and democracy in this country. Our country is under a serious attack. If many don't know by now, and we are basically in a crisis, and it's going to take the people, not a select few who run this country, the oligarchs or whatever you want to call them. The people themselves will have to take their destiny in their hands to make this country a better place. Thank you.
All right, Dervin, thanks so much. Busan?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
Yeah,
clear.
we're hearing you.
Oh, Rutan, before you go.
Wonderful. My name,
Hold on 1 second. Let me just tell everybody that Isaac Buchanan is in a travel status. He's trying to join us, and he says momentarily he will. So stay tuned for Isaac. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Ruth.
that's fine, Wilfred. My name is Ruth Ann Perry. I'm a public policy major at the University of the West Indies. I too am passionate about advocacy and about networking with young persons about how we can uplift Jamaica to make it a better place so that Vision 2030 can actually become a reality. I am looking forward to a very thought-provoking and riveting discussion. Thank you.
All right. Danmar.
Greetings, colleagues. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. So my name is Danmar Clark. I'm a second-year student at the Norman Manley Law School. And like my good brother Ishmael, I'm an advocate at heart. I've always been an advocate since I've been at UTEC or UTEC. I was the faculty of representative. The very same UTEC my brother Dervin attended, and we were very instrumental in fighting for the establishment of a second law school there. We took the matter as far as to the CCJ. I think that was a very incredible experience in terms of advocacy. And that was the end of the journey for me. Still continue to advocate for young people, especially social issues affecting us. We believe that Jamaica is going to be a republic soon, that we can't exist in the same status quo. It must be changed. There must be improvements. And so I'm hoping to have us a good lady Ruth and a riveting discussion this afternoon, so we can examine these issues and of course, hopefully, establish some recommendations or solutions because, as I said before, the Republic is coming on stream soon, right? And so the Republic ought to reflect that of the people, and of course, be for the people. Those are my humble views or intro so far.
All right. Thanks, Danmar. And also, let me just advise folks that Dr. John Lennon is here in the background, but I don't see. Let me just add him to the stage. Maybe he. Oh, there he is. John, welcome. You've been listening to the conversation, right? Good introduction.
Yeah. Greetings to everyone.
All right, good. Well, listen. Someone in the chat was saying, "Hey, we know about the second panel, the students, but we don't know about you old men. Who are you guys?" I guess they're tuning in for the first time. Well, let me just start off by saying my name is Wilfred Rattigan. I have this program called Reason with Rattigan every Saturday from 3 till you say when. And then I have a music program at midnight called Relax with the Rebel from midnight to 2 or midnight to 3. My background is I grew up at Waterhouse, went to school at Balmaji Primary, Meadowbrook High School, moved to New York, attended John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Howard University Law School, was with the FBI for almost 30 years as a supervisor special agent, traveled all over the world. Had no interest in Jamaican politics, none whatsoever, never voted in Jamaica, not affiliated to any party until about a year and a half or so ago. I decided, I'm retired, I'm also a practicing attorney, retired from the FBI, and I decided to start looking into issues affecting ordinary Jamaicans, people who, from inner city, particularly rural communities, inner city communities, because rich people can't take care of themselves. And so we started down this road, just starting raising some issues. And the first real issue that I delved into was the Minister Kamina Johnson debacle. And I started out saying it's not going to be a 9-day wonder. And I started out last year, and it hasn't been a 9-day wonder, thank God. We filed a lawsuit. We lost at the Supreme Court level. We have appealed, and we're still continuing to, dig into our background and come up with a whole bunch of things. And some of, every week, she's like the gift that keeps on giving. Because every week, as much as I try not to talk about her, I have to, because something's going to come up during the week. And so my sole, oh, by the way, our Herb Nelson and I, we started the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And the purpose of that is to collect funds and address government accountability through lawsuits, public relations campaign, background investigations, engaging foreign governments regarding donor funds, etc. And also, we're planning a huge protest, or several protests, against the Jamaican government, but overseas. So that's my passion in life right now, is just to help people to make the government accountable. And I don't care who's the government. I'm going to hold you accountable, because you promised the people of Jamaica that that's what you would, you would provide service delivery, and you would be accountable. You would, the code of conduct issued by the Integrity Commission, it lists all of those things. We're going to get into that this afternoon. So, a long story short, I consider myself an advocate for the people. Herb Nelson.
Thanks a lot, Ratty. Herb Nelson, and I spent some 39 years between the U.S. military, Army specifically, and the U.S. intelligence community as a senior analyst. Now, my interest in Jamaica has been nonstop. When I left Jamaica at age 19, the idea was to go and get a soccer scholarship at NYU and to get an education and then return to Jamaica. Well, parents had a hard time with their medical situation. So I ended up joining the military, because nobody would take you without a draft card or you haven't served your 2 years in the military. So I joined for 3 years, saying, I was a member of the Jamaica Cadet Corps. So to me, it was a piece of cake going through the basic training. It was just fun for me. Joined up, and 24 years later, instead of 3, I was retiring. So pretty much, I didn't really start my finishing college until after I left the military. I didn't have any time while I was in the military. But to me, Jamaica's always been it, because I've served the Jamaica Progressive League in New York, that PNP affiliation back then. And then I was associated with some members of Jamaica Freedom League in New York when they came along, and always in a matter of service to the community and service to youth, coaching youth soccer and trying to talk to our youth in New York to keep them out of trouble with the police. I went to Houston, Texas. I did the same thing. Started Jamaican Association there in Texas, and became the vice president, then the president of the association. Went to Europe, Germany, got together with a bunch of Jamaicans there, had our little group. When I came back to Virginia, I promptly got back into serving the community. I've been with the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force, which was formed back in 2016. I've been with the Institute of Caribbean Studies here in Washington, D.C. And we are a think tank for the Caribbean, and we have direct links and contact to the State Department and some other U.S. government entities, including the Congress. So I've always been here to serve, and served our youth mainly through community development and programs within the community. What you see with Project Star in Jamaica now is a program we introduced back in 2016. The government did not choose to utilize it till now. So I guess they're finding out there's great value in working with the private sector and youth development through sports. So that's pretty much it for me, guys. Thank you. But, well,
John, can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. John Lennon, PhD. As you can tell, I've got an English accent. I was born in England, but I spent all my adolescence in rural Clarendon. I went to the greatest school in Jamaica, Clarendon College. Then I went back to England. Who's laughing? Who's laughing? Nobody's disputing that fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. The greatest school. Just wanted to cost the cup again, won the Oliver Shield, just the best school ever. Anyway, so I returned to Jamaica back in 2013. And when I returned here, I returned to try and give back to the country. And education was the thing I was looking at. I discovered that renewable energy, i.e. solar, especially, extremely viable. So I approached the government at the time, which was a PNP, about solar-powered education. And I couldn't believe the pushback I got. I just got absolutely nowhere. So from that point forward, I started to do more and more investigations. And now I've become an advocate for renewable energy, which has led me to find out that the whole system in Jamaica is entirely corrupt with the fiscal management of the country, and now with the bauxite as well, which we don't earn any money from. So yeah, I'm dealing with 3 issues that I put forward to MOCA, the Integrity Commission, and the Public Defender to look at. But because of the degree of corruption in the country, I've got absolutely nowhere. And if anybody wants to contact me, they can see that I've got a website and a YouTube channel. Let's Build a Better Jamaica. So it'll be letsbuildabetterjamaica.com. And there's my WhatsApp number as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Now, for our students, the idea behind this was that, you know, we would do less talking and more listening. We wanted to hear from you what your assessment of Jamaica is, and also what your prognosis of Jamaica in the future will be. Durbin said to me, no. What we want to do is we want it to be an engaged process. We're just not going to come here and do a presentation. You ask questions, and then we'll answer. And in doing so, a lot of the things that would come out in a presentation will come out in the form of an answer to a question. So what I'll do is, since John is just joining us after a long layoff, let me ask John if he has a question. Where did he go? I don't see him. Oh, wait a minute. Here he is.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Do you have a question for this talented group of people?
Yeah, I do. Do any of you know the actual economic viability of renewables in the country?
As it relates to renewables, Jamaica is basically, what should I say, primed for a very, very massive industry in renewables. One of them is solar, which we already have a couple solar, I think it's 1 or 2 solar farms we have here in Jamaica. We have Wigton wind farms, and there's also growth for further development. And it's funny that you spoke about alternative energy. I was speaking to my family members recently, and I stated to them that, you know, that if every single person in Jamaica would spend their financial resources properly, we would be off the grid. And I showed them. I see a couple of people here in Jamaica, and they like to drive the big vehicles, the BMW, SUVs, the Prados, etc. And a fraction of that money, if you use a fraction of that same money that you purchase one of those big vehicles, you could outfit your home with a proper solar system. A friend of mine, she's in Clarendon, she has done that experiment and she's not paying a single energy light bill. The only thing she wants to pay, she wants to be independent of is of the National Water Commission grid. But she hasn't found that way as yet. Due to her proximity where she lives, because she lives in a fairly built up housing scheme in Clarendon, but she's not paying a single light bill. So if every single home decided to do that, basically JPS would almost go bankrupt. But I'm just saying.
Anybody else wanna take a stab at the question? All right, see no takers.
Yeah, man. All right. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah, go ahead. No.
I was hoping everybody would speak first and then I'd have the last say, because what Dr. John would have said is you know, it's very thought provoking. However, I I I'd want to leave him with some food for thought. Earlier this week, they would have concluded the COP. They would have concluded COP earlier this week,
In Dubai.
and right,
Mhm.
and interestingly, nothing came from COP this year. Nothing at all. Having said that, there was a, what do you call it? I don't remember the legal term, but there was a paper put forward in relation to 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 small island and developing states getting income in terms of damage, loss and damage fund. That, I think that is the name of the paper, from bigger countries that would be, fueling, the demise of our of Earth, in a nutshell. And what I find is, it's very unfortunate that the same people that are saying, as Dr. Lennon would have said, renewable energy is in fact the way to go. And I think generally we know that, but right now, to be honest with you, we have to see it as a pipe dream, because people are making money from oil, and nobody wants to stop making money from oil. So as it relates to Jamaica and Jamaicans, there are in fact companies making good money from renewable energy, as it relates to solar energy, also wind energy. Just last year, there was an IPO in relation to renewable energy. That's I don't remember the name of it. So there is in fact something going on in the space. However, if we are going to look at it nationally, that takes policy. And at where we are, nobody wants to do that right now, especially given how many people are earning. Never mind the harsh truth that oil is our biggest bill as a country. So even though that is, it's so it's like, take this analogy. Our eyes are gouging out, but nobody wants to look and say, yo, hey, take care of your eye. So nobody wants to actually look and say or make the first step, if you may. But it's something that it's a sore topic, and it's something that we have to do. So I really appreciate you championing it. But if somebody don't step forward and be a martyr, I don't think anything will happen.
I know the funny thing is, the funny thing is, the Dubai COP was Jamaica was represented by, I believe, the Minister
Matthew Samuda.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Somebody told me that Minister Nigel Clark went along as well. I'm not
He was
sure.
he was there, but I don't quote me on it, but he was there for other business, because apparently the president of COP is also, he's also involved in oil deals. So I guess that's why Nigel Clark was there. Don't quote me on it. It is alleged.
Alright,
Don't
alright.
quote me on it.
If you need to do oil, they should talk to me because I have all of the links in the Middle East, but they won't. They
Yeah,
won't.
you go find out.
They won't talk to me. There must be high oil prices, and I have the direction to these folks.
Yeah, man, you go find out. So that is also another thing. How can you be talking about renewable energy? You know, conference of the parties, saying for a better a better Earth, and you're having the actual conference in an oil-built nation. That don't make sense. It can't make sense. I don't know. It, but
You're saying
I'm
if
just
you
a
want
young person, so I don't know.
you're saying if you want to reduce the dependency on oil, then what that we're having it there.
Can I jump in, Will?
Yeah, man, please.
Jump in. Can I just ask a quick question, though?
The bigger joke for me was that Barbados and Jamaica are actually doing oil exploration, oil and gas exploration. That doesn't make any sense, does it? We are there talking about the existential threat of climate change, and yet our pipe dream is to discover oil. Both countries. It doesn't make any damn sense at all.
Well, that's
And-
why. What
That's so funny. That's
so
so funny.
No,
That's
that's why
so funny.
like Ishmael was talking about policy. Then there's a lack of policy, you know, and so people come up with ideas and then they just do things, and there's not much consideration given as to what the
But
president
well,
and how they would.
but well, they only have to look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. In 2012, Philip Powell came off the grid. Philip Powell came off the grid in 2012, and in both the Gleaner and the Observer, he reported that he's going to pay for himself in 5 years. Now, the Gleaner and the RJR group, they should have been on this story immediately and say, look, Philip Powell's come off the grid. Why hasn't Philip Powell gone to all the schools and say, you need to come off the grid? Arden in 2019, said that their bills were nearly 5 million Jamaican dollars a month.
I'll add something to you.
35,000
I'll add
US a
something
month.
to that, Dr. Lennon. I'll add something to that. In 2008, when I was just a little twat in high school, there is a competition called the Scientific Research Council Science in High Schools competition. That was in 2008, and myself and about 5 of my friends at Norman Manley High, we devised a cell, you know, so we used the photovoltaic cell, and we with a battery from a refrigerator, and we created a small battery operated light, and with the help of our physics teacher at the time, we created it into a larger scale, and for 1 week, because we were testing it, the school, and I'm not kidding, you can research this because we won the competition that year, this school came off the grid for 1 week. Yeah, man. So I have first-hand experience in relation to renewable energy because I made one, and because of that project, we got, I think it was $2 million for our school, and to test to test not just the theory but to test the prototype. At the time, the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology minister was Clive Mullings, and I remember having meetings with him, and him, you know, fooling up a young boy's head with false nothings, as people would have said. Looking back now, but yeah, listen, we know what it can do, but as I would have said earlier, the truth is people are making money, as I would have said earlier again. And another point, I'm not sure if you know this, but Norway actually has a renewable energy plant using give me a diplomatic way of saying feces, please.
Oh, waste to energy you're talking about. Waste to energy.
Recycle waste.
using waste to power cities in Norway. We would have visited Norway the year they were doing it when I was a youth ambassador too. So these things, and it was also being considered in Jamaica for the Riverton dump. I'm not sure if you would have known that.
Yeah, 2009. 2009.
That's why the government
right.
is pushing to privatize it. For private
Well,
investors
I don't
to
know.
get
I
into
don't
it.
know. As I said,
No,
he's a young boy.
well,
I
it's
don't
just
know.
no. I was just telling you recently. The Prime Minister stated that they are divesting Riverton City to private investors. But
Yeah, they want the Chinese to own it. That's the plan. They want the Chinese to take over.
My thing is, and I hear a lot of people talking about that. Talking about how and it is very hard. If it is that we're very serious about, not just renewable energy, but the future of our country as it relates to Vision 2060, I can't be 30 no more.
No.
Yeah, so if we're really serious about, we'll have to have some tough decisions with corporate Jamaica and the powers that be. And one of these tough questions is, can the government buy back the grid from the Jamaica Public Service? If not, let us move away from the grid then, because we cannot afford oil. If it is, and I'm telling you this is true, if it is that in 2 years the government decides to do something as simple as raise the tax threshold. I'm in accounting, so I can tell you I have a degree in accounting. If it is that the government decides to raise the tax threshold to, let's say, 4.5 million, in 5 years, is anarchy happening in the country, and nobody wants to think about these things because we cannot afford it. The GDP.
But there's another thing we haven't.
Oil is hovering between 30 and 55% of our GDP. Not to mention the huge.
15%. It's around
Thank
15%.
you. Sorry, I stand corrected. Not to mention the big salary bill of the public sector. So couple that with the gross domestic product of oil and the big salary bill. If you take the two, we really don't have anything else. Probably not even can buy food.
Well, that's why we need to transition to renewable energy, because the first thing is Jamaica cannot go forward without manufacturing. It can't move forward without manufacturing. The thing that kills our manufacturing is the JPS bill. You remove that and then we can be competitive. Listen, in England, the sun don't shine in England, and Bentley who produce some of the most prestigious cars in the world, they're off the bloody grid in England. It's shameful. It's shameful. Here we are in Jamaica, bathed in sunshine nearly every day, and yet we don't have one solar-powered factory in the country. You know, the real reason why all this is going on is because of our next-door neighbor. They don't want us to transition. So you young people we're talking to now, you really need to get together. Forget about the JLP and the PMP. They're not going to help you. These old folk won't help you, mate. They're not going to help you. Look at the state of the world you live in at the moment. Look at what's happening in Gaza. Young people wouldn't allow that. You guys need to take power. I'm not joking. You need to get together now, because my generation, we put this world in, and the generation before have put the world in the state that it's in today.
Doctor,
if you want this to continue, then don't do anything about it. You have to step up now. You have to step up. You can't sit back and allow this to go on. You both talk about renewable energy. You get it. We're never going to go forward with JPS.
I realize your passion, Dr. Lennon. Okay.
Let me just ask a question. But Doc, I don't know if there has been any research by the major universities concerning the relationship between the oil and the frequent tectonic movements that we're having, right? I'm not a geologist, but I believe that there is some connection between the depletion of the oil reserves underground and the more active tectonic activities that we're having around the world. I don't know if the geologists at those universities have really done some serious research to ascertain what's that relationship. Because if they can find a relationship between the oil underground, maybe the same oil reserve acts as some form of shock absorbers for the plates. I don't know. I'm not a geologist, but it would be a good thing for major professors in geology and the other sciences that deal with earth sciences to really look into. Because maybe that from an advocacy standpoint, once they can bring that scientific fact to the world, it can be used as a catalyst for saying, let us pause on drilling any more oil, because there could be a relationship between what is happening. But as I said, I'm not a geologist, but that idea just came to me. But it's food for thought. Hope somebody is on the thousands of people who are watching, is a professor at a university, would take that idea and run with it somehow.
Let me just at this point let me welcome Isaac Buchanan. He's in a travel status. I'm not at liberty. At least I don't consider it my liberty to let people know where he is.
But they're foreign. Greetings all, greetings all. I didn't mean to break and bring my non-seriousness to such a serious conversation.
All right.
And, as a man who knows platetonics myself, Mr. Dervin Cochran, I must say, I'm not sure if those drillings have anything to do with our recent rocking the nation by these
no,
tremors.
Not for the nation, but I'm just talking in general.
Okay. But what I will say, I just jump in on what you said, because it is serious, is that in terms of public education, as early as 2019, it has been discovered that we are on a different fault line. Kingston certainly runs across a new fault line. How we are dealing with that, only God knows. And then we're putting up all these big buildings. And while we're doing that, to always piggyback on John and his passion about climate, environmental law, environment, and the law surrounding that, is we are not doing that. We're not planning for what is to come. I heard a young man say Vision 2030 is non-existent. I've been saying that, but it's so much better coming from you. So I'm happy to hear the young voices speaking out where that is concerned. And yes, people in the comments, but they are foreign. So that's good.
Let me ask Ruth and Denmark this. Give me your best argument as to why a young person should remain in Jamaica, if given the opportunity to travel overseas, should remain in Jamaica because, finish the sentence, you should stay in Jamaica, you should develop Jamaica, you should do all the things that are expected of you because.
All right, so wow, that's a very powerful question. To ask me a question such as that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a patriot. I love Jamaica, right? I can't see myself anywhere else. Matter of fact, I don't even like the cold. So migrating for me probably would never work. You know, I really want to see this country where it ought to be, a place for Jamaicans. In my intro, you see me speaking about calling Jamaica the Republic, because I'm now forming an attachment to this idea of independence. Independence in the sense where we'll be forging our own identity in the Caribbean. You know, we want to be a part of a state where, you know, I can afford a home, right? Something as fundamental as that. You know, I want to be in a country where the crime rate is not so high and our leaders behave as though, oh, well, you know, we're doing this and that. You don't see any change, right? I don't live in Norwalk. I don't live uptown, right? So I don't have 10,000 security guards around me. I want to be in a state where, you know, we are not so dependent on, how should I put it now, external partners, you know, who want to forge our own identity. So why a young person stay in Jamaica? honestly to God, I can't tell you, I can't give you a reason because we have real issues affecting us. So I can't blame somebody who migrates, get a better job, feed them family, to send back a little money come to Jamaica so they can buy a piece of land and build them house, get a better life. I think a lot of us who remain here are here out of probably blind loyalty or blind patriotism with the hope that one day things will change. And even when I leave, even when I left Jamaica and go overseas, your heart still there, Jamaica. Because you well want to come home, you still follow the news. Because you have the hope in your heart and your mind that one day this country will change. You can come home. And I do believe any change, and revolutionary change is going to start with the young people, And that's why I think I'm so passionate about Jamaica much. I feel like sometimes young exuberant, like you get punished sometimes being so young and exuberant about impacting change and change the status quo. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, sometimes I wonder if we're really in Jamaica or we're just in a state that is binded by, neo-colonialists. So it's a lot. And if I talk, I would never end for this season, but I want to see a better Jamaica. I want to stay home, honestly. But those are my home reviews.
All right. We'll get back to you. Rusan, same question.
All right. So in accordance with Danmar, it's really hard to give a reason why to stay in Jamaica if given a better opportunity to leave. I would have to say the one reason would have to be patriotism, as in you would have to be patriotic to stay in Jamaica at this time. That is my honest opinion, as it is oftentimes echoed that the youth is our future. But what we must understand is that the present also impacts and shapes that future. And presently, I can't think of any possible reason why to stay here if you get a better opportunity to go abroad. One such hindrance is the lack of job security, right? So jobs are so hard to get in Jamaica. And I find it very ridiculous and unbecoming that our employers out here expecting that a recent university graduate is expected to have 3, 4, or even 5 years work experience along with a recently new degree. Like, that is just crazy to me. And that is something that we should abandon in its entirety. That youth should have this one bag of experience and before God born for secure a entry level paying job at that. I cannot understand. And unfortunately, this is definitely forcing our young people to allude to scamming or to even become a part of the informal economy, settling for hairdressing jobs or barbering jobs. Granted, nothing is wrong with that, but spending 3, 4 years at university to, at the end of the day, do something that you could have done before going to university, it's just crazy to me. So as I said, you must have to be patriotic at this time if you want to stay in Jamaica. And that is the reason for me.
Boy, that rough though. Rough.
Isaac?
Yeah, man, Isaac Young to make him answer.
Hold on, I was just about to ask if I was included in the young people.
Well, you can ask or you can answer.
Oh, wow. Their opportunities are very limited. Your opportunities will be based, and they're gonna cost me. Only can cost me, but they can't beat me. Opportunities will be based on your political affiliation. Anything from the little guard houses that they built recently and selling for lots of money. Looks like a guard house to me. The salon is there, but I'm literally serious gonna tell you that I watched the Barbie movie and the Barbie houses were bigger than the guard houses that they said that they're offering the young people. That's just the truth. But even then, to get it, you have to have the political affiliation, and you have to be rubbing shoulders with the right people. That's not the vision I have for any country. The least among us.
I said I don't want to be a soundbite of the week again because
No. I'm not doing that. People must know. People must realize, or people must know people must know and accept what they're literally settling for. It is my belief that there are too little of us, and I'm speaking about Jamaicans now. I know there are a lot of people in the world, but Jamaicans, we are a rare commodity as a people. We are the most valuable resource in the Jamaican space. So how we treat each other, especially young people with brilliant minds and the ability to contribute. I just think the hosting is yeah, it is a pet peeve for me. So I can't describe it
It's
any
true.
better than what it is. In terms of opportunities, I'm gonna tell you this. I love Jamaica, and I believe it's the only place, if you stay on that rock, um you can be prime minister. You can just don't pay your student loan and still be prime minister. Opportunities are endless. So you can be from nothing to something. And if there's a chance that you can be nothing and become something, I would encourage you to stay and don't leave. Unless mediocrity is something that you want. Mind you, Jamaica doesn't exist and survive without the diaspora. So it doesn't stop you from leaving, except there are states of emergencies, and then them gonna lock you up, give you a little Trump charge, they have a record, and then you can't get a visa, and then you're stuck. So young people just have it dark. So we need persons in between the generations, probably that would be my age, that will kind of cushion the ignorance, because we have a wheel, an insanity wheel. That's We are doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. We haven't tapped into the ability to access to education for all, equality in terms of quality of education, and so young people, for having especially the kids are so bright, even when they don't, because they have the internet, they're learning even when the teachers aren't teaching them. They just don't. Some of them graduate with 9, 10 subjects, but then they don't have the resources to be able to go to the schools to get the type of education that they need to be better. But I still gonna say this, that Jamaica is the place to be, and how we as a nation give access to everybody to get to become the best version of themselves will be the game changers. And please have a little bit more ambition than the guard houses. I beg you. You can do it. That's my take. Yeah.
Let me,
Um. Okay. So
before I move on to hold on a second, before I move on to another area, listening to everything processing everything I just heard led me to formulate this question. What's the purpose of an education in Jamaica if you have no jobs and you end up with big student loans? What's driving you to seek education when the evidence is there that it's unlikely, unless, like Isaac said, you align yourself with a political party, and or somehow you magically can go from nothing to something in a few years. What's the driving force behind getting an education if the future is as bleak as you've just described?
can I all right. So I share a different view from everybody. While you know they would have said, it's very hard for people to stay here, and the facts are that it's incredibly difficult. Um, some years ago, Prime Minister Patterson, and this is what I would have read. He was championing a program that would have, at the time, I think it was called the Values and Attitudes Program, and it got nowhere. And because it got nowhere, I am inclined to believe that we are reaping what we did not sow back then, and that is off the background of what everybody would have said, that there is nothing here. But I'd also want to raise, you know, just this. So I live by this, and this is for everybody here too. There is absolutely nothing that is wrong with Jamaica that cannot be fixed with what is right with Jamaica. I include myself in that. Masa Masa Isat is also in that. Big brother Rattigan, Ruth, Danmar, I don't see Devereen, John. So if it is that we consider ourselves right with Jamaica, then we have to be the change that we wish to see. How do we do that? We do that by starting, maybe. So I'm also a communication consultant. If it is that I can't get a job, I find a way to create content in which, will create, an income for me. And, that will help to take one less mouth off the back of, this impoverished community, if you may. And that is how we will, create the cycle of changing the same thing that we speak about. And as awful as it also is, because I was also a product of it, which is the Jamaican education system, and I don't think I turned out half bad. I don't think half of us here that were educated in Jamaica turned out anyway at all. It is unfortunate though that when we make the transition, into adulthood, we move away from the values that we would have been taught as a child. However, if Jamaica is so beautiful, I think we can fix and save it while being here. Make who they are foreign like Isat and Ratty them, send them money, come and we use them money, fix the country. That's just my thought.
Why this one sound like a politician that say we don't need any favors from the diaspora. We just want
No.
what was his name?
Sending the money at
Security.
$7 million. As 7 million people live overseas. Sending the money come. Where you talk say? As 7 million Jamaicans live overseas. Overseas, where you talk say?
While I agree with most of what our panelists said at Ishmael, I think it is very easy to say, oh, we must stay in Jamaica because everything that is wrong can be fixed. And while it is easy to say that, persons in Jamaica have real issues. And I think the onus is not just on us, but it's on the government as well. It can't just be us who want to see a better Jamaica. It's never that simple. The government has to do way more than it's doing, and more policies has to be implemented if we're ever going to achieve Vision 26, So just saying that, oh, we never turn out half bad. Thank God that we didn't turn out half bad. But trust me, the education system in Jamaica is not one that we can really praise. I think it's definitely like the individuals who tried not to come out half bad. I don't think it's any credit per se to the education system within itself. So I don't think it's like on a personal level that each of us can say, oh, let us not leave Jamaica because we want it to be better. It has to be a consensus along with the government. So it's all easy to say that, but I really believe that it's much more than that.
Right, and I mean, I get what you're saying, Ruth, but I'm the kind of person that, so I get a pen and we talk about what the problems are. And after we don't talk about the problem, what are the solutions? Because if we don't start talking about solutions, we will get nowhere. So what is the solution to save our country? Solution number one, vote out Mr. Man. Solution number two, whatever the case is. That is the kind of solutions that we need. And I must also add that Dr. Lennon would have said something earlier that it arrests from my mind. He said PNP and JLP are whosoever. Politics can't save we. And yes and no. Because the truth is, without politics, we wouldn't be the world we are now. Politics give us organized purpose, if you may. So while it is important for us to understand on what it really is, you really can't blame the institutions themselves. While it is flawed, it is run by people, and man in his infinite wisdom is the flawed of them all. So if it is that, let's say Rattigan is a corrupt man, we get out Rattigan and we find Herb where Herb is, we know him to be, adept and a man of integrity. Just like I said, him no business when nobody wants to say him attack. that these are people that we want. That's just my thought.
Hold on a
Brother
second.
Ishmael, let me ask you a
Hold
question.
on a second, Durbin. Durbin, hold on a second. Let me introduce Ambassador Curtis Ward. Ambassador Curtis Ward is the former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations. And he was recently appointed as chair of a very significant commission in the state of Maryland. And I think it dovetails with what we're trying to do in terms of reaching out to government officials overseas and to kind of like alert them, kind of inform them about what is going on in Jamaica and how they can assist in making Jamaica a place to work, raise a family, in line with Vision 2030, which now we're hearing it more like Vision 2060. So without further ado, I'd like to have Ambassador Ward just take the floor and give a quick introduction, and then also tell us about his position now with this new commission in Maryland. Tell us, what does he expect to do? What's expected of him? What is he planning to do? And will he be able to assist in terms of providing solutions to the issues facing Jamaica, particularly the young people, like the ones we have on the platform right now? So, without further ado, Ambassador Ward.
Well, thank you, Will Rattigan, for having me on your program. Good evening, everybody. I was just listening in for a brief few minutes and enjoying your discussion. I have been very involved in the Jamaican diaspora for quite some time. We have seen many disappointments with the current government in particular, not embracing what we have to offer in terms of nation building and the Vision 2030 objectives and goals. We have expertise across the Jamaican diaspora that could be very helpful. In the past few weeks, I've been appointed to chair the Governor's Commission on Caribbean Affairs in the state of Maryland. And Will asked me to tell you a little bit about that commission, so let me do that. The commission is a representative of the Caribbean community in Maryland with the mandate to be at the table when policies are being discussed and decisions are being made that will affect the Caribbean community in the state of Maryland. As all of you probably already know, we have a governor who has Jamaican roots, who was elected and took office at the beginning of this year. And he is committed to working with the Caribbean community to ensure that the interests of the Caribbean community are met in the state of Maryland, and that initiatives can be developed that will improve on the relationship between the state and the resources of the state and the countries in the Caribbean. And he is very, very connected, as I said, to Jamaica. He declares his Jamaican roots on every occasion. He never fails to do that. And we believe that he is committed to advancing the interests of not just the Caribbean residents in the state of Maryland, but Caribbean people in the Caribbean as well. And we look forward to working with his administration on this. And that's it in a nutshell. What I've been asked to do is to ensure that Caribbean diaspora, in particular, the citizens of the state of Maryland, the residents of the state of Maryland who are of Caribbean heritage, that their interests are represented with the state government.
Well, seeing that I live in Maryland, I know that Ambassador Ward is going to represent my interest And so my interest is not just within Maryland, it extends beyond Maryland. So I'm very pleased to hear that the governor, he will not only look at the interests of, of people from the Caribbean in the state, but also look to extend whatever assistance we can, be it moral, financial, whatever, um, to the Caribbean itself. And it would be another voice for us to kind of like help to champion our cause, not only here, but in the Caribbean. And when I say the Caribbean, I'm talking about particularly Jamaica. Now, I know that there are people from, I forgot how many nations from the commission. You told me earlier, I forgot. How many people, first of all, how many people on the commission and where they from?
Well, let me just say this. In terms of development issues, because I think that's very important to us in the diaspora, as well as the governor is committed. And the state of Maryland has quite a bit of resources that can benefit Jamaica and others in the Caribbean. For instance, the port of Baltimore is one of the major shipping ports on the eastern seaboard of the United States. And of course, those of us who are from Jamaica are quite familiar with the fact that the Kingston port is one of the few transshipment ports within the Caribbean that can service the mega ships coming from the Panama Canal, breaking out into smaller ships and sending them off to the eastern seaboard of the United States, Baltimore being one of them. We also know that within the state of Maryland, cybersecurity is very well developed, and the scientific community in Maryland, University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins University, and so on, and several institutes in the state have a lot that they can offer to the universities in Jamaica and elsewhere serving the Caribbean region. So we are keen and see how we can develop some of those relationships. On the commission, we have representation from Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Dominica. We are expected to have someone from Barbados. We have a representative from Haiti, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. I'm trying to remember which other member of the Caribbean region have a representation on this commission. There are two Jamaicans, myself being one who is chairing the commission, and with special responsibility to ensure that the mandates of the commission are met. Our appointments are for 3-year terms, not 3 or 4-year terms. This commission was originally established in 2012, but in 2016, the mandate was not renewed because there was a change of government in 2014 in Annapolis, and that particular governor didn't see fit to continue with the mandate of the Caribbean Commission and did not reappoint commissioners or the mandate of the commission. This governor, Governor Westmore, promised that he would reinstate and re-energize the Caribbean Commission, and he has done just that. And I can tell you, all of the appointed members, all of the appointed commissioners are keen and getting down to serious work to ensure that the governor's vision for us and our vision for our Caribbean community are met. And there's synergy to get that done.
All right. Thank you, sir. Well, we're not only focused on Jamaica, we're also focused on the diaspora as well. And this is interesting and good news. We look forward to engaging with you, and we wish you continued success because you've been successful in all the other arenas that you've fought in. So this one is going to be quite a cakewalk for you. So, and we have some young people. Hey, before you go, we have some young people from Jamaica on the platform here. What kind of advice would you give them, considering the state of affairs in Jamaica?
First of all, you should not allow the circumstances of your origin to dictate your future and your fate. We all are born with different circumstances, and we all have different hurdles to jump over, and we all face different barriers, some far greater than others. But whenever there is an opportunity, we have to take advantage of that opportunity and make the best of it. Opportunities don't come on a regular basis, and you have to recognize an opportunity when you see one. And you may see an opportunity and don't believe it's an opportunity for you, but it very well may be the opportunity that you need or the one that you've been waiting for, but it's not obvious that it is. And so you have to seek it out. You have to go in and take a look. Don't be shy about that. Don't be afraid. There's no hill you cannot climb. There's no goal you cannot achieve if you have the determination. And Jamaicans have determination. Let me tell you, I made a presentation at the University of the West Indies less than a month ago on the ontological security, dealing with a number of issues pertaining to Jamaica. I spoke on international relations in that regard, but one of the things that I emphasize is that Jamaicans don't lack in confidence. We have confidence in ourselves that we can climb any mountain, no matter how steep. We can overcome any obstacle. And friends, this is why we keep repeating the phrase, we little but with Talawa. It is not reality, because in terms of security, we can't protect our island from an enemy who wants to bring violence to us. But we have a mindset, we have a belief, and we have confidence in ourselves. Because guess what? We believe that little phrase, with little but with tallow. And when you look at all of our achievements in sports, culture, music, you name it, in the professions, we have done it. And we have done it with Jamaicans who come from the lowliest circumstances, but never gave up. And somebody believed in that individual. But most of all, that individual believed in his or herself. So that is my short message, Mr. Rattigan. I hope I made the point that we little but with Talawa, and that may not be a reality, but it's a mindset which we have adopted. One which our national hero Marcus Garvey told us, that only we can free our minds from mental slavery. And so we have to understand that it is all up to us. And hopefully when you make that leap, you will get the kind of support that you need.
All right. Thank you so much, Curtis Ward, Ambassador, former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations. Look, thank you, sir. If you want to stick around and listen to some of the things that
are most welcome.
That's fine. But if not, please give my regards to the boss. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Before we had on Ambassador Ward, Dervin was making a point regarding the question was, what's the purpose of education if there are no jobs and you have no loans? There's no future. What's the purpose of education? And Dervin, you were about to say something before I interrupted. Please,
yes, sir. I was saying that education has its place, but the opportunities, as what a member of the panel stated, And the reason why I'm saying this, let us look at the recent teacher migration.
Okay.
Let me put it out there, and I'm going to put it out there because I spoke to a very good friend of mine who is a part of the recruitment. January morning, you're going to see a whole lot more teachers leaving. But just watch. Many of our teachers here are badly being compensated, and they have to deal with a whole host of societal problems. Children coming from broken homes, teachers have to be psychologists, they have to be nurses, they have to be doctors, etc., etc. While many of them have their own children at home, and many of them are not used to their children when they reach home after a long day's work, dealing with 50 or 60 children coming from varying backgrounds who are from broken homes, etc. And many of them are not being compensated properly. Many teachers cannot buy a home. The recent policy that the government has initiated that people have to go to the bank to get the whole loan. Remember, Michael Manley built this entity called NHT, right? And a few years ago, if I am not mistaken, NHT had about over 13 billion US dollars in liquid assets. That is a few years ago. It should have been, it should be up further by now, from 1970 until now, right? So I am not sure what is the mechanics of the government as it relates to people. People have to go to the bank to get all of that benefit, unless I am misinterpreting what they are saying. But many teachers still cannot purchase a home, and especially the home. In order for you to get an NHT home, for example, you have to have a whole heap of points. Many young teachers out there. What you say?
Sorry, it's not a point system anymore, but I understand what
Okay,
you're saying.
Right, and even land prices are going through the roof. I even spoke to someone who I know in the real estate industry, and she was cussing like crazy that she has some apartments, high-rise, expensive apartments selling, and she can. It was only one at the time she sold, right? It is gone through the roof. The little matches box. That's what Mr. Isaac Buchanan stated, right? And a lot of people don't know. And as I said, a young teacher just coming out of teachers college or university with a first degree, going on the teacher program abroad, they are earning the equivalent of what a high school principal down here is getting. This is just a person with a first degree, with no years of experience, And this is one of let me just tell you straight up. One of those states is Georgia. One of my friends is down there, is in Georgia right now, and she's earning that money, and she just have a first degree, and she doesn't have much experience, and she's earning that. And any teacher who goes up on that teaching program who has advanced degrees, like a master's and a doctorate, or probably a degree or a master's degree in another field, they get further increments on that. These are the benefits that's what the teachers are getting, right? That is why many are leaving, and many are seeing that as long as they go up and do what they're supposed to do, bang them belly if they need to, can come back to Jamaica and purchase something. A friend of mine who is in the state of Virginia right now, one of her colleagues says she has been on the program for over 20 years, and she was able to buy three prime real estate properties from doing that thing over 20 years. So why do you think the teachers are going to stay here? You don't have time to waste? No. Time is short, so many of them have to go up there, and many of them go up there, and I'm sure as they turn tonight, those who decide to come back, they will decide to come back and be able to purchase some of those expensive real estate that are out there.
All right.
So
Well, if I
when they are in another jurisdiction, but
if I may,
Ishmael and Ishmael,
yeah,
after Ishmael, I want to hear from.
if I may, because some cold hard facts was just laid in front of us. But if I may, again, I'm about solutions. So a part of the solution in saving this horrible, housing market, because I'm sure, all of us want a house in Jamaica, is extending my hand through Rattigan to Ambassador Curtis Ward to see how us young people that sit on boards out here, particularly youth boards, can liaise with him to see how best we can create some sort of, I don't want to say learning experience, but some sort of exchange, if you may, between, young people of Jamaica and through his capacity, so we can not just exchange knowledge, but start the process of saving the country. That is what I'm about.
All right.
So I'm not. Oh, he's not on. Okay, he's not on. It's all
Yeah.
right. So
No,
so
I'll put you in
so
touch with him. Not a problem.
yeah,
I'll
man,
put you in touch with him.
please.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but in relation to in relation to what he's saying again, having first-hand experience in trying to purchase property, I do share the sentiment and I understand what he's saying. However, I was because I talk to myself a lot, as a creative, and yeah, man, I have full-blown conversations with myself, and one of the conversations that I was having with myself this morning before coming on the program was that of how can we devise a plan to save, the housing market, and not just save the housing market, but a full overhaul of, the processes of buying a house in Jamaica, the processes as it relates to the local authority, in as it relates to the side of the contractor in building the matches box them where them are put off, and I say a $7 million for them. Um, the land evaluation, market, because everything, because of inflation, has just ballooned, and some of the solutions that I would have come up with is, climate friendly, houses. There is a company in Waterhouse, I think Rattigan would know it, Freeform Factory, that they use styrofoam as building equipment. That is also one of the avenues that we can think about. Also, when I was doing a postgrad certificate last semester, um, what's his name again? Dr. Horton um, brought raised some awareness about houses that are breathable. I don't know how that works, but it is in relation to the material again. So these are some things that we can actually look forward to. And I'm not saying that we're going back to the year of the Tainos where them used to live in the huts and stuff like that. And when rain fall upon them run out sort of things. But um, in order for us to properly, you know, alleviate some of these concerns, because I'm getting older and me want family too, just like Rattigan, and I can't provide a proper family without a house. But in order for me to properly do that, I'd have to find other mechanisms to do so, and one of the mechanisms is using alternative material, building material, that is. So I'm not sure who here have the links, but talk to the powers that be, please and thanks.
All right. Let me hear from Danmar.
Man, just going back onto on the issue of housing. Yeah, it's a big issue among young people, and I was just reading a few articles where I see where the Prime Minister was highlighting that one of the two primary issues are affecting the ability to supply the demand, and that is finding proper lands to establish housing or establish houses, and of course not enough suitable private contractors to carry out the various works, right? Of course, I have to just work with the information that he provided. So those are the factors, right? Now, for me, that is a bit unacceptable because, like any other country, like just like when we're talking about renewable energy and so on, there are many avenues, there are many private investors and firms we can reach out to get this done. And just like what Ishmael said, it's very difficult for us to really graduate from university, you really don't have a way forward. You know, owning a home, owning a part of the soil is very fundamental. It's very heartbreaking when you see where a few solutions come on stream and they create, for example, what 500 odd homes or just or 63 homes. Excuse me, they create around 63 homes, and you have 500 odd applicants for 63 homes. That's crazy, right? So things like those are very heartbreaking. To touch on the point about education, I think that Jamaica has a well, I can speak for the university point there, right? It's a very excellent experience for me. I think we learn a lot in terms of the practical application and the knowledge. However, when you leave university and you're trying to get a job, yeah, you might get a job, but what you're getting paid for as opposed to the amount of effort you put in as a professional is just not worth it, right? It's just really not worth it. And so of course persons are inclined to move overseas. A man will make $80,000 with him first degree, that can't really do nothing, right? For some people, 80,000. I think probably for the prime minister, 80,000 probably not even him flossing money. They probably can't buy him clocks, right? But you know that's what a lot of young persons are actually earning. And by the time if you pay for you take out your student loan money out of that, you're paying like bills out, like rent and so on. You really have nothing. And so you find is that there's a generation now of young persons with degrees who are very really and truly depressed. And that's why whenever you drive past the US Embassy, whenever you're going to work, you live in Jamaica, the lines are so goddamn long. Yeah, well, excuse me. Lines are very long. And no matter if the rain or fall out there, where the snowfall, persons are out there with hope in their hearts that, you know, they'll be able to leave to get a better opportunity. Right? And what you find is that Jamaica, from the top to the bottom, is a broken system. And so when you try to fix one issue, there's another issue that's affecting that other issue, right? So availability of housing is an issue, and then to buy one is another issue because you're not getting enough pay, right? I think when a lot of young people, a lot of young persons voted for our prime minister in 2020 and 2016, you know, they were very optimistic because they really had the view or had the hope that, you know, somebody would come into power who could really solve a lot of these issues. And in persons who a person or appeal would have been very serious. Because when it comes down to Jamaica, you won't get the result unless you're very serious. And I do think that a person probably they start off with the intention, but I don't know. You know, Jamaica requires somebody who is not here to please the masses, somebody who is gonna speak the truth. Speak your mind, tell us the truth. What are we facing? This is what we're going to do. Right? As I say again, I don't live uptown. I don't have a big house. My parents aren't rich. I'm not going to inherit something beautiful for Cherry Gardens where I start from the ground up. After I finish Normal Manly next year, I have to start from the ground. Well, this year, I know I talk about 2024. When I finish Manly, come May, I start from the ground. Right? When I own a home, I can't own a house in Kingston. Let's be frank. It's almost $80 million or minimum 50 for any house here. Right? We look at parishes like St. Thomas that, you know, just getting their highways and so on, you're a bit optimistic that, hey, you know, if proper development take place there, you can get a nice little home that's a bit close to Kingston, or, you know, you can traverse to Kingston and what there. We're just really hopeful, right? But as how we see it right now, it's a lot of talk and no action. I mean, you know, we need that change. I think when 2025 comes around and as a person will look back at where we come from in 2016, we have to ask ourselves what significant change has taken place in Jamaica, right? And again, just to touch quickly on crime a little bit, you know, crime is still a major issue in the country. You know, what major changes have we really done? Real legislation. We passed we passed the new firearms like our amended version of the act. Still issues there, right? We don't have a real crime plan to really tackle crime in Jamaica. Right, so there are a lot of issues, and for persons who live overseas, I can tell you when you see the news, it's as bad as how it looks or how it seems in the news. It's just that for a lot of us young people, we just try to, you know, go through the struggle, just turn a blind eye and just jump in a taxi and go to work and pray to God that somebody don't rob you, or somebody don't shoot other people, you know. So these are some real issues facing us. We continue to remain positive, believe me, despite the challenges that we face. Sometimes I see the government making decisions, signing agreements, and wonder what the heck, what is this for, and how will this benefit us? I can't see it, you know. But I do hope that the young persons who share the same view and who have an identity will join together and join hands together where we can make a significant change in our country. Yeah.
You know, there is a saying, Marcus Garvey said
Well,
it, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. And that is exactly part of the reason why for spanning over 10 years I'm a strong advocate as it relates to civic engagement and political participation, because what we're experiencing now and what Mr. Clark would have said, is it's a byproduct of the fact that nobody now want to vote anymore, or it's a byproduct of the fact that we don't know the difference between a member of parliament and his roles and a local authority like a councillor and a mayor and their roles. It's also a byproduct of you going to the shop, going down a town and buying what a washing machine from Orange Street, and after you buy the washing machine from Orange Street, you realize when you carry it home, it is default. It has a defect, and you go back for change it, and the man say not change it, and you don't know that you can call Consumer Affairs Commission. You don't know, so you just make nice because you don't know, and this is these are these are parts of the problems that we're having now. So again, my people perish because of a lack of knowledge. So if it is that all of these issues that we're having now, if we just start to educate ourselves about them, the solutions will come. Cause we're not fool. We're Jamaicans.
all right.
Yeah,
Let me
we say we have this.
Well,
no, hold on one second, Herb. Let me bring in Ruth Ann. Let me just ask her a question, and then the panelists can then jump in. Ruth Ann, Denmark said that what he's seeing, hearing a lot of talk, no action. As a young person growing up, looking at all of the, as I said, vicissitudes of life, difficulties, what would action look like to you if you had a choice to say to the government, you need to do this and you need to do that? What would that action be? What would it look like for you as a young person?
Thank you for putting me on the spot, Wilfred. Right, so that action would honestly require more than just coming on TV, making fancy speeches. I detest that. Walking up and down in the communities near to election time, I detest that as well. It has to be more than just politicking. Like, it has to be like real concern for the issues and for the people facing the issues. It cannot just be a thing that is all for publicity, right? It has to be implementing actual policies that will help us to actually trend to a sustainable future, as they say. That is the topic for Youth Month, right? And I really feel that they only use Youth Month as a show, right? That's the only time that they actually care about the youth, when it's Youth Month, to like have us up and down attending these different forums, making our concerns be heard. At the same time, we really and truly achieve nothing. And it's all good and well to network and to propose solutions and to propose policies, but at the end of the day, we're really achieving nothing. So it's all for Instagram to like put up pictures and stuff like that. And going forward, that cannot be the reality. So action for me would actually be sitting down with us, getting to hear our actual opinions and matters and issues that affects us, and not just shaking head, congratulating us on the day, but to actually implement them, to enforce them, to see that they're actually happening. That is what we need. So I think it's all well and nice to talk big and to say what we want to hear, but I think the real problem is that we're just not enforcing, or we're not implementing actual policies, or we're not doing it in a time frame that is possible. Sometimes I think our government, like, they come with these big fancy plans, but is it really realistic to achieve it within the next 5 years? Is it really realistic to achieve it within the next 6 years, 7 years? So I think the plans and implementation need to be actually realistic. So I think that We have come a far way as a country, but for me, action would be action, doing actual action, not just saying that you're going to do it, but doing it in a time frame that is actually possible.
All right. You know, in the chat, I see somebody talking. Basically, they're talking about voter apathy, and what they're saying is that people don't vote because they don't have anything to vote for, and young people in Jamaica, they comprise the greatest segment of the voting population. Now, you're saying, well, the fancy talk and the parading in the neighborhoods, yeah, that's fine and good, but we need to see real action. We need to see real change. Real change will come about when you vote. Real change may come about if you just have a meeting with them and you talk to them. What's your advice to students, to young people who are experiencing voter apathy?
All right, so my fellow young persons, such as myself, who's experiencing voter apathy. All right, so in reality, we have to vote to hold the politicians accountable. Too often times, young persons are complaining that, them not do this, them not do that. But really and truly, when you ask them, have you voted? The answer is no. How can you hold our politicians accountable if you're not even voting to put them there in the first place? So basically, you're giving away your rights. Basically, you have no right to comment on the harsh realities that you're experiencing if you do not vote. So I would say to choose the lesser of the two devils, right? So if you think that both parties are not for you, or both parties are basically foolishness, don't just speak because you hear other person speak. Actually read the manifestos, actually do your research, actually look on the policies that both parties have put in place to build a better Jamaica, right? And then from your readings, you determine yourself. You choose a party, you vote for that politician, and you hold them accountable. Then and only then your opinion can be like valid. So I would encourage all of us to choose a side. Choose a side. I mean, we only have two major parties in Jamaica at this time. So you can't just sit and complain that, hey, them not going on. And as we mentioned before in the program, that the reality is to get jobs out here, you kind of have to be politically affiliated, which is the harsh reality. So it's easier that way. So why not just become aligned with one of the two? So I would say before writing them off, do your research for yourself, choose a party, or not even if you don't want to choose a party, like look at the persons in your constituency, your community, look at the mayor, look at the council, look at the politician, look at the opposition, and see like which one of them is doing work to you, which one of them policies that you agree with, which one of them plan for the community, for your constituency, you actually agree with, and take it from there. Vote for them, then hold them accountable.
Okay. Herb?
Yeah, happy to join in on the conversation. The one thing I've noticed is that when our young people are speaking, and I've not heard the older gentlemen address it, the research that you have to do should not be concentrated on just Jamaica. How has Jamaicans survived in the past decades? They've survived by going overseas on job programs, whether it's nursing, whether it's education, whether it's farming. Farming program has been humongous. But what you need an advocate to protect you in especially in the areas of farm programs, that you can diversify skills, and you can really get ahead in those countries if you plan to stay long term, right? Not just getting ahead in the farm, but getting ahead in education wise, right? If you're able to put in and do correspondent college programs and spend a couple weeks, maybe getting permission to spend a couple weeks at the college itself so you can do your graduate work. Now, on the other hand, what is available in the Caribbean? No, I haven't heard anybody mention that from research. Well, in the Caribbean, Guyana's economy is going to grow by over 30 to 40% by the end of this year. And in the next 5 years, it's programmed for an explosive growth of up to 100%. Now, Guyana has a population of 700,000 and it was falling. And so they're looking around for people, just like the US. They're looking for people to work in the oil and gas industry. So you ask yourself, what can and I put some of the jobs in our chat room, our private chat, so you can see what they're looking for: drilling engineers, geologists, petroleum engineers.
Herb, I ask you to be guided, given that Dr. John is an avid climate change advocate on the program. So be
I'm
guided.
aware of that.
I'm not a climate change advocate, actually. I'm not a climate change advocate. I'm an advocate for common sense.
We're talking about Guyana. We're not talking about Jamaica. Because Guyana they came up 4,000 welders short a year ago. And they were appealing for welders around. And if you think the welding, that type of welding they do, underwater welding pays up to $500 an hour, because you can only stay underwater for up to 4 hours. And the other forms of welding they have is paying well over $100 an hour. Guyana also, keep in mind, is a member of CARICOM, and you have the opportunity. Guyana was encouraging people to come there, stay, especially males, because they're critically short on males. I recall, I don't know if Dr. John recalls this, like maybe 15 or more years ago, Ghana was so short on males, they were asking Jamaica to provide over 100,000 males if they were available. And that was the opportunity for a lot of people to go to Guyana, because they were given land and they were given assistance in housing. There's a lot of room for housing over there. That more than 20 or more times the size of Jamaica. So they have a lot of space, and of course they have a lot of water, a lot more water than Jamaica has to deal with. And the other question that I know we were looking at earlier, the idea that Vision 2030 in Jamaica might have come and gone without 2030 being here. The plan was for aimed at youth development, right? The Jamaican government was focusing on sustainable development goals, which means inclusion of young people. Now, where were they looking, especially? They were looking at national programs in farming, food security. And of course, Jamaica has 3 million on the island, another 3 million outside. If everybody comes home, as they're planning to do, because the baby boom is over and a lot of people want to come home, then you have to have security. So the national security in both physical and food security are essential to Jamaica's viability as far as living and developing, housing long term. The housing we're seeing now, there's a lot of high rise that's been going up overnight. And we know a lot of it is connected to money laundering. But the problem is, nobody is investigating. Nobody is making sure everything is being done legit. I think everybody got their hand in the cookie jar. And one of the reasons we formed our Legal Defense Foundation was to ensure the honesty and integrity in government, regardless of what government it was. So keep in mind that the plan includes Vision 2030, I'm talking about, education, health, security, and the environment. And in those areas, It's the same here in the United States. It's the same in Canada. It's the same in Europe and the UK. So at some point, it's going to be the same in Guyana, because Guyana has already launched a food security program for the Caribbean. Guyana and Barbados did. All right. They're going to have to develop education and health for their people, because there's going to be a lot of problems from the oil and gas industry coming at them, similar to the bauxite problems Jamaica's been having with health. So the environment is going to take hits. So you're going to need specialists in those areas. So if you're smart and you're doing your research, you're looking at some of the jobs I put in the private chat so you guys can read it. But you're looking at a wider variety of jobs, to include white-collar jobs, to include a lot of technically oriented jobs, because what's happening is AI and machine learning is going to force a lot of people out of the white-collar profession and create jobs for the technocrats, for those folks who can operate management information systems efficiently. And Jamaica has a lot of schools that addresses that now. So keep those things in mind. You got to do your research. You got to do your homework. And you got to know exactly what you're talking about when you're addressing the future of young people in Jamaica. Thanks.
All right. Let me bring in John and then Isaac. John, go ahead. Do you have questions or comments, statements to these young folks?
Yeah. Firstly, I'm not a climate change activist. What I am is an activist for a bit of common sense and how to use our money properly. Now, somebody mentioned COP, flop, I call them, flop 28, and the SDGs. The SDGs are a con. Just look at goal number 4. Goal number 4 is quality education. We all know that quality education costs a lot of money. Why don't we, I mentioned solar before, if we took all our infrastructure, state infrastructure off the grid, that's about 150 million per annum we spend on hospitals, schools, etc. If we got a loan, say we got $1 billion loan, right? And you paid it back over 10 years. So you'll be paying back, we'll say, 100 million a year for this loan to put in all the infrastructure, to take all of this infrastructure off the grid. So we'll be paying back to a bank 100 million every year, instead of paying JPS 150 million. So we're going to have assets, plus we're saving 50 million a year. This is something straightforward that they can do. It doesn't cost the taxpayer any money. And yet, here we are having this COP 28, and yet they've never mentioned state investment in any renewable energy, because they only want private investors to put it in. Now, in America, a couple of years ago, there was a report by the WEF, World Economic Forum. They put out a video a couple of years ago in it where the Americans, in some American states, are taking their schools off the grid. One school in Arkansas, just one school, they came off the grid, created a solar farm, so they must have been selling electricity to the neighborhood. Now, that district had a $250,000 deficit. 3 years later, they had a 1.8 million surplus. 3 years just by creating a solar farm. Just look at the size of our schools, Clarendon College. I'm living right next door to Cornwall College. All that land, all of those roofs should be covered in solar panels. They could actually then sell electricity to the locals, make money, and they wouldn't be paying the JPS bills on top of that. Why isn't something like that within the SDGs? Why isn't the UN pushing that forward? They're not doing it because, as I said, it's all about private investors making money. Here in Jamaica, people think that we're conned into thinking that we can't afford this infrastructure. We can afford it. In fact, it's criminal not to afford, not to put it in, because we'll be saving money. Just look at the numbers. It said that Powell came off the grid 2012. In December, I think it was 21 or January 2022, he had an interview with Wayne Lonesome when he said that solar investment today can pay for itself in 3 years. 3 years. There's no reason for any of our infrastructure to be on the grid. So the young people, again, you can stay in Jamaica if we have different policies, the right policies. The policies that we have are not for us, they're not for black people, they're for foreign investors. And if we don't turn that around, we're not going to go anywhere. You'll all have to leave and go elsewhere to make your money. Where we should be making it in Jamaica. As I said before, we can have solar powered manufacturing. You're all clever. You can all start thinking about, okay, then now that I don't have to pay an electricity bill because I can put in my solar and pay for itself, what can I do? Here we should have solar powered servers as well. Then we could have a digital, not digital economy, but a digital industry, whatever form that would take. And you have to remember as well, if you work in an area like IT, I work in IT, and they're the most itinerant workers in the world. Code is written in code. Unix is Unix, Java is Java. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, Java is Java. You can go to China and not speak a word of Chinese, and yet sit there and do your work. The great thing about IT, again, you learn IT, you can work from home. You stay here in Jamaica in the heat, and you can be working for somebody in Toronto if you have the skills. So these are skills we can easily develop if we think outside the box. But young people, I'll say it again, the JLP and PMP, which are run by old people, you can see the policies they have. You're saying to vote for policy. Well, somebody tell me one policy that you can vote for that either one of them has that will help you. There's none. They're not creating no jobs for you. So you have a real problem when you talk about voter apathy. Yeah, you're going to have voter apathy because people want, if you're going to say vote for policy, then nobody can vote. It's an impossibility. I mean, I live in Montego Bay. It's impossible for me to vote because I don't have roads. You should see the solid waste management around here. You should see Montego Bay Market. 3 years in a row, they've told us they're going to spend a poxy 60 million Jamaican dollars. What can 60 million Jamaican dollars do? We had all that rain the other day, and I heard Floyd Green talk about, they're going to spend 64 million Jamaican dollars on the roads. Huh? 4.6 billion US dollars sits in the reserves at the moment, young people. We all know how bad inflation is at the moment. $1 million US dollars last year is something like 1.2 million today. The money's going down all the time, and yet we have a fiscal policy to hoard money in the national reserves. It makes no sense. That money should be invested in our roads because they pay for themselves, invested in renewable energy, moving away from JPS. We don't have waste to energy. Back in 2009, they said that waste to energy would save 18% of the oil bill. Something like that, they said. Waste to energy. That's 14 years ago. And what do we have? None. All our waste is still scattered all over creation. You have your plastic bottles running into the Caribbean Sea. Now, do this sound like people who really care and are going to do anything about it? They're not going to do anything. They're not. The proof is there. So I'm asking you guys to unite, get your people together, get your young people together at university. You need to talk and see what are the solutions. I've mentioned one to you already, renewable energy, which you're all into. Just look at the numbers. This isn't about climate change. This is about basic economics. That's what I'm talking about. The economics around, say, renewable energy, the fiscal plan that they have at the moment that doesn't work, where they're hoarding money in the reserves. Go and talk to any economist and they'll tell you that don't make no sense.
John, let me ask you a question.
You should be investing that money. Get the best from platform now.
No, that's fine. The money that's in reserve, is that as a result of an IMF condition?
Sorry, well, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
No, I was asking the reserve, the 1.4
Yeah.
billion that you mentioned, right? Is that as a result of an IMF provision or condition to the agreement?
Yes, it's part of the provision that we must hold our money and we must run a surplus.
So
Yeah.
So if you have if as a condition to favorable loan treatment, you have agreed to keep that amount of money in the reserve, then what's your position in terms of a plan to release that fund to help develop Jamaica? Because by doing that, you're going to violate the agreement.
But well, you've got to remember that the IMF, that their mandate, what they say is that their job is to create policies to help, to alleviate poverty. So if I put this argument, this idea to them, let them turn around and say, no, John, it is better for us, better for Jamaica to hoard money in the reserves. Common sense tells you that it doesn't work. We shouldn't be doing it. So it's not a case of...
If I may,
Hold on a second, Ishmael.
Okay.
Hold that point. Don't lose that point. All right, you know what? Go ahead. I was going to bring Isat in, but go ahead. Are you going to comment on what John just said?
Yeah, man. I'm actually commenting on what he would have said earlier too. So the NIR are part of the economic policy of the negotiations between the IMF and Jamaica is for us not to just, as Dr. Lennon would have put it, hoard money, but is to run a surplus in the event of a global lockdown, what would have happened in 2008, because 10 years ago, or I think it's more than 10, Jamaica was locked out of the financial market, and our NIR was depleted, and we had nothing to do. We had no money in the middle of a recession, and this is just to piggyback off what he would have said, that the political parties has no policies, and I cannot agree with that, because if it weren't for proper policies back then, the People's National Party's government at the time, led by Portia Simpson Miller, economists such as Ralston Hyman, he's not a part of the party, but he's a well-known economist in the country. I don't know if he's a part of the party, but I know he's a top-class economist here. Peter Phillips, just to name a few. Those persons would have spearheaded a new set of negotiations for the country in order for us to kind of weasel our way back into the financial markets, because it never spells good if a country is locked out of doing financial business on the global scale. And that is what happened to Jamaica 10 to 15 years ago. And this is, you can research it, it's true. Right, so when that happened, we negotiated a new deal in 2013 or 14, and with that money it was said that we need to now have a surplus, and that surplus would have, because of that surplus, 2 years ago, I'm not sure if you're following the news, you would hear the opposition leader Mark Golding talking a lot about using some of the money to cushion the crisis, as it relates to the COVID, coming out of COVID, during COVID and coming out of COVID sort of thing, as well as the deal with the so we had a Petrocarib deal with Venezuela, and current government would have foregone that deal, and told the ambassador and the consulate to vacate Jamaica within 3 months. So and that is because of a party's policy. So I cannot agree with you that there aren't good policies, because if it weren't for good policies, Jamaica would not be in the position that they are now, hoarding the NIR and having close to $2 billion US dollars. Also
4.6 billion, Ishmael.
4.6.
4.6.
right.
I haven't
So
got a problem
4.6
with saving
billion.
money. Israel, I have not got a problem with saving money.
and that's
Saving
not,
money is good.
and that's not what
4.6
I'm
billion.
saying. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, but for policies, as you would have said before, we wouldn't have that money now. The issue we're having now is that it's not being used prudently. And what I mean by prudently, it's not being used on the people, to develop the people, because a country cannot move forward if you don't invest in the people. And I understand that is where you're coming from, but that is what is that not happening now. When a policy is put forward, um, as it relates to, whatever paper, green paper, white paper in Parliament, and it is broken down into not just um, government papers, but actual, policies and actionable items for government and for the ministries, department, and agency to take and to implement. That is where we have the breakdown. So it's not that we don't have policies, it's just that the implementation phase is the issue. So I don't I mean, I cannot agree, because both parties do have policies. One differs. That's part of the reason why you'll always hear um um socialist policies coming from the People's National Party, and left of center um um rich people policies, as I like to call them, coming from the Jamaica Labour Party.
But Ishmael, name one of the policies that will help you. That's all I'm asking.
Okay,
Tell me
fine.
one of
I
the,
can
yeah.
name one of the policies out of the
Yeah,
out of the recent, the 2020 manifesto of the People's National Party. I read that one. I didn't read the Jamaica Labour Party one, because it doesn't never make no sense to me. one of that policy would be to alleviate the um the the one the no guarantor act, which we still are pushing now. So a policy would be to overhaul the student loan bureau, and do away with guarantors. Also, in relation to the education policy, education, and overhaul of the education system would have started if the People's National Party would have taken government. And I myself, given that I am a young person, I would have benefited from that, because if I was educated here, it would have meant that I could not just get free benefits in terms of 100,000 being taken off my student loan, but also when I do get a job, as it relates to SLB, it is as it relates to how much money I would have made, and not so my student loan repayment would have been capped at how much money I would have made. So let's say I earn $100,000 per month, it would have been capped at 10,000, vis-a-vis me paying $30,000 now, sort of thing, or $40,000 now. So that is a policy coming out of the last manifesto of the People's National Party. So, and that would have helped me, and it not help just me. It would have helped a lot of people that got a student loan like myself. So I cannot agree. What I'll do for you, Dr. John, is I'll send you anytime again when election call and them put out them with them there, put out their manifesto. I'll send them to you and you can read them. All right?
If I could just add to what Ishmael just said. So I too am a young person who would have benefited from what Dr. Dayton Campbell said at the PMP's National Annual Conference, that putting an end to contract work. So I think that's something that would benefit a lot of young persons, not even just young persons in Jamaica, citizens overall, if contract work were abolished. Right? So while being under this government administration from I think it's 2017, correct me if I'm wrong, we have been experiencing or seeing where majority of persons employed nowadays is basically through contract work, working from contract. Contracts are oftentimes renewed, and there is no real benefit to contract work. There is no pension to expect at the end of this contract work. I personally have a friend who has been on contract work for the past 10 years. And all they do is continue to keep on renew his contract. So I think putting an end to contract work is something that I've heard the PNP say that they would open love to do.
Right,
And
and
it's something
he would
that
have
would
put that forward.
benefit
So it's
me.
not.
All right.
And
Yeah,
something
but Ruth, that's just the promise, isn't it? It's an idea. They'll never push it through because it's going to cost money. They haven't
Dr.
explained how they're going to
Dr.
pay for it.
Lennon, Dr. Lennon, Dr. Lennon, Dr. Lennon.
Yes,
No.
Ishmael, tell me.
The main purpose of a manifesto is for you to put forward your ideas, and the ideas is what will make up the base of your policies going forward as government, Dr. Lennon. So you can't say it is an idea now. A policy is from a policy document, Dr. Lennon, which comes from
I'm
the
not going to
manifesto.
disagree with that. Yeah, but
I
look at
would only like to add that the only time,
what
Dr. Lennon, the
Paul
only
is
time
there.
these manifestos don't work is when they put in the first 100 days. Otherwise, these
yes,
manifestos
realistic
work.
time
I
frame.
promise you.
Yeah,
Realistic.
man. So I do understand. I do understand your frustration, Dr. Lennon. I understand your frustration. But the systems are in fact in place for governance to work. It is I people them where we are elect, brother. May I tell you, are the people them just like
Oh, I
I
agree with
said,
that.
the first 100 days are sleep with the windows and doors open. If me never have ratings, call me a bad man. Me not a bad man, I just joke me. If me never have ratings in my
Real bad
community,
man, okay?
I couldn't open my door because I live in a water house. Me live. Rattigan can tell you, water house me live. Shot fire every night, sort of thing. So just saying that to say that the policies, just a policy of the 2016 Jamaica Labour Party was that 5 in 4. Remember good enough? 5 in 4. Crime. Cause you can't sleep with the windows and doors open. This was in the people them thing, and the income tax 18,000, which was never realized. Come with talk, no man. It was never realized. These were policies from a government that would have won, and they won based on those policies, which were never implemented.
Yeah,
And
exactly. And the PNP will do the same. That's all
no,
I'm
but you
saying.
can't say that again, Dr. Lennon. You can't say that. If you would have read their manifesto, and you would have done your own research, yes, it's $18,000 for everybody in Jamaica. Don't make sense. Everybody is not employed to the public sector, Mr. Lennon, Dr. Lennon. Everybody's not. About 250,000 people employed to the public sector. Say it would have only applied to those 250 persons, which I am one of, and it never applied to me either. That's what I'm saying. So I did my research, and because of that, I wouldn't have voted for that policy. I would have voted for a policy that would have affected me, which is the SLD policy, which is also the NHT policy, where say when me at 30 or when me at 31, me still not pay no interest. Me still not pay no interest. That is a People's National Party policy, which in fact the government would have taken the other day. This government and said 3 people can take out $21 million, and if you're under the age of 30 and you go to the NHT, you won't pay any interest rate. Come now, make we talk, no man. These
All
are
right.
policies.
Brother Ishmael, may I ask a question? May I ask a question here, please? Let me just ask a question here. You know that all right. Let me add something. It basically, that it comes back down to education. Because if we had a people who are educated, who would interrogate the policies that are emanating from both
Neverine,
political
this is
parties.
why we go around everywhere in a Jamaica and
Right.
preach
So
civic
we
engagement.
we have to interrogate the policies that are being enunciated by the political party, critically analyze and see if they make sense. I think there's
Don't
a
just talk so
devious
you
and
now
devilish.
look and
Yeah,
read.
but on top of it, I think there's a devious and devilish agenda going on as it relates to the education system. Why we still have a problem in the education system in pushing out persons who have critical thinking, and not only critical thinking, but why are we having so many students? The way how the education system is so the disparity is so stark. You have a champion who is greatly endowed, with cash, not only because they have an active alumni association, but if the government say they are giving each school $5 million each, we should not be doing with equality. There should be an equitable distribution of resources. So since a champion who is so heavily endowed, and we the government say, okay, all right, we have 11 million to our schools. Okay, champion don't have enough money, so we're going to scrape it off and send it to a Kingston Technical High, this high, right? Because we need to face facts here. The education is in our hold on, it is in our rot.
Continue.
It is, and also another thing I should add about the education system. We are doing TVET incorrectly. I've been reading some research articles and I've been pushing to my professors, especially Professor Thompson, and I will say to Prof, how come we are not following the Chinese model? And I'm going to show you how the Chinese model operates. The universities, right? They bring the theories and they take it down to the skills training institutions like the Chinese equivalent of HART, the TVOC institutes, to build the prototypes of these inventions, right? And those TVET institutes build those inventions to see if it works. If it don't work, they send back the information to the universities and say, profs, it is not working, and have to wheel and come again. And they do that back and forth. That is why China is an economic behemoth, and that is why the US is so deathly afraid of China. If we would have followed that Chinese model right now, Jamaica would have been a better place right now.
Well, why don't we can't follow it? Why don't we follow it now?
The Chinese have stated that once they were invaded by the colonial powers at the time, they said never again we will allow external persons to invade our country, and we are going to build ourselves economically. Just to
add to your point, Dervin, when I was I think you were also there. When I was a student at UTech, there was a big thing about the subsidies, the subventions. UTech at the time was getting, I think, is 10%, and UWE, because of the Treaty of Shagaramas, I get this whole heap of money, and a technical university like UTech, they get no money, and the students' union, with some help from other powers, we stage a protest, and you see the whole of them, the government after the day, it was a Jamaica Labour Party government. Disclaimer, I don't hate the Jamaica Labour Party. It's just that a whole heap of problem happen when them in a power. It's just that. Anyhow, right, and we staged a protest, and the whole of we were black, and I'm not sure if you were there. I think Tia was there.
I have left.
Okay. Right. So and that is how them they had consultation with the president at the time, Stephen Vassiani. That is how, because we stand up and we talk. So now, and I keep telling people, the other day, there was an issue. The Prime Minister announced something. I don't remember what it was. And I'm not sure. He announced something, and he must have rescind it, because people never did have it. I don't quote me on it. I think it was in relation to some issue with Portmore. I don't remember, but there was an issue, and then the backlash was, the outcry was so starch that he had to revisit it. I'm not sure if it was a taxi thing. I don't remember, but this is because of, as I say, people coming together. No, if people decide, say, them are going to read manifestos, right, Dr. Lennon? Them are going to read manifestos, and them are going to do them personal research on said manifestos, because at election time, then the country would be better. It has to be better, because a man not going to just vote because a man get $5,000. I'm going to vote because, give you a perfect example. There is a 30-second video now going around, making the rounds on social media, with Bounty Killer, saying, Jamaican people, saying Jamaican peoples are idiots when it comes to politics because people vote for them friend and they don't vote for policies. No, that is coming from a reputable dancehall mind as it relates to music. And people are listening to him now. What should we do with that information? If you don't get up and read how you're gonna know, Dr. Lennon, if you don't read the things, that's what I'm saying. So we jump up every day and we say, politics nah do nothing for we. As my lecturer would have said, I mean, know him get it from. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So if you actually get on the side, who said? Kennedy said, yeah, man, he's deceased now. He's my lecturer. I'm here with it. Jamar Telwell. Anyhow, right. So with things like these, if it is that you know that you want a change, become involved. That's all I'm saying. So the more involved you are as a person, you feel like nobody can give you a talk. Think about it. 1 point. How much people on the voters list? 1 point. Let's say 3 million people on the voters list. I know that the 3 million people on the voters list every election, less than half of that come out. Why is that? And then we talk about voter apathy. Half of those people, I'm telling you, they don't know the difference between A from Bullfoot as it relates to political representation. They don't know. But if they knew and them come out, they feel like we can sell them false narratives and false promises. We can't sell the people them that. People are not stupid.
Well, Ishmael,
Can I
that's why we...
just jump in a second, Will? Can I just jump into something Durban said, which I 100% agree with, about the universities? Again, that is something we should definitely do. The universities should be there to push forward ideas. In India, in their constitution, they must when they're making roads, they must use an aggregate that uses 9% of recycled plastic bottles, because they developed this technology within the university. These are the things we need here. We need the university should be somewhere where policies are developed. And if it's in the university, then young people will be doing it. 100%. So I 100% agree with you there.
All right. Let me before I bring in ISAT, let me just say that a dear friend of mine from Jamaica sent, and this is in relation to Ruth Ann's point, says it's madness to give university graduates, many with student loans, a 6, 9, or 12-month contract. They cannot get a loan to purchase a car. They cannot get a mortgage to purchase a 2x4 space with these limited term contracts. And it has become the norm and not the exception. She also said that when I asked Ruth Ann about action, she said, action for me would be full employment with a 90 or 180-day probationary period, not limited term contracts. Action would be more affordable homes for young people in a more reasonable time, not $40 million apartments using NHD funds. Action would be reduced electricity bill, rates are greater, affordable access to renewable energies, a more reliable public transportation system, not putting political dunces in positions of influence out of party loyalty. And that's the start. So, Ruth Ann, I think you have a kindred spirit here. Just sent me a text message agreeing with you. All right, Isaac, we haven't heard from you in a while. Go ahead, please.
No, the first thing I want to know is what type of water they drink down in Waterhouse, because it needs to be manufactured, bottled, and I don't know why Ishmael is picking on John. But, youthful exuberance means that John is very proud because you're engaging, and that's important. I don't like to spoil the positivity. It's nice. Just remember though, Ishmael, all of us can't read. Some of us are literally content with some KFC, $20,000, and any shirt that them give us, and we have festive. Some of us are not even on the voters list, but we are going to show up and we are going to take the money and we are going to feel good. I've said this before. One time I was on this show and Herb and Mr. Rattigan was talking about pipe bombs. And I said, why are we talking about pipe bombs? Because you know what's going to happen? And radam, we had a week-long bomb threat and bomb scare. I'm always afraid now that both you and Mr. John is talking about manifestos, that when they print these new manifestos, we're not going to have enough time to read it with all the false promises, and they're going to move the 100 days to 20 days, and it's just a lot of pandering. What I can say is, for the first time in history, I'm going to curse young people because you exercise, or the few that were old enough before some of you, and you exercise the right to buy into a dream that was just a complete lie. And the proof in even buying to a lie is knowing what you take away from that is you have the power. It was your power that put this government in power. It is the young vote. That is why we have the government that we have. And it simply means that the power of the vote is what is important. This time around, we're not going to make Vision 2030. That is the harsh reality. A lot of the policies that John is asking for is sound policies that must be put into place yesterday. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen because it requires the use of resources, and if we're using the resources, then we can't get to put our hand in the cookie jar and do self-enrichment. That's just the reality. But what I can say is, it's a simple thing, you know. We want better for each and every one of us, and the reality is we have to take it in strides. We have to enforce our power, which is the power in the vote. I want so I won't go into the UIC, I won't go into the PNP, I won't go into the JLP thing, but for instance, the next election is an injunction. What do I mean by the next election is an injunction? We have to stop the bleeding that we're stopping. So it's not you don't have to like the PNP, you don't have to like the JLP. What you have to do is stop government. It's just stop this government. And what do I mean by that? It just so happens that the government is the JLP, but the government as it is right now, it needs to put an injunction on them, and we need to reset and calibrate what it is that we're doing for the next generation. How are we including the least among us? I keep saying that, you know, because many of us, we are all right in our individual capacity, but we can't be all right as a nation with so much people. The imbalance is just a little bit too much for us to be so few of us. So I'm just positing that with all the issues, especially with housing, and numbers is something that we like to play around with. And yes, you can say the former Prime Minister PJ Patterson and Portia combined would have had more houses in 7 years than the Labour Party, and we can do all of that. But we also have to think about quality of housing. We also have to think about the reality. Let's talk about education now. Quality of education have changed because we have become a nation that we need to have the paper without the substance behind it. And so we have a regurgitative brand of education, and sometimes even as we're saying, oh, I am educated, we don't even have critical thinking behind it. So we also need to step back to know that quality of education is important. And the workforce, the people who are hiring, they can do but so much. So if you hire people, I can tell you as somebody that hire people, it can be heartbreaking because capacity and aptitude is not necessarily always going to be there. And then I'm seeing it as I'm speaking about it. We're talking about water, we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about training, we're talking about ability, but then it all comes back down to salaries. Our salaries are so tied to the US dollar. Sometimes it's pointless. You're happy, you in your individual capacity, if you're running a business, you're happy to tell your worker, hey, I'm gonna put $10,000 more on his salary, and rather the US dollar go up. It go up astronomically if by $10, and then you look on the index, the banks are selling it for oh, if you come in with the money is 136 and we're selling it for 157, and the disparity between the money, and I start to sound like an economist, and that's not my area. Safe to say that there's so many things going wrong that the system is against the citizen. And we have to always think how to bring back, and this is, say, I can adopt what John says, how to bring back spending the money on the people. It sounds cute when you say, hey, we have money in reserves and we're doing better and no government ever do it, but everybody poor and hungry. And I can tell you this, once it affect my ability to get KFC from people, me hungry, me very, very hungry. And to just mash up my meds and mash up my life. And that is it. We are losing the people while saying we're building Jamaica, and Jamaica is the people. Siaga said it, and his name, ironically, and I should say the Honorable Edward Siaga, I can't just say Siaga dry like that, but he said road can yam. And then his name ended up on a road. But context matters. If you put it in context, it's nice that we're doing development, but we have to march the people along. We have to educate them. We have to provide education for the young. So I'm advocating for the young. I must say this, Ishmael, the other young man is gone, Ruth and Dervin, proud of you. Bad. If Queenie was on the live, she would say a bad, proud. Because this is the type of conversation that we hope to have. It's evidence that you guys are woke. I'm young too, but we just like to sound like me old. You get more chicken that way. but yeah, that's the idea. That's the concept. And any conversation that we have, if the people are not included, it's a pointless conversation. That's all. That's my contribution.
Take this moment and talk about your program, please, so people can know.
Okay, right. So I have a program called Context Matters. It's 5 to 7 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. It also streams on my YouTube channel, Isaac Buchanan. It's somewhere there. I don't figure that part out yet, but it's a show. It's not as exciting as the Rattigan show, but it definitely putting things into context. So everything we talk about on this show, in a recap, it's easy to say, but we heard all of this. How can we put it into context? For instance, the voting. It's nice that we talk about politics and all of that, and you have party loyalists, but we're not talking about the party loyalists. In fact, I've done away with, I don't need to have conversations with PNP and JLP. You're going to vote for who you want to vote for regardless. But there's 60% of people who have not tapped into the voting, have the power to vote. How do we engage them? Manifestos. So let's put it in context. What is workable? What is realistic? We need to do away from making stuff like, oh, I'm not vote for this man because him boring. Like boring is a criteria for the servant to do the work. I can't imagine anybody saying I have a helper, but I don't want her to come wipe the floor because she boring. Like you have to wipe the floor. Like you have to take up a mop and wipe the floor with a spice song. If you help her, why not go down and wipe the floor? The floor now go clean. That's not what we should want for our country. So that's what Context Matters about. Respect to Rattigan, respect to Reggae Global Radio for giving me the platform to have these conversations. And it's an educational program, and it's a part of getting better, because not everybody gets formal education. But we as a nation, we must learn to read, we must learn to write, and we must learn to comprehend, so that we don't get caught up with snippets of life where a 5-second clip is all we need to say, yes, crucify him. And I have fully appreciate and understand how Jesus ended up on the cross. But although he became the greatest man in the world, but that is why context matters, and that is what we're here for. And yeah.
Let me just repeat that. ISAT's program Context Matters is on Reggae Global Radio. You can Google Reggae Global Radio, it'll come up. or his YouTube channel, Isaac Buchanan, and it's every Thursday from 5 to 7. It's not every day. It's only on Thursdays
Thursdays.
from 5 to 7. Look, we could just go on talk because I'm telling you, I'm fascinated with the conversation we're having, and especially we're hearing from young people in Jamaica. It's not a group of old guys in the diaspora just talking and say, "Oh, me think to them to know them at door," and thing like that. But you guys, and I say, guys, I mean, lady and gentlemen, that you're there and you know exactly what's going on. You're feeling the pinch, right? And you're all critical thinkers, so it's good that we can hear what's going on from all of you. What I'd like to do at this point, because by the way, people, don't forget, we still have a segment. We still have two segments to do. One is on bauxite in this little community out of we're going to focus on this community in Manchester, but it's generally bauxite mining across the country and how it hasn't paid off for Jamaicans and the Jamaican governments spanning several years. And then we have another piece to do on my favorite minister, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, aka Apina. She just cannot. We cannot be separated because every week she just keeps giving me more stuff to talk about. And this week we're going to talk about her the way she insulted a senator, and she had to apologize. We're going to talk about her accusations against AJ Nicholson, former senator. We're also going to talk about this excuse that she came up with now regarding the meeting that was held in the Grenadines, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this past a few days ago, where Jamaica was noticeably absent. And we're gonna look at these people that don't know what they're doing, because we're gonna look at the excuse she provided, and we are going to rubbish the excuse in the same vein that we rubbish the excuse for the no vote. And by the way, they came around and did a vote, same resolution in the UN regarding humanitarian aid and the return of hostages, whatever. Jamaica voted this time. They didn't vote the last time, and they came up with a whole bunch of excuses, and the excuses just did not make sense. They just didn't make sense. And the one that she provided recently regarding the potential war between Guyana and Venezuela, where they had a meeting in the Grenadines. Her excuse, and we're going to show that later on. We're going to show it, and we're going to show what we're going to show. To be frank with you, is that this lady, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, she has a history of not adhering to the truth. That's a nice way of saying something else, but you'll see for yourself. So what I'd like to do at this point is, first of all, I'd like to invite all of these young people on the panel to come back, because we'd love to stay and talk more about the issues, but we have two more segments to do, actually more, because there's another segment that we want to do on the Integrity Commission, why we should sue the Integrity Commission. And this is based on the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. They're not following the script. They're violating and it's not even a matter of interpretation, because these are supposed to be brilliant people. They have 2 judges, they have 5 people who are commissioners, and they have an executive director. And I don't know what the hell they're doing. Young people, if you can lobby for one person, and it's not even a political position, but if you can lobby for one person, please lobby for Rattigan to take over the Integrity Commission, so we can put some integrity into the commission, and we can actually jail people. I'd love putting cuffs on people, and I'm going to say criminals. I love putting cuffs on criminals. Right?
That sounds like a commissioner work, man. Rattigan.
Yes, but sir, you're going to need to have some secret agents.
I'm bringing my team. I'm bringing my team.
Yeah,
if they really want
to need to have that around you 24/7, 365 days a year.
No, man, that's fine, man. That's fine. We know how to deal with it, man. We make examples out of people. We make object lessons out of people, and people get the message. No matter how stupid they pretend to be, they get the message.
Just before you go, I think
no, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna give you
right. So just before we
chance to, no, I'm gonna go around and give all of you a chance to make some statements. I wouldn't say closing statements, because the issues aren't closed. You guys are gonna come back. Just let me know when it's convenient for you. it's next week or week after or next year sometime, and I'd love to have you back. So what I'm going to do is let me go around and talk to the panelists, and then I'll come to you guys, and you can make your statement, say whatever you want to say. This is an open forum. We have human rights are respected here. Fundamental rights are respected here. So you say whatever you want to say, as long as you keep it clean. Herb, let me start with you.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear from the young folks who are educated, who are thinkers, who are thinking outside the box, and it's important. Now, for those folks of your age, then I'm concerned because those who are not in school, those who didn't finish school, does anybody know the exact number of say 17 to 29-year-olds that are non-high school grads in Jamaica who dropped out of school and who may not be working? Is there any statistics available?
Statin should have that,
Mhm.
but then again, it might not right because them put people windscreen wiper
Yeah.
as
Well, the only reason I ask that is because to see if you guys are aware and to see if there is a program that you could start up within your own communities that you could bring a lot of these folks up to speed. I don't know what time they have, and I suppose a lot of these people are either baby mothers or baby fathers, and they need to earn a living, respectable living, other than cleaning windshields to be able to make it. And so, Heart Foundation is very important. When you look at Project Star, what we propose was yes, you could get unemployed folks together and you could bring them to a park and you could actually organize sports leagues. And you heard me say this before, Ishmael. Organize
yeah, we
sports,
spoke about this before.
yeah, and have them play sports. Have them train and play sports and dedicate half of the day to that. The other half of the day, you get Heart Foundation, and there are some other job training organization, and you train them up. They become entrepreneurs. They become skilled technicians in their own right. If they're skilled carpenters, if they're skilled masons, whatever skills they can derive from the training, plus the sports. Sports is a skill. And there's a lot of sports and sporting activity that's beginning to pay money.
Mhm.
We have not seen any improvisation. I suggested to the head of the Lawn Tennis Association and another person who runs the volleyball, basketball program that you bring beach volleyball into the picture. I see beach volleyball, the Brazilians and everybody else doing it, and I don't see nobody from Jamaica. And of course, you do have the hotels there in Jamaica to where beach volleyball could be a central attraction. You could bring folks in as resident pros, and you could have them to teach the sport at the hotels or to participate with the tourists in different tournaments and to help the sport along, right? You have beach soccer now, and there's a problem, there's a clash between the JFF and the beach soccer people because JFF is trying to prevent anybody that would vote against them from being able to vote at the upcoming elections that they're going to have in JFF. So you have all of these sports programs that are corrupted as much as the government is corrupted. As you know, same problems with the sports programs.
Mhm.
But you need good people like yourselves to be involved with these sports association and to bear the information that needs to be bared to the public because you cannot progress. You know, the UN has made it clear that sports is a community development program. The UN. The UN gives funding for that. FIFA and FIBA, the basketball and football people, they give funding to develop sports in the communities and to help you build stadiums and other programs like that. So you have to participate and you have to educate. You have to do the research on behalf of those who don't know better. And you have to educate them as to what needs to happen. So I can only implore you to keep trying and not give up and to not become disenchanted with the system. I don't care whether you're GLP, PNP, PIP, or whatever the other party is, but you need to stay involved, stay in the game, and stay in the game with the intent to win, right? If you could form a young people's party and get all young people, no political affiliation to the others, get them out there to win some seats and to participate in the system, right? How does that grab you, Ishmael? I know you would be one of the biggest mouths in Parliament, forcing the government to do what needs to be done, regardless of which government is in power. So
damn right.
that's my thing. All right. Thank
All
you
right.
for
Mr. Herb. Mr. Herb, you said something that was very interesting, and it comes back to the point that I highlighted here, the education system.
Yeah.
The way how our education system is set up. Yes, it's coming from the colonial aspect.
Yeah.
But compare, all right, you see the curriculum that our present schools are using called the 5E curriculum.
Yeah.
You know when the US used the 5E curriculum? I think it's 82 or so. Nearly 40 years. So we are we are just there.
Yeah.
The 5E curriculum was implemented at that time. Right? So we are many years behind. Another thing, you see, as it relates to education, we always think of education as those persons who are bright, they do the book work, and those who are dunces do the skill work, right? But now the world has flipped things over, thanks to partly by COVID-19 and other vicissitudes in our world space, right? Our education system has to be retooled. There has to be a systematic change in the education system. The Patterson report spoke about it, right? It is yet to be seen if the government will act upon it. And another thing I like to add also, whether people like to say it or not, the education system is highly corrupt. Part of the problem that we're having in the education system is due to the high level of corruption. In some cases, you hear that you have some people who become principals of schools who are not qualified to become principals. I have known of cases where I have friends who have their masters in education, administration, and educational leadership, and some go as far to have their PhDs or EDDs. And when they apply for these jobs, they don't get it. Politics. So they are trained, I see that is why I respect our friends up north, because one of my very good friends who is a part of the teacher Exodus, young woman, but she got her master's in education administration from the UA, big up UA, right? Went across the waters to North America. And when she went to the school district and when they interviewed her, the people them were reeling over like some little pop star, right? They were so excited that she's so young, she's so bright, she has a master's degree in this. Instead of her being an ordinary teacher, you know what they put her as? A CLT coordinator. It is almost the level of a vice principal of the school in that school district in the state of Virginia, right? She has been promoted, a young woman, to that level. Down here in Jamaica, when she was working at a particular school, I'm not naming the school, They have been giving her a hard time, and unfortunately, the administrator is highly incompetent and not qualified for the job. Right?
They feel threatened. That's what happened.
This is a frightening trend that is going on here in Jamaica. There are 3 F's that run Jamaica: friend, family, and the one that rhymes with duck. I'm not going to say it out here. But this is the corruption that has emanated in the education system. We're not having the competent people who are being placed at the helm and in certain positions to get things done. Right? Sometimes the policies that come from the education ministry, you have to wonder who created these policies. Right? But you have to also remember the political party of the day. Whoever is there and whoever they put as their consultants, you have to wonder if they are qualified themselves. But this is the massive problem that we're having here in Jamaica, and that is why I said there's a devious, devilish agenda to, in my own words, duncify the people of this country, for them to not critically think, for them to not critically analyze the issues, for them to not to vote on issues, but vote because of their families are part of a political party, so this a party them are go for instead of voting on the issues. Another very damning problem. You see, in the American system, who are the delegates in the American system? If you look at those delegates, they are highly educated people. People with masters, PhDs, they are delegates in both the Republican and the Democratic parties. Unfortunately, many of our delegates on both sides of the political fence, if you do a census, some of them can't read and write, can't analyze the issues. Right? They are just voting because of tradition. When we need to elevate our minds from that level to a higher plane for us to vote on issues, to interrogate the issues, to interrogate the manifestos that are being put out here, especially to have forums like these, to interrogate it, to go through it line by line, cross every I, dot every T, cross question them like in a court. Like Mr. Isat and Mr. Rattigan when they're in a court and feed them with the question, cross question them, turn the question upside down to see if they will answer that question in the same light, because sometimes in the cross questioning process, then twist up themselves. That's why I like the Manhattan Inquiry. We need to go watch the Manhattan Inquiry. It's a brilliant thing. Yeah, but yes, these are some of the systemic problems that we have here, and the biggest issues here is the education system. Why our teachers are not being properly compensated? Why the government believe that everything is okay, and yet the teachers are leaving, and yet those countries are honoring those teachers. Angela Merkel, when she was Chancellor of Germany, when it comes to salary negotiations, the judges came to the Chancellor and asked her to give her give them a raise of pay. She said no. She's giving the teachers a raise of pay because they give birth to every other profession. Right? You see, until we have that mindset here in Jamaica to realize and to get the best and brightest in the education profession, to give birth to brilliant minds in other professions, Jamaica will be going into a direction of core economic growth, and also to follow best practices from other jurisdictions. We like to only follow the things from North America, even down to the negatives. But when we are not looking at our good friends in the Middle East, our friends in the Far East like China, with the Chinese model, how they have become an economic juggernaut, and how Lee Kuan Yew from Singapore came to Jamaica in the 1960s, copied our economic model, and it boom became one of the top countries in the world. We have everything, but yet we are not acting upon it because we have no testicular fortitude in this country. You have a lot of persons who are there in the politics only for themselves and for their family. Respect and people must, and I always hear a lot of people bashing Michael Manley. But Michael Manley died a pauper, you know. He never died rich. Because Michael Manley made sure he went through when he was Prime Minister of this country, to push for Jamaicans to be empowered. That's why in putting this No Bastard, No Bastard, No Barnia Act, the Child Status Act, right? So even bastard Pitney here in Jamaica can get a university education. Pure bastard Pitney, they are you take and then university I get education. If it wasn't for that policy, not many of us would not be here educated and talking, right? And yet you have certain people who are bashing the memory of Michael Manley, right? People need to read them political history, you know. And this is not a PNP or JLP. We need to teach political history in the schools too. Because there are some positives in the PNP, there are some positives in the JLP. But we need to be balanced when we're having a conversation on national issues and stop you looking at it from orange and green glasses and look at it from a objective perspective in order to drive the conversation for and to elevate our level of thinking or level of discourse as it relates to national issues, right? But you see, education is the core problem. That needs to fix. Once you fix that and you fix the corruption that is in the education system, we will do better. We will have better outcomes in the education system. And another thing, you see this multiple intelligence thing by the late Howard Gardner. If our education system was tailored to have to influence, to acknowledge the various multiple intelligence of students. There are some students who know book right, but them kinesthetic. And they are the actors, they are the dancers, they are, you understand, they use their hand, they are the mechanics and the skills trade, right? So if we can change the education system to facilitate those other innate gifts these children are born with, so to give them a chance to become, right? This country will be a better place. So we have to move from the colonialistic type of thinking of how we do education here. Because in America, you know, and you can acknowledge that, Mr. Rattigan, I'm thinking, Mr. Herb, you're in America too, right? Right?
Yes. Virginia.
America is a land of opportunity, and there's a land of opportunity for a reason, right? Because even the so-called Dunce Pitney from one of them schools here in Jamaica, if you take them up there and they are given the opportunity, they flourish. Because I can tell you of a particular student who I know years ago, he would have been considered a dunce child. But you see, thank God for the mother, she get her green card, everything, and she took up the child. And when the child was placed in the classroom, in the American classroom, the people then call the school and ask them, what kind of genius you have here? But that child was considered a dunce here in Jamaica.
Yep.
Our education system is highly oppressive. It is oppressive, right? It is highly oppressive, and that is why you think many of our Jamaican children, you take them out of here, and you put them there. None of them get the summa cum laude and this and that. Something is in that American structure of education that is working for Jamaican children over there. Mark you, thank God for the very few of us, me, Ruth, and Brother Ishmael, Brother Damar, who has left because he had another engagement, right? Those of us who are able to overcome and get our necessary degrees, right? Me, you understand?
Let me ask you this,
overcome that.
Dervin, let me ask you this. Here in the U.S., I've seen, to accommodate the kids you're talking about, they have a high school for performing and visual arts.
Right.
They learn music, right? Music, you know, the Brazilians use it in the ghetto to have a symphony orchestra, you know, coming out of their ghettos and stuff. Music is something that soothes the nerves and develop discipline. It is a discipline in itself, right? They have high school for medical arts. They have high school for law enforcement. So everything that is essential to the community, they're teaching it in their high schools, right? And they have specialty high schools that the kids can go cross, you know, say from Mona down to everybody comes to Half a Tree to this particular school, if it's for let's say performing and visual arts, and they learn acting, all forms of drama, to include dance, to include the speeches and stuff like that. They develop these kids, and they see who, like I said, the cream rise to the top. They're gonna rise up, and then they can get into the various dance theaters and various movements that they have in Jamaica. So that's an idea that they may want to consider with the specialty high schools. But throw everybody into a high school. Well, they talk about STEM now.
Right.
STEM or STEAM. STEAM is the arts inclusion. These are the specialty schools that will be needed because, like I said, with AI and everything else coming in, there's a lot of these white collar jobs going to go to the wayside. And so you have to equip the kids for the future. And if you can't read and write now, you're going to have help to pay.
Because I have to agree with you there as it relates to AI. And you see, this is what I have been saying in another group. Online. AI is here to stay. But there has to be a lot of research into this new technology and to have it regulated. If the godfather of AI, I don't remember his name, he came out and said AI is dangerous, and he was so afraid of it. And if he, the godfather who invented the AI, is not being listened by the powers that be to regulate it, have the laws and policies to regulate AI, we're going to be in serious trouble. And it needs to be properly regulated. When you're talking about plagiarism at the university level, and we know that plagiarism is a high-level crime in universities, when people can just take up people things and just, boom, says your work, which is illegal, right? So I believe the legislative drafters, not only here in Jamaica, but around the world, need to start doing some intensive research and craft legislations to regulate AI. It is basically a World War II bomb waiting to explode, but it just fell on the ground, boom, and it hasn't exploded. It's going to take the right trigger for it to explode and mash up everything. In the next 5 years, AI is going to take over certain industries. The legal industry, right? Some trade industries, because I've seen the videos of some AI robots that they have built in US and in Europe, which can do the trades like what the trade men can do. I've seen those videos and I couldn't believe it for myself, right?
Yeah.
And a whole host of other things. If you don't regulate this AI, who knows? God, he knows. Maybe them same AI.
That's a conversation for another day. But let me just say that, when you look at the leadership of the Ministry of Education, present and former, you're going to have little confidence. Forget about Royal Reid and Grace McLean and all of them. If you just look at who's there right now, if you look at the minister, the Honorable Minister Favour Williams, she's a trained economist or trained finance person. And instead of putting her over Ministry of Finance, they put her in charge of Ministry of Education, where she's lost. I mean, when you look at this woman and she came to answer. I played a video last week, I think last week or the week before, where the high school, the head girl of Arden asked her a very simple question about teacher retention, and she couldn't answer. Completely lost. And she was completely lost when she first got the job, and she's even more lost right now. She has no idea what she's doing. She's out in the deep and she can't swim. But somebody just called me and said, I want to ask some questions. So what I'll do is, let me see who I haven't spoken yet. Ruth Ann, you want to make some comments before I open up the phone lines, because there a couple of people wrote and said that they want to ask questions of you guys.
Yeah, but sorry, Rattigan, I'm gonna have to go here.
Yeah, man.
My apologies. I gotta try to come back, but I'm gonna have to go. Right.
All right, go do what you gotta do and come back.
Yeah. Blessings.
Go
Bless
kill the chicken, I said. Go ahead.
And it's chicken, go.
All right. Yeah, Ruth Ann, you have
Wilfred, I think Dervin has said it all that has to be said. So at this time, I will definitely say go to the questions.
all right. Let me John, you have something else you want to say? I'm opening the phone lines for everyone. Let me put the number on the screen so that but we're not gonna hold on. All right, there you go. The phone number is it's on the ticker, bottom of the screen. We're not gonna keep the phone line open for too long because we have time is at a premium and we have to get through. We have to get through these things before midnight. All right.
Yeah. Did you put me on the floor, Will?
No. Go ahead. Yeah, you're on the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah. I've got to say that I'm very impressed with you, Dervin. Couldn't agree more with all that you said, mate. Couldn't agree more. Education is actually the way forward. Without it, we're doomed. We really are doomed. And as it comes to the Educational Commission, what's it called? The Education Transformation Commission, they can't work with the Patterson report. It must fail. It must fail because they have the same people who they had before who are going to enact it. So the same people are failing. How are they going to succeed? It's impossible, isn't it?
All right. Well, people, the phone line is okay. Here we go. No, the phone line is open, but not for long. So if you want to ask these brilliant young people questions, you need to do it now. Okay. Yes, sir. Good evening. Welcome to Reason, Miss Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir. Greetings. Barberton, Jamaica.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Babatonde.
All right. So, greetings to all great people of our sacred planet, the vibrant panelists and guests. Greetings. All right. So, to the youths, them now, just have a few questions. Greetings to Ruth and Perry and the others. Ruth, this first question is for you. When you started your introduction, you mentioned about advocacy.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, clearly.
Head of your advocacy on maybe campus and so on. Have you looked around in the surrounding environment, maybe in close proximity to school, to see who you could, join up with to help in giving a voice to some who don't really have a voice and so on?
Can you remind me of your name, please?
Babatunde.
Good night, Mr. Babatunde. Thank you for that question. Yes, I pride myself in working with organizations, with other young persons to give our youth a voice. So I have partnered with Drea and the Jamaica Youth Advocacy Network. I have partnered with the PMPYU as well. No political bias, but yes. And we have tried to work with Young Jamaica as well. They're not so receptive, but we move along. So yes, in a sense, yes, I have definitely tried to, even on campus where I study, we have an organization that is all about giving our youth a voice as well. So in a sense, yes, I have been doing that.
All right, excellent. So I'm going to further implore on the others. I remember when this youth that was on the campus, this is just a reference for the purpose of the communication. Damian Crawford, he would leave from the enclaves of UA, and wherever he find that injustice was meted out to the people, he would go and advocate, speak to the police. I remember this incident and go downtown, intercede on behalf of the vendors who was being brutalized by the metropolitan people. And he really, his advocacy helped to change and to shift certain things. So you find that rather than them beat them or so, there is more an advocacy now, or they would more have a meeting with them to say, all right, this is no vending zone, here's the rules and so on. So we need a lot more of that, because we find that when the teachers, them and the fire people and the people them who collect garbage and so we find that when there's an issue, there's really not much voice to help advocate on their behalf. So that's one of the things I implore all of the item to keep going up. We have more things we could have reason upon, but I think other ones are calling. But it's truly a joy. Give thanks to Will Rattigan, however you come up with this idea. It is really good to see the item as youths coming in on this panel here and I express the thing them where I'm really joyful to sit down here for how much hours me there listen.
Oh, yes.
Championship, you know. I feel like
Well, big up you too. Big up you to Mr. Babatunde for calling in and to making your contribution as well. You know, we truly appreciate it.
And Herb and the others. Very well, very well. We need a little bit more, right? So give thanks. We have left the other things then for another time.
All right.
But keep on the journey. And give thanks, Ruth. Babatunde is the name. I'm also the independent council candidate for the Papini area of St. Andrew Eastern. So yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, all right, folks. We only have a few more minutes with these brilliant young people because I was told that some of them have to study. And I know Ishmael have things they want to do. So if you have questions, we give another 5 minutes to call in. And keep in mind that Kevin has to leave before 8 because he has his radio show that he has to do. And we want to get some stuff around the bauxite thing. John, I've been in contact with Dorette, and she said that she's unable at this point to access the channel. I don't know what's going on, so if you could talk to her, yeah, let me know what's going on. All right.
Right. So just before we go, I think it is imperative, as Isaac always said, that context matters, and I said that off the background of understanding that in the last year, if I'm not sure if it's just my, it's my algorithm in terms of what I scroll
Don't use
and
that
I
word
see.
around here now. Don't use that word around here because there's a certain sister who uses that word and we make fun of him. We have algorithm, we have tropical rhythm, we have.
Okay, so I'm not sure if it's what I normally see on my feed as it relates to social media, but there is a growing, let me use the word displeasure, but there's a growing phenomenon as it relates to people speaking out against this current administration like I've never seen before in my however long I've been on this earth. And it is not just interesting, but it is heartwarming. And again, I'll use my mantra: there is nothing wrong with Jamaica that cannot be fixed with what is right with Jamaica. And these social media influencers, YouTubers like Mr. Will Rattigan, Herb, Isat, and other social online spaces in terms of the people that are speaking out against the injustices of this particular administration. It's commendable. While, as I would have said, I have never seen, the amount of outpour and outcry that, like I've seen it before. I've never seen it. And with that said, I want to lend my hand in support. And also, Rattigan, I don't want to call myself an advisor, but I love the fact that, and I can also say to all your listeners that Mr. Rattigan listens, because this particular thing was something that we would have talked about many times. So I'm really happy that we spoke about it and he made it happen. So yeah, continue the work.
All right, much appreciated. Dervin, you have anything to say before we close off?
All I need to say and to implore members of the diaspora that Jamaica is at a crossroads. We are in a crisis. of massive proportions. To me, I find it of gargantuan proportions. And as I said, Jamaica belongs to the people, and this is not being political. It's the people. It's the people that run Jamaica, and especially with the help of the diaspora. And the people need to exercise their franchise when it is available, because our ancestors have fought for it, shed their blood, sweat, and tears for us to have this
in order to
franchise
do.
and to exercise our franchise to build this nation. It is how you're going to exercise your franchise, and as long as Jamaicans take an active part in the national issues to keep our leaders in check, whether it be PNP, GLP, whatever P, right? The people need to rise up, and we need to also, as I said, the education system needs to be fixed in order to give our people a chance to become high-level critical thinkers who can interrogate the issues, interrogate what the leaders are saying, to see whether they're talking something that makes sense or is utter nonsense, and tell them that the level of buffoonery is at an all-time high and it is worse than COVID-19, right? We have to rise up and tell them, say, yes, it now go work. The country can go further than how it is because of the nepotism, all the other isms, right? And we need to work to get people in positions who are qualified to be in those positions. It's not friend, family, or whatever, right? Persons should be qualified, because we cannot have people who are running, especially government agencies, who do not have the requisite qualifications, right? To commandeer the operations of these government agencies when they are not qualified, right? And you cannot go and put the cart in front of the donkey and say, okay, since they are not qualified, we're going to send them to school to get themselves qualified while they're still running these entities, right?
Right.
This is why the country is in the problem it is. Too much incompetence. That is why we are losing billions of dollars in the country every year due to incompetence and due to the level of buffoonery, right? And you see, until we can get rid of the buffoons who are in those positions and get qualified persons, competent persons to get the job done, this country will never be better. We will never see no Vision 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, all the way wherever you want to talk. Because to me, Vision 2030 is a damn joke. It's a colossal joke. That should have been a Saturday Night Live or one of them comedy bus business, because it's a damn joke.
Just before just before you let us go, Will, Ratty, I love nuggets, so I'll leave everyone with this nugget, and it is from one of my fellow youth parliamentarians. Nothing for us is for us without us, and that is for this current administration.
Profound. And I before you go, I'll hit you with one. Says, and I'm going to use it to open up with the Minister Kamina Johnson Smith thing. Says, if you have an important point to make, don't try to be subtle or clever. Use a pile driver. Hit the point once, then come back and hit again, then hit it a third time. Tremendous whack. And that's what we're doing around here. With no 9-day wonders around here. We just keep hitting and hitting and hitting, and we're going to be suing and suing and suing. We're going to be protesting and protest. All those things we're going to be doing. So look, I want to thank all of you. Ishmael, Dervin, Ruthan, Danmar was with us and he left. And who else? Did we have anybody else? I think that.
Isaac Buchanan.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'll talk to him later. But I want to thank you, young people, for coming on because you've shared your perspectives with us, and it's some of it eye-opening, some of it confirmation, but all of it real talk. It's about problems that exist in Jamaica, and when we look to our leaders for help, there is no help coming, and we've been promised, and we know what they say about a promise in Jamaica, and people keep hearkening to the promise instead of standing up to the promise, holding people accountable to the promise. Before you leave, I just want to show you something. I just want to share this Lee Kuan Yew video. I hope I can get it. Kevin, can you
think about leadership? Subject you talked about last night.
Can you move this over for me? I think it's important that we get this.
And Dr. Lennon, when you were in the show.
Oh, Miss Elliott is here. Kevin, if you're with us, just move this. Where's Kevin?
Yes, you see, I just before me did one.
I need you guys to watch it. It's very short. It's 1 minute. 1 second. But let me just get Kevin and have them bring this thing over. Okay. Okay, there it is. All right, fine. All right. I want you to watch this, and I want you to have this just percolate in you. And as you go about the rest of the evening and tomorrow, and when you have your discussions with your friends, just remember this video. All right. All right. Hold on. Let me start it. Here we go.
Think about leadership, subject you talked about last night. What is it, in its easy words to use, a leader has to have? And are they qualities you're born with or you learn? If you don't have that natural zest, a desire to do things for other people, not just for yourself and your family, then you can't be a leader. You must have an interest in people. Beyond your own immediate and their welfare. You must be able to connect with them. And you must be able to communicate with them. And if you want to last, you can't break faith with them. You break faith, they distrust you, you're out. You can be the best communicator in the world. They're always having that question mark against you. I have lasted because I learned very early on, never say something which I'm not going to do. I don't have to say it, because I'm not going to do it. But if I say I'm going to do it, I have to do it. And they know that, and they're comfortable with me.
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Our big...
So, Mr. Rattigan, it says that within 100 days you're dealing with now.
Well, leave that. I leave that with the young panel here.
Lord.
Ruth and Dervin and Ishmael. Just remember this: that as a leader, you don't say things and don't deliver. And what we have in Jamaica, we have a leadership that has promised to no ends, and at the end of the day, they haven't delivered. And what I'm going to ask you to do is, and when you share this with your colleagues, just remember this: don't ever forget it. Don't ever forget that promises were made in 2016, promises were made in 2020, and they have been largely unfulfilled. Don't ever forget that. Look, thanks for coming. I'll be in touch with you again. It's been a wonderful time. It's been teachable moments throughout. And enjoy the rest of the day or the night. Some of you have to study. I don't know if Ruth and or Gervin. I know Ishmael not going to study.
Yes, I need to.
We'll come back on the team, man. No worry. I'll come back on the team. A long time I call him. I'll come back on the team.
Yeah, so look, take care of yourself. All right, we talk soon.
Thank you. Same to you. Good night.
Bye, everyone. It's wonderful having you.
Take it easy, Dr. John. Nothing but love and
You
respect.
too, Ismail. Wonderful. Wonderful to see you all.
All right, take care. All right. 1 second. Let me just. Oops. What's this? All right. Where's John? I don't know where John went.
Oh, he's there.
All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, family. Time is at a premium, but and we have a few more segments to go. We may not end up doing all of them tonight, but we're gonna do this one. And for this one, bauxite has been an issue that's largely unexplored by the ordinary Jamaican. The ordinary Jamaican is more concerned about putting food on the table than they are about whether or not Jamaica is being paid, how much is Jamaica being paid, what kind of agreements we have with the bauxite companies. Are they living up to those the provisions of those agreements? Have they made the community better than when they first came in? A whole range of questions. And tonight with us, we have a lovely young lady, Miss Dorrit Elliott. And she and I, we've had some discussions over the past few days, but I'd like you to hear from her. And what do I mean by that? Dorrit, what I'd like you to do is to just, and by the way, do you want to be called Miss Elliott or Dorrit?
You're mute.
I'm Dorrit.
Okay, Dorrit. All right, good. What I'd like you to do is just give us a quick introduction of who you are. And then once we've familiarized ourselves with you, then we're gonna go to Dr. John because he's actually been to your community. He's witnessed the issues there himself. What I'd like him to do is to just give an overview of bauxite in Jamaica, and then he's gonna focus on your community. Then you're gonna come back, and then we're gonna have a discussion. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, Miss Dorrit.
A pleasant good evening to you, Sir Rattigan.
Yes,
First,
ma'am.
I must say thank you for having me and your show. I'm
You're welcome.
Dorrit Elliott, a concerned citizen of Brokenhurst District, Knockpatrick Division in central Manchester. I'm honored to be on your show this evening, even though I had a rough time. As you know, I just got this phone. I'm enthusiastic. I'm excited, real excited to be on your program.
All right, no problem.
Special good evening to Sir John Lennon. A special good evening to Isaac, Poor People Defender. Good evening to all your guests, Sir Rattigan.
You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome. I say Isaac, I think he may have rejoined us. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, I hope he got chicken today.
I beg your pardon?
He got some chicken today.
I think so. He's in a travel spot. I'm not sure if it's the same kind of chicken, but we hope. Dr. John, how did you end up meeting Dorrit?
I think we were in a same group, one of the political groups, and then we had a conversation. Then I discovered, I think this is what happened. Then I discovered she was in a mining community, and so I decided to go up there to visit her.
Okay, and what did you find? You found a community that had all the trappings of a modern community. You found everybody living well, roads, water, electricity, chicken in a pot. Everybody was, doing great.
Definitely the place to live. Well, definitely the place to live. No, but it's a typical. No, Dorrit. I think Dorrit could tell you about what the community is like. But I like to, I don't know, it's one of those cases when you go to an area like that, and you've heard from the Prime Minister, and you've heard before as well from the PMP, that mining is the backbone of the country, that we're on billions of dollars. And then when you analyze it, you're thinking, well, where does this money go? Are we actually earning the money? And then when you go to these communities and you see for yourself and thinking, well, not only are they poor, but they've actually destroyed their environment. So if you had a farm and it's on mining land and there's bauxite there, it's going to knock down your house, destroy all your fruit trees, whatever you have there, and you're barely compensated. And then you have the people like Dorrit who live on the boundary of it, and that's the problem. They live on the boundary, so they're not properly compensated. You still have the dust issues, and then when you see the amount of holes around there, it's quite unbelievable. And because they talk about reclaiming the land, but you can't reclaim the land, because when you've removed millions of tons of earth, what are you going to replace it with? You understand what I'm saying? If you dig a hole and you take out the dirt, what are you going to put in there? You haven't got the dirt to put back, have you? And so when they talk about this reclaiming the land, it's not true. And Dorrit will can tell you all about that.
Maybe they can grade the land. Maybe, I don't know, you know, I'm just coming up with an idea. So maybe instead of that, you're right, you extract and there's nothing to put back because it's gone. But maybe you can grade the land. I don't know. But before we go on, Kevin is going to be leaving us shortly. So if there are videos you'd like to play, he's listening, he's in the background. We can just go ahead and start now so that we can.
Okay, then yeah, he's got the first one. If he plays the first one, and then you can discuss that. Number one.
All right, Kevin. John would like number one. I think that's a news report. Number one.
Yeah, I think they're all news reports actually.
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, people, press up the like button. Press up the like button. And a whole bunch of people welcoming Dorrit. Okay.
No.
No, he's in the background pulling it up.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can talk while Kevin is. Oh, no, that's not it. Yeah, we can talk while Kevin is bringing it up. So, what did you actually see, John, when you went to Dorrit's neighborhood?
Well, I took a trip through Manchester, so I went to a place called St. Tullys first, and there I actually witnessed the bauxite mining taking place. And one of the standout things there is the dust nuisance that they have. And the thing about the dust is actually toxic, which I didn't know until I did some reading about it. And so you have the issue of the mining taking place. And then you've got to remember that the bauxite has got to be transported to the plant, or in some cases with Naranda, it has to be transported through the hills and down to the coast. So you can imagine all that dust on the trucks. It's going to be spread everywhere to many, many communities. And not only that, it's the case that now one of the, I don't know which one of the mining companies, they've somehow had an arrangement now that they can actually use the parochial roads to transport their bauxite, where beforehand they would cut some roads and use those, right? But now, for whatever reason, because they must be saving them money, they've now paid off some people now so they can actually use the roads. And then you have to wonder, what's NEPA doing about it? Why is there never been the case that there's any kind of investigation to find out what is the impact of dust on the people? Because when I said the WHO did a study, and they said it's got a myriad of respiratory illnesses that you can get from it. But to say NEPA, go on, sorry.
The first bit is
Site mining on one Manchester community. Details in this report.
Empty houses and silent streets in the community of Harmons in Greenpond, Manchester, a shell of its former self as the roars of tractors and trucks stripping the earth of bauxite replace the sounds of the people that once lived here. But as bauxite operations thrive, elderly couple Arthur and Beverly Johnson say they struggle daily to cope with the noise.
Sometimes I have to out here, so sit down, I want to sleep, me bow down my head on the veranda here. I cannot lay down in there. For some of the truck, them look like they back down, lap down, and when they get the dirty and them a drive off here, bow, bow, bow.
And dust.
I never suffering with my chest yet. I have, you know, you ever eat parch corn, sir? And you, as picnic days, and it can't choke you, I so down here so feel. So even my very food, me can't eat it as me take if you eat it in here, so come in like fire burn out down in my chest here, so I cannot eat it. All me know is just a run a go, like, you know, when you have sinus, and then they suck me under going.
My mother was a person that was selling her fish to the car right down there. Both dad and mad go and sell their fish. And from backside come to Greenpond, my mother is just another place like this.
But the Johnsons say bauxite company Jamalco has offered to pay medical compensation once they submit proof from a medical practitioner that bauxite mining has caused health issues. They showed us discolored water they say is unsafe to drink because of the mining operations, but Jamalco says it trucks potable water to the area weekly. Now, Mr. Johnson says his fruit trees, which he earns from, are also badly affected by the bauxite dust as well as his house.
My house top a rot now because if you notice, you see it's a two different zinc upon my house top. Me have to buy zinc, 8 foot, 16 feet zinc, put on the house top because the bottom one part leak under the dust.
Jamalco says along with the Agriculture Ministry, it will investigate the claim of damage and pay the necessary compensation. It adds it will also use other experts to investigate claims of property damage and make payouts once the couple makes a formal complaint. But with all their neighbors relocated to facilitate bauxite mining, the Johnsons' relatives are concerned for them.
There is no shops anymore within this area. No neighborhood or anything like that.
If we don't come and bring up a pan of water, they cannot carry it up. I agree, say, well then, if they come to me and move me and pay me up my house, give me a piece of land, me could take out what small fruit tree, me could take out and go plant it on the land. That me can have something to eat in my older days.
But Jamalco insists it can only offer temporary relocation and says it has explained this in several meetings with the couple. The bauxite company says it doesn't need to acquire the Johnsons' property because it is not located within the area that's currently being mined. But a relative argues that some of the mining is too close for comfort.
They would have been mining in front of the property right now, and they already did mining behind the property, which is not reclaimed as yet, meaning the hole is still open, right? And some are owned by the side there.
Jamalco says land reclamation will be done in a timely manner so that farming or resettlement can happen in the area again. In the meantime, it says the Johnsons have rejected its offer of dust and noise compensation, insisting only on permanent relocation.
Little papi show money where me don't upset. I know I don't look panic because I know that in my intention.
Krista Campbell, TVJ News.
All right, not looking good. Kevin, let's do the second one, please.
Bauxite mining on one Manchester community. Details in this report.
No, that's the one we saw a while ago. That's not good news. How long ago was that?
And silent streets in the community.
That's not it, Kevin. How long ago was that, John? John. Dorothy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Rattigan.
Yeah, it look like John. It looks like he's frozen.
They don't want us to speak.
John. No. All right. This is the second one,
Myself
Kevin.
got disconnected from about 3 o'clock. 3:30 there, I got disconnected.
Oh, hold on. No, that's the old one.
Up first this evening, the livelihood of several farmers operating from the Charlemont Farm Scheme in St. Catherine is under threat. Animals are dying and decreased crop yields are just some of the problems. But why? Well, the people point to nearby mining. Kalisha Williams has the details.
Chickens dropping like flies. This one, gasping for breath, died within minutes of this video. When you consider all the factors, this coop located in Charlemont Farm Scheme in St. Catherine is arguably a death trap.
I put in 500 chicken, right? And out of that 500 chicken, I killed 320 chicken.
The owner, Sherigay MacDonald, believes the problem lies here, a bauxite mining site meters away.
Before, we used to take up like one or two dead chicken. That's the least. And one finger, if you count and count, say you get 5 dead chicken, that's enough when I just came here, right? But since them come down there, so I'm gone in the hundreds.
Meaning, since the mining activities got closer to her farm. So on any given day, as she tends to her flock, she has to make regular trips here, the burial ground. As for this farmer, Joshua Christian, it's his farm that's being buried by the bauxite mining.
I plant like cassava, coconut tree, jackfruit tree, apple trees, pineapple, and others things like. And yeah, just come and push everything away. Push away all of them. And no one come to recompense us.
Based on our checks, bauxite mining company Windalco is responsible for mining activities in the area.
They're extending on the mud pan now. So they need some clay to do the extension. They usually, anything going to happen, they usually come in the community and keep a meeting and let us know. Well, this happening now, they don't come and keep no meeting with no one.
And I think the meeting would give you a chance to reap the stuff.
Yeah, exactly. They don't give us that chance.
And it's not just the agricultural impact residents are concerned about. They believe the government has allowed the mining to creep up into their backyard.
This too much. Them a dig way out of scheme. They're actually in the scheme here. This is a road that we drive on. This road this can take you down by Charlemont High School. It takes you to Linstead. It can take you to Ocherias. So this is like a main route and they're actually here.
But not everyone in the community is speaking up. Some fear that they may lose their job if they speak out against the bauxite company. As you can see behind me, work is underway and some of the same persons working on the site, they live in this community. So while the people are happy for the jobs that mining provide, they simply want to be a part of the conversation.
Those lands are sold to the residents by the National Land Agency.
Yeah, Kevin, stop.
Yeah, that's the end of it, Bill. I think that's the end of it. So if you can play video 3 before he leaves and video 4.
All right, Kevin, we have one more. Yeah,
Two more. 3 and 4.
Okay, here's one.
Misses the days before industrial interests took root in the community.
Yes, this community was a nice community. Because we depend on our farming. And right now I'm discouraged and unhappy.
After speaking with Miss Gurley, we journeyed further into the community, and the deeper we went, the louder the cries for help became. The residents said they want the mining in the community to stop.
It's our land, it's our place. We have to fight. Some of us have to fight. Some of us are going to die. I don't care if I want to die for the truth. Yeah? I don't care if I die for the truth. Why should we have to fight for land to plant food when food is the main source for humanity? Now, the red earth that we use to plant potato, yam and corn, it's almost finished.
This image in particular sparked concern among some environmentalists. In the picture, a school and a mined-out area are neighbors. The school is the Gibraltar All Age. The school's leadership did not speak on camera, but told us the mining operation does not disturb teaching and learning. We were shown some of the old infrastructure in the community. Residents asked how come their water resources and roads are not more developed if mining is as great as they were told it is. Furthermore, they also have to contend with dust and noise pollution from the mining operations. Some of the residents are compensated if they are displaced or if they are inconvenienced by the dust. We were told the payments range from $8,000 and upwards. But some of the people say the payments are inadequate, while others insist the damage done is too great for money to pay for.
All right.
Yeah, that's the end of that video.
Okay. I think we have one
more.
Yes.
So how do you balance the two? Diana Macaulay, let me start with you if I could, because in fact, in the question and answer discussion that was taking place at the launch of the report, there were one or two people who were actually saying, with all these complaints, why don't we just shut down the industry? Is that JET's aim?
Good evening to you and to your listeners. I should not forget my manners. No, I don't think that was our objective. I think what happened was we were shocked at how little information was available to the public. We've been working on bauxite since 2006 and through a series of projects, and we just realized how little information of this kind there was. And because we were working with communities, we heard exactly the same stories you've just heard. But when we tried to find out, yes, of course, the economic benefits are easy to find. But when you try to find out about the economic costs and what are the efforts to control the dust and what's the situation with the contamination of water tanks, then you really find there is very little information. And that is why we decided to do this study, to cross disciplines. JET does not have all of this expertise on its staff. So we decided to contract with experts, and that is what we did, to try and find out the truth. If, the people have been complaining for almost the entire 70 years of this industry's history, and the bauxite company's response has tended to be either the one that was said in your clip, it's not our dust, or else it's not harmful. So, they are operating under permits now. What kind of monitoring programs are in place? What is the science saying? That is why we did it. And we were actually prepared if this study had found that, in fact, the benefits outweigh the costs, those would have been the facts. But that's not what we found.
All right, that's it, John?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, all right, let me move these things. Hold on. All right, so talk to us now about, and you have one picture here, right? With the stacking ponds and the holding ponds.
Yeah, people have seen that before, but it'd be good if you just put that up in the background.
All right. Kevin, can you put up this? Let me see. Can you put up this picture for me? This one here. All right. We can talk while Kevin does this magic and move it around. So, talk to us about bauxite, John. And then I'll bring Dorothy in, and then she can talk about what's going on in her neck of the woods.
Well, I'll start with the last video, which was with Diana Macaulay. Now, she was the founder of JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust. And as you heard, they've been looking at bauxite since 2006. Now, you've got to ask yourself, if they've been looking at it from that long, how come people like Dorette have still got these issues? How come they've never mentioned the bauxite levy? And you'll hear that in the interview, she actually said, if the benefits are easy to find, Direct. Do you have any benefits where you live?
No, sir.
Exactly. You saw in the previous video, the one in what was it, in Gibraltar, and the people said they looked at their old infrastructure and they said, if mining is delivering all this money, well, why aren't we seeing it? And yet we have Jet stating on national television that the benefits of mining are easy to be found. She also said at the end that the costs outweigh the benefits. If the costs outweigh the benefits, well, why are we mining? Why didn't Jet then say to the people, go on to TVJ, why didn't she say in this interview? But she never did that. She never said that a cost-benefit analysis has been done, and so we can now show you that the costs outweigh the benefits, so mining cannot be justified. Now, in that report that they wrote, this big report of 200 and odd pages, in it, she said that the cost to the country of bauxite and alumina production is in the range of, could be in the range of $18 billion per annum. $18 billion. But she never mentioned that in the interview. The GDP of Jamaica is only 16 billion. So how can an industry that is producing or costing the country, $18 billion be justified? And I said, Jet has been looking at this in 2006, and yet the people are ignorant of these facts. So yeah, I have to wonder to myself, what is the purpose of Jet? What are they doing? In Zephyton, in where's that now? In Bogley. That's right. In the second video, was it? Yes, the second video where they were talking about the health and the chickens dying. That was next door to Charlie Monthouse High School. Yeah, okay, yeah, there it is. There's the report. $18 billion a year. As I said, the GDP of Jamaica is in the range of 16 billion. So how on earth have we got bauxite mining in the country? And this is what the people have to realize. And this is just not reported to the people. See, this is in the Observer. And say this is a study done by Jet, but Jet never talks about it. And they're our primary environmental agency.
There's a picture.
So in the second video, he said these people, the farmers were in Charlemont, that was the area, and that's Charlemont there, where they have the poison ponds. And where the arrow is where Charlemont High School is, right next door to it. And as I said, that waste there is toxic. When it's dry, the wind will blow that dust over all the community. And as I said before, the dust from mining is actually toxic. So if you add up all of the costs associated with mining, Jet said it comes up to in the region of $18 billion. How can we have mining in the country? It makes no sense, Will. It makes absolutely no sense that we have it here. And then you saw the impact on the elderly. They're living right next door to the mining, and you can see from what happens with his farm. These fruit trees are impacted, so his income's impacted. Same thing again in the Charlemont area. There's so many issues with bauxite mining that the people just don't know about. And the main thing is that we're told that bauxite is one of the foundations of the country, that we cannot do without it. We need it for economic growth and development. Whereas, are we still there? Dorrit, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Sir Lennon.
Oh, it's just Will's disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a case, I'll continue. So we have a case where bauxite, it just cannot be justified. $18 billion is costing us. And we're getting nothing from the bauxite levy. And people are going to ask, well, how much should we get from the bauxite levy? Back in 1974, that was when the bauxite levy was introduced by Michael Manley. And at the time, we were not getting compensated properly. So he decided he'll impose this tax on them. And in 1974, we were getting 74 million, sorry, we were getting 25 million US per annum from bauxite. After introduced the levy, we were getting 180 million, which is about $1 billion in today's money. $1 billion in today's money. Yet somehow the new PNP and the JLP have reduced that over the years to them just not getting not a dime for it. The level of corruption and collusion is off the charts. Bauxite cannot be free. Just cannot be free, and I don't understand how the people are, how the people are allowing this to happen, how people are turning a blind eye to the problems that people like Dorrit have, and the people who are actually living in the proper mining communities. Something needs to be done about it, but the people just are ignorant of the facts, and that's the problem we have. It's just pure ignorance.
All right, let me talk to Dorrit for a second. Dorrit, how long have you lived in this community?
52 long years.
For 2 years.
52 years.
52 years. Oh, you don't look at the
I've been living here all my life.
You don't look at the past 25. When in 52 years?
No, Mr. Rattigan, my next birthday, me 53.
Wow. All right. Well, I don't know if it's the bauxite, but you age gracefully. Listen. So you've been living here all this time. Now tell me the changes you've seen over the period of time that you've lived there.
First, I must say, we are not here to bash the government. Mr. Rattigan, this thing that we are suffering through has been going on for decades. We, the citizens of Brokenhurst, we just need help to open the road leading from Elgin to the Brokenhurst Cemetery and Community Center. We also need running water and street lights. Water is about 250 feet from the first person. And Brokenhurst and Elgin and a whole lot of community, Patrick Town, we don't have any water. We need all the craters that Alpart leave open for years now to be covered in Brokenhurst, Elgin, and the rest of community. Mr. Lennon can tell you, he have videos of some craters that is here. That's the most we get from the backside, holes and holes and holes.
All right. Well, let me. I'm just gonna go back and forth with you, if you don't mind.
Yes, no
All
problem.
Right. Let me go forth. You have an MP, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you discussed these issues with your MP?
I went to a meeting in May Day. I don't remember if it was last year or sometime there. I told Miss Rhoda Mai Crawford, the Member of Parliament for Central Manchester. She said to a gentleman that the gentleman must take my number. And that was the Thursday. She said she would swing by Saturday. That Saturday don't come as yet. She was posting some things on Facebook fixing some roads and stuff like that. And I made a comment and said, I hope the day will come when we, the citizens of Elgin, can say thank you, because we want to feel nice and happy to see we get a little road. Well, she blocked me, and before she blocked me, she said, this is the 32 years of neglect. And after I tried to write a next text, I realized that I was blocked. Well, she came and she patched a little road from up Elgin, but Mr. John have an idea. No, I don't think. Yeah, Mr. John supposed to see that part. He went on the next route, and then me and Marvin went on next side because we was trying our best to cover. So where those craters are, two sides of the road is like a bridge. One crater over here, and one on the left and one on the right. And the road is in the middle, and the road is less than 20 feet wide. So if a vehicle come off that hill, straight in the hole. So they know about it. So they just patch a little part of the road, and then come, when they patch that part, they're not even join the road to link back this community. They leave the mine road separate us. So this side of the community now, the mine road separate us, and when you go about, seeing is believing. And Mr. John have some photograph of that road there. They have to walk through bushes to go out on the other side of a road. About 500 feet of bush you have to go through. If you're leaving from Brokenhurst to go to Brokenhurst, you have to drive around all England to go in Brokenhurst. You're leaving from Brokenhurst, and going to Brokenhurst. And you have to go in the next community to go on the other side of Brokenhurst. We have to use the mines road with the mud. See, right now the rain is falling from yesterday. Persons was here, but because I couldn't get on the show, so everybody leave. Because they wanted to speak to you and tell you. Right now, Mr. Rattigan, they have a place up on the road there going into this scheme, Brokenhurst scheme. Every dead animals, every rubbish, people just drive through, dump them right in the road. So rat, mongoose, everything taking over the community right now. We need help.
All right. You said that you spoke you had a conversation with your MP.
Yes.
It's my understanding that you were at a meeting at one point and you wanted to raise this issue with her, and she tell us about that.
Yes, she said she would swing by and check, but I said until this day that Saturday did not reach this side of the world. That Saturday don't come as yet.
How long ago was this?
I don't quite remember, but I think it was sometime in last year, perhaps. Sometime in last year.
Okay, because I've been given the understanding that at one point there was a meeting and you tried to raise this issue with her, and she said that no, she don't want to talk about Alpart.
No, that was the backside. When I went to the meeting, I wanted to talk about the holes and need some help for them to cover the holes, because persons are living less than 50 feet from holes in the community now. So she said, no, can't talk about that.
Did she say why?
No, she just said, no, we can't talk about the Alpart. And so we left stuck right there.
So what's your next move?
Mr. Rattigan, that's why I'm so happy to be on this show. because my last straw, and not when I say my, I mean the community last straw, is only Dr. Lennon and Will Rattigan probably can help us to speak for us, because we don't have nobody to speak for us.
What about your counselor?
Mr. Francis had passed last year, June or July. There's no counselor from last year.
Wow.
But as I'm saying, you know, Mr. Rattigan, I'm 52 years old, and this road been like this from then till now. The JLP was in power and the PNP was in power, or the JLP is in power and the PNP was in power, and none of the two did nothing for this community.
How many people live in the community?
Lot of persons, but persons could use the road, you know. This is a main road from Knockpatrick leading to Patrick Town, Ellen Street, Windsor, Farm, take you right back to Tollgate in Clarendon.
All right. You
This
have a
a
lot of,
main road.
do you have a lot of voters living in that community?
In Brokenhurst here, I think is around 300. I'm not sure. I would have to check and get back, but I'm sure it's over 200 persons on the voters list.
And do you know if they're active voters or they're just on the list but they don't vote because they've given up?
Most of them give up, because even the last election, most of them didn't vote. Most of them didn't come out.
But Dorothy, you have to talk to them, man, because if you don't vote, you don't have a voice.
No voice. That's what I try to tell him persons. And as I speak, let me say good evening to Miss Carlene Ramirez Acosta, President of the Democratic Party, because they want me to represent this community here.
And that's a new political party, right?
Yes.
And how much groundwork are they doing in terms of getting people active in the community and raising issues to the level where they can say, okay, we can compete with the big two?
Well, as I said, it's a new political movement, soon to be a registered political party, but it's a new movement. So there's not much groundwork. So perhaps Mr. Rattigan might have to fund Miss Elliott.
Did you ask Dr. John? Did you ask Dr. John?
No, or tell Rattigan, not Rattigan. They will not love tell life on Rattigan. Tell Mr. ISAT to cut down on KFC and help Miss Elliott to reach out to the people.
All right, I will deliver the message. It's too bad he's not. I see him out, but I think he went.
He gone to the chicken place, Mr. Rattigan, and you know that. So just say it.
That's scandal, man.
I gather that he's a what do you call it? Celebrity DJ or his artist.
Well, actually, he's an artist. He's a singer, and
yeah,
he's a radio announcer, or a radio personality. He has a program on Thursday.
Okay.
Let me ask you, so you're not getting any assistance from the government. It's been there. This problem has been lingering on for years and years and years and years. Is it just the give me the scope of the problem. If you have to prioritize the problem and say, this one here, we need to fix this one first before we get to the others.
Okay. The first one, Mr. Rattigan, the road leading from Patrick, Sharon, Elgin to Brokenhurst Community Center. We can't be using the Alpart Road. Right now, the rain is falling. A gentleman came here, he said pay $800 to wash his car this evening. And to come here, that he could come and say what he have to say to you on the show. If you see the car, how the car dirty. He just washed the car. And he have to go pay again and to wash off back his car again. Pure mud. So the first thing we would want to do is to get the road, open the road. We have a mall pit close by. Open the road just below. Alpart had promised us, you know. But that was only a promise to fix back the road and give to us when they finish their mining. But for 30 odd years now, they've been mining in this community and we are living like this. So after the road, help us with little water, running water. I have a tank full and running over, but I'm not thinking about myself only. There are lots of persons living in the community who need the water.
All right. I don't know if you've seen, if you've been introduced to Herb Nelson. Mind my manners, please. Herb, this is Dorrit. She's from.
Hello, Herb. How
Hi,
you
hi,
doing?
Garrett. I've been listening, even though I'd stepped away for a minute. My wife just came back from an appointment, tried to go help out. But I've been listening keenly, and I hear Dr. John speak about your community all the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
You know,
He walked the ground. He walked the ground with us, miles, miles, miles. He did it.
Well, let me tell you, if you don't have an MP that does the same thing, you need to change your MP, right? That MP needs to go all afresh, as them say. But I would
more than a fresh.
Yeah, them not helping. Them not there for service to community, because this been going on for a long time. I look back at the Observer article from 2009 that talks about Broken, Rose Hill, Albion, Lancaster, Louisfield, Java, Providence. Are those close to your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they say that the 2009 now they talk about the residents being concerned with the closing of Alpart, the imminent due to the global economic recession, right?
Yeah.
So if you were concerned and everybody else was concerned back in 2009, then you very well what was coming down the pipe, right? So now what let's talk about now, there's some huge craters, one like 200 feet deep, 800 feet wide. That's a huge, that's bigger than a swimming pool, than an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And the children have to be warned not to play near there. So when I did my research last year, what I saw was that the medical alone that should have been set aside, the medical and the reclamation project money should have amounted to about 19 million US dollars annually from 2009 to now. Can you say how much money that is set aside for the communities that I mentioned? Any money you know of in the millions?
$0 I know, $0. We don't know nothing about those things.
So
let me jump in there, Herb. There was manually created, when he brought in the levy, he also created the Capital Development Fund. and that was supposed to help the mining community. And that fund still exists, but there's barely anything in it. And I recall in one budget, I think it was last year's budget, they raided it for a couple $1 million to do something else. That money, from what I can see, that money is never used in these mining communities. And now I actually asked the, if unlimited the
John, hold on. Somebody has a radio on. I can hear.
Dorothy, have you got a radio on?
No.
Not me.
A phone is on, but it turned. I want to turn off the speaker box for me, please.
Yeah.
Probably is the speaker box.
All right. All right, go ahead, John.
Yeah, the Capital Development Fund. Yeah, I think it was the last last budget where they actually raided it. So I've actually contacted them. I sent in an ATI asking how it's funded, how much money is in it, etc., etc. And they haven't got back to me. Just will not turn over the information. So there is money. I said this Capital Development Fund was created by Manley, as I said, when he introduced the levy back in 1974. So he was a proper socialist, trying to do the right thing to help the people. But that's all been eroded by the new type of PNP that we have and the JLP. And that's what's left people like Dorek in the hole that they're in at the moment, literally in the hole. And you mentioned, I don't understand how, she said that it switched from JLP to PNP to JLP to PNP. All the politicians know about it, and they're not going to do anything about it. So I don't understand why, if you say that, oh, who's your parliamentarian? So what's going to change? So they changed from, what's his name, Bunting, wasn't it? Wasn't it Bunting that you had there, Dorek?
Yeah, John Jr. was here first, and after John Jr. do about 3 terms. Yeah.
We're still getting no feedback.
Yeah?
I hear a radio.
I think it's you.
No, I don't have a radio on. No, this
But something is yeah.
Is there a phone or something like that in the background?
No, nothing here.
It's not me, Will. I haven't got anything going.
Nothing here.
I know it's not me. It's not me. So.
Huh?
The only thing on is this phone that I'm talking.
I've been muted, Doc, so it's not.
I don't know. I can hear something as well.
John, go ahead. Finish up. John, go ahead.
Oh, no. I think I finished.
Okay, now, isn't that a part here, Dorothy and John, that I'm looking at? Under the rules laid down by the Jamaica bauxite industry, do they still institute, Jamaica bauxite institute, deep craters which are left after mining is completed must be refilled. Bauxite companies are also required to restore the land and replace at least 6 inches of topsoil in mine areas. Is that being done any at all?
No, and nothing's been done with it. That's the problem. Nothing's been done. So I lived in near a bauxite community when I was a child. That's the Moko region, and I go up there. I'll be going up there next week, and it's hell on earth when you go on once you come off the main road and you take the road through Stewarton and go to a place called Richmond Park. You should see the state of the road around there and the land. It's just desolate. All you can see is weeds as far as the eye can see. Now, this used to be a farming community, and it's now desolate. So I'm talking about they stopped mining there in 2003, 20 years ago. They have destroyed the old community and have not paid them a dime for what they've done. And as I said, I'll repeat it again. We don't get any money for our bauxite.
How do we know that the bauxite companies did not put money towards reclamation and the government, NEPA or one of the agencies held on to it?
What, the imperialists would give us money, Herb, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I doubt if that's going to happen, my brother.
Yeah, because the thing is, this is clearly in black and white. So yeah. I would venture to say that if they're going to clear out They must have had some kind of bond money that was sitting there that to work out with the government. How are you going to do this reclamation and restoration after they leave?
Herb, this is Jamaica you're talking about, remember? This ain't America.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're black people. We've got no value. We haven't got any value, Herb. I don't understand your line of talk here. They don't care.
Yeah, but you see, then, has anybody written to this effect? Have all the residents signed maybe a petition to this effect and presented it to NEPA or to the office of the Prime Minister, where NEPA is located?
Well, as you can see, Herb, you've seen the people in Gibraltar. They've taken to the streets. I went to St. Tooley because I saw old footage of the people again protesting. They protested in many, many areas. They protested about mining. Nothing's been done about it. And I put a lot of the blame with JET because they're the premier environmental agency, and they're just not reporting the truth. And the fact of the matter is, mining cannot be justified. The reason for mining is for economic growth and development. It's up to you, them now, to prove that we get money for bauxite.
All right, let me ask
And
this,
we don't
John.
get a dime.
All right, so John, what should we be doing?
But, well, as you know, I started that petition, which hasn't done that well, which has shocked me. I thought everybody would think, my God, you don't get any money for bauxite, you'll sign this petition and circulate it. That hasn't happened. I'm actually having a meeting with some guys in Ghana, and it is quite frightening, actually. I contacted some young people in Ghana because they're having issues over there now. The Chinese are much better than the Yanks, than the Europeans. Of course, remember, all white people are Europeans. So I'm not going to call them American or American Europeans, whatever. But the Chinese are a lot better. At least they will actually give you some compensation. So in Ghana, a company said that we will build $2 billion worth of infrastructure for the right to mine in a certain area. Now, based on the math that I've done, $2 billion might sound like a lot of money, but it's probably less than 1% of the amount of money that they should actually get for that mining. It should be in the region of $500 billion. And that's the problem we have, is that our resources are taken for free. They do not include in our resources the cost to us. If we put in any labor or our sacrifice or the cost of the environment, that's all excluded. So if you look at bauxite, the other price for bauxite, if you search for a price for bauxite, it's very nebulous, I think is the term. In that, you'll see that it's got something, it's got the number, and it's got CIF by the side. I'm thinking CIF, what does that mean? It actually means cost. The price of bauxite includes the cost of it, the insurance, and the freight. Right? That's the cost when they put it on the market. Now, in the world, Jamaica, believe it or not, has the cheapest bauxite on the planet. $25 it was going for. Guyana has the highest price at $203. How has that worked out that we're getting $25? The average price in the world is nearly $50. But somehow we get 25, and it's nothing to do with the quality of our bauxite. We've got good quality bauxite. It's all to do with the corruption with these multinationals who have paid off the government. I don't know if it's paid off, but they have their arrangement, because Montague said in 2021 that only Windalco was under their arrangement with them. Only Windalco was required to pay the bauxite levy. So the three others, Gisco, Noranda, and Jamalco, don't have to pay the levy. And when I dug around in the financial papers, you'll find that they don't have to pay the levy until at least 2027. 13 million tons of bauxite mined every year. And we're not going to get down to it.
Right. I was gonna say. Well, what role should CARICOM play in all of this? But then you go back to the people around the countries, right? And you're saying some of these folks, they're corrupt, so it doesn't even make sense taking this to CARICOM. Is that what?
Well, only the people can change it. I said we've got the people in Dorets area, and I know that these people will take to the streets. You've seen in the video in Gibraltar, you have a school, you know, the mine right next to a school. These people will take to the streets. Everywhere the couple places I've been, these people will take to the streets. The problem is there's no unity, and people just are ignorant. The people just don't know. And I'm pretty sure that if we did arrange something like a national day of protest, and the truth came out, they'd be outraged. There's no way we can get no money for bauxite. Right, I guess I've mentioned the youth that I talked to. I'm going to talk to. I contacted them because of Ghana. And within a week, they got back to me. I contacted a youth in Jamaica who have been making noise about bauxite. And just like Dorrit said, you know, that Saturday never came. They just don't reply. That's the ones in Jamaica haven't replied. But yet, I write to people in Ghana, and they very quickly write back and are happy to have arranged a meeting.
All right, I'll tell you what, Dorrit, I'm going to have you the last word, because what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to come up with a plan to try and help your community. And when your community, all of these communities. Yeah. But it's going to take people power.
Yes.
One is not going to do it. One phone call is not going to do it.
No.
Your MP has shown disdain and have shown an unwillingness.
She says it's 32 years of neglect, and that was posted on Facebook, and then she blocked me.
So, is that this has been going on for a while?
I can go in my phone and find the screenshot, and I make a post on Facebook the 9th of December and tell her to enjoy her one term, and my vote is going to get her out.
Okay, we need more community activists like you. We need people to get involved. So here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna close off now, but I'm definitely gonna keep in touch with you, Dorrit.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
And please give my regards to all the folks who turned up this afternoon, but they just weren't able to join. And just let them know that this is a continuing discussion. It's not a one-time. We'll definitely be back in touch with you. So before you go, you have any parting words for us?
Pardon me?
Any parting words for us?
Yes. Can I say good evening to some persons who I know is watching?
Yes.
No. Okay. First, I must say good evening to my sister over there in London and my brother in London, Patrice Elliott and Andrew Griff Elliott. I also want to shout out to Elsa and John Price in the USA, DDP party, Clement Savage, Mr. Harrison. Lord, so much name, I go get in a trouble now.
Come on, no, go ahead. You're not getting in trouble wrong.
Clean Samuels, I sent you a picture of his house. He's in the Cayman Islands.
Oh yeah, the three-story house.
Yes, that him. He's about 50 feet in the
from the drop off. Yeah.
Could I say in the pit? In the pit?
Yes.
Irene, just catch up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, his house, and that's the best house in the community. And he's about 50 feet from the pit.
His house better than your home?
No, man, me live in a matches box. But a big matches box, though, you know, and I look on them.
All right. So, you have anybody else you want to shout out to, because we are going to leave you now?
Yes, and good evening to all the residents of Old England, Elgin, Patrick Town, Ellen Street, Sharon, Beltline. Good evening to everyone, yard and abroad.
All right.
And thank you, Mr. Rattigan. Thank you, Mr. Lennon. Thank you, Chicken Isaac. And thank you, Dr. Redshirt man.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson. Sorry to forget your name, honey.
Oh, that's all right.
But we soon be friends.
I'm the red shirt man from now on.
Yeah, we soon be friends. We soon be friends.
All right. So we'll talk soon. All right.
Yes, thank you. You want to say anything?
What's that in the back?
Somebody is here. Look like you want to, because most of the persons that was here. Just we send you the pictures of some of them was sitting in the veranda there, but the rain and so forth, and yeah, so some of them really came out, but because I couldn't get on, so it's my friend here now bring his phone. So if it wasn't for him, I would dead in the show.
Well, thank you, friend, for loaning you his phone or her
Yes.
phone.
Yes.
And we'll talk soon. All right.
Thank you, Sir Rattigan. You guys have a good night. And what tonight is? Tuning with the Rebel.
So relax with the Rebel. We'll play some.
Relax with the Rebel. All right. So I'll be relaxing with the Rebel.
You have to stay up.
Make sure you
Yes.
have your
All right, then. Take care now.
your flask on the side, all right?
Yes. And thanks very much. Dr. John, Dr. Lennon, love you. Mwah.
Bye, you take care. We'll be in touch.
By the way, Darren and Dr. John, I put this guy Carl Walker in here.
Can't hear you, Herb. You sound muffled.
You can't hear me?
You sound muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, Dr. John, look in the private chat. This guy Carl Walker is the one who wrote up this article back in 2009. If you're looking for somebody that you probably could partner with, he's from the Jamaica Observer.
All right, folks, listen.
Okay,
Running a little bit
thank
late.
you.
A little bit late. We're going to. I don't know if we're going to get to the piece with the lawsuit piece regarding the Integrity Commission. It's an interesting. The research has been interesting. I've learned so much about the inner workings of the Integrity Commission and how the law is flawed. Believe me, there's so many problems with it. But when you even put the problems aside and you look at what they have on the books and how the Integrity Commission is not doing all the things that it should be doing. Don't know if we'll get to that tonight, but I want to get to something that, well, I want to talk about my favorite minister, talk about some things that happened to her a while back and some things that just recently took place. Now, remember what I said earlier. I said that, remember what I said earlier. I said that it was Winston Churchill who said, if you have an important point to make, don't try to be clever or subtle. Use a pile driver. Hit the point once, then come back and hit again. Then hit it a third time. A tremendous whack. Right? And that's what we're doing with the minister. And she's just one of several that that we're going to be dealing with. Well, we're dealing with her now, but there are others that we will be dealing with. Now, here's what happened to my favorite minister. And this is something that affects Jamaicans. People need to think and just realize that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is essential to Jamaica. We don't think about it as being essential, but if you think about international assistance, the monies that we get from overseas, if you think about international partnerships, right? And the agreements and this and that, you realize how important this is. And in fact, we had on Ambassador Samba a while back, maybe a month or 5 weeks ago, or 5-6 weeks ago. And she came on and she explained how these things work and how the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, how the work translates into, reality for the ordinary person on the ground. They don't see it, but believe me, it's there. Now, a Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade source of mine, advised that Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, despite her educational achievements, and I quote, is the duncest
and most ill-equipped foreign affairs minister in the history of Jamaica. Now, think about that, folks. Think about that. Think about that. Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, and I quote what I was told, is the duncest and most ill-equipped foreign affairs minister in the history of Jamaica. From the UNESCO abstention to the Samoa agreement that they recently signed, and points between, like, for example, the Haitian refugee issue, the no vote in the UN. And by the way, remember we were talking about the no vote and the whole scandal dealing with the no vote? Well, and remember the Prime Minister said we wanted to, if we could do a do-over, and we basically told him on this program that there's no such thing as a do-over. I mean, the vote is the vote and that's it. Well, it came up again. Let me see. It came up again, and is this it? Yeah, here it is. Came up again, and there it is. Jamaica was one of 103 member states of the UN that co-sponsored, and the 153 that voted in support of today's United Nations General Assembly resolution calling for, in other words, or among other things, an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza and unconditional release of all the hostages, right? Now, this is, where's Jamaica? There it is, Jamaica right here, if you can see. Jamaica voted, right? And this is the thing that we're talking about. That we have a group of rank amateurs over in that ministry. Mm-hmm. And they're doing a tremendous disservice to the people of Jamaica, to the reputation of Jamaica. And from all intents and purposes, Jamaican government we look stupid in the UN. This is essentially the thing that she said, oh, we were thinking about it. But they had voted, they had made a speech, and then after the speech, they abstained on the amendment to the resolution, and then they didn't vote on the resolution. Then this came up, and they voted, and it's essentially the same thing. So I don't know what happened. Maybe they need 2 weeks or whatever it is to think about issues before they vote on them.
Can I just say something, Will? What Durban said. I think you've got to you have to pick up a word from these youngsters. Buffoons, man. Buffoon. Can we use that word now, please?
Use buffoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, but here it is, right here, right? And I mean, you cannot make these things up. I'm telling you, you simply cannot make these things up, right? Get rid of the thing. Okay. No, there's another. Oh, let me get rid of this bauxite. All right, I'm getting rid of your stuff here. All right.
We couldn't see the last document, Will, and I can see that in the chat. Other people couldn't see it.
Oh, really? And I think I just. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. This document you can't see it, can you?
I can't. No, nothing there.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
It's not showing.
No,
right,
just got to do.
It just said Jamaica was one of 103 members of the United Nations that co-sponsored, and the 153 that voted in support of today's UNGA resolution for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza and unconditional release of all hostages. Right? This is something that they should have done a while back, and they just got it. Just got it done. Kevin is gone, so I don't know. Let me see this. I might not be able to get the. I just had it here. There's one document here that I would love to show you, but I don't think it's gonna come up. No, that's
Yeah, it's gone. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let me continue. So we have the no vote. Then we have the Moroccan fertilizer deal. This is all under her watch, by the way. Then we have the promises to the diaspora about voting, right? And about being involved in the Senate. Then we have the rejection of the British financing of a prison in Jamaica. Then we have the issue with the Russian-Ukraine vote in the UN. Then we have the lack of assistance to Jamaicans caught in the Russian-Ukraine war. Then we have the Common Secretary General election debacle. She, meaning the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, has demonstrated a readily observable unfamiliarity with the nuances and complexities of foreign policy. And to add insult to injury, her incompetence is laced with supreme arrogance. I should add that she has surrounded herself with individuals who share her poor understanding of diplomacy and geopolitics. No matter what year she come up with the speeches and all that stuff, she doesn't understand it. Regarding the recent dialogue between Venezuela and Guyana, Jamaica, the so-called mini superpower, remember that article,
Yeah.
Herb and John?
Miami Herald, yeah.
Let me see if I find it here. Hold on. You probably won't be able to see it now that, because if you didn't see that one, then
It was
if you
the
didn't see
Miami
that
Herald article that they talk about wholeness on Jamaica. Champion of champions.
yeah, it's here though. But here is something that's mentioned in the article. This is a Jamaican professor. He's the people. I can't get it up, but I shouldn't say it that way. But the article is how Jamaica and its prime minister are becoming a mini superpower in the Caribbean. And it's the Miami Herald. It's dated June 29th. Just look it up. How Jamaica and its prime minister are becoming a mini superpower in the Caribbean. And one of the things said by someone who was interviewed said, and they're talking about the prime minister now. They say, I find him to be a very transformational, steady, forward-looking kind of prime minister who, in my view, has made Jamaica better internally. Regionally, he has his hands on the pulse of the Caribbean region. He understands about Caribbean unity and integration and the greater development of the region. And I'm very impressed with the ways in which he's dealing from the front on the issues regarding Haiti. No.
Sorry, Bill, can you give us the title of that report, please, so I can look for it?
Yes. It's how...
Look in the private chat, Doc. I just sent you
Okay,
the
sorry, Bill.
Yeah, it's how Jamaica start becoming a mini superpower in the Caribbean. No such thing. No superpower. Nonsense.
Yeah. Just click on the URL in the private chat. It will open up.
Yeah, man. Thanks, sir.
Alrighty.
Something. See, Kevin is not around. No. Hold on. Let me see something here. I have. Yeah, this video was. I just had this video up, and then I'm looking at it right now, but I can't move it over. And Kevin is.
What do you have? You have the share screen on the present.
Oh, hold on. Let me get to that. Let me see. Oh, nope, that's not it. Present video file.
Yeah, present. That's it.
Oh, share screen. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. What's it called? Okay, share. Let's see, that's okay. Here we go. All right. Can you? Hey, ISAT's back. Did you have dinner?
Yes. Belly full, but them starving.
Okay, I hear
All
you.
right, ready.
Here we go. Let me play this video.
And still on the issue, leader of government business in the Senate, Kamina Johnson Smith, has again apologized to opposition Senator Floyd Morris, who is visually impaired, for commentating at Friday's sitting. Mrs. Johnson Smith rejected Senator Morris's request to
What was that?
We can hear it, but we can't see anything. There's something blocking it.
Let me call Kevin. But I can just go ahead and just, before I get to the video.
So I said,
yes.
What are you pulling a Dick Cheney on us? Dick Cheney would frequent a lot of undisclosed locations, you know.
No.
that way the hit teams would not find him.
Yeah. It's that time in life where you have to be incognito.
I got you.
I'm sad to report there's no KFC like Jamaican KFC. Sighs loudly.
Like our audience, they're really something else. Jack One says she was obviously polishing his banana with that article. That's the article that Jacqueline Charles wrote about the Prime Minister. I should copy it because I have Jackie's email. I should send this to her. She get a kick out of it.
That's somebody that's a teacher for cooking now.
I'm ready to learn because after that KFC, we need to learn to cook. I'm not gonna survive on with this. No. Look, they're laughing at. Don't know why you're laughing at me. Yeah, London people gonna kill me now. Oh boy. All right, looking forward to it, Eco.
So we're gone. Oh, I can see it now. Need sound, Ratty. I'm seeing it, but no sound.
All right. Now, I'll just leave the video up for a second and just finish this. I was asked about when they had this the dialogue between Venezuela and Guyana recently in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I asked about Jamaica's noticeable absence, and lots of people are asking questions, right? And I was told that, and again I quote, there was no place for the pathologically mendacious, the mindlessly surrogate, and the blistering incompetent. That is to say, there's no place at the table for the compulsive liars, the foolish followers, and the inadequate idiots. Those words were used to describe Jamaica. Family, after the train left the station, the operating challenges were discovered. And lo and behold, the person pretending to be the driver is a jockey. We don't have a train driver on the train. We don't. God help us. Let me read it back again so people can understand what I was told. And it's a quote. It says, when asked, what's going on with Jamaica? How come Jamaica wasn't at the meeting? Person said, there was no place for the pathologically mendacious, the mindlessly surrogate, and the blistering incompetent. Jamaica. And that's an adequate description of where we are. No, Christmas said, dang, what? Dang, whoa. Yeah. No, here is what happened. November 10th, 2017. Let's take you back. Opposition Senator Dr. Floyd Morris, who's visually impaired, man can't see. He requested an adjournment in the Senate to review amendments that they were making to the NIDS bill. No, the government voted against it. The man can't see. And they come to him with all of these amendments. And they said, look, we need you to read this thing and vote. And he said, listen, take a recess, adjourn the session. Let me, whether it was Braille or whatever. He said, let me collect my thoughts and let me read this thing. And then, then I can cast a vote. The government voted no. Government center said, no. You have to do it now. And then Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, the Senate Majority Leader, she mocked the man, the visually impaired man, by stating that he had just finished his PhD in autobiography and he should have no difficulty understanding the amendments. It wasn't about understanding, it was about reading the thing. And she mocked him. She conveniently forgot her prior commitment to work with the parliamentary clerk to better serve disabled members of the parliament. She had forgotten about that, right? Now, this caused an uproar, and rightly so. And she had to apologize. And this is the apology. Let me see if I hope this works. Here we go.
Adjourn the sitting so the material could be converted into a suitable format for. On the issue, leader of government business in the Senate, Kamina Johnson Smith, has again apologized to opposition Senator Floyd Morris, who is visually impaired, for comments made at Friday's sitting. Mrs. Johnson Smith rejected Senator Morris's request to adjourn the sitting so the material could be converted into a suitable format for him to follow.
Gentlemen over 40, let me introduce you to a game changer to make your tool solid again. An all-natural.
Also made reference to him recently completing his PhD and writing his autobiography.
I wish to apologize wholeheartedly and sincerely for any and all distress or offense caused to Senator Morris by my comments. Senator Morris, through the President, you have my deep and sincere apologies. I meant absolutely no disrespect. I meant absolutely no offense. And I regret that the entire incident took place.
Senator Johnson Smith, know that you have recognized that you have been wrong in the statement or the comment, and you have apologized. I sincerely accept your apologies.
I am to once again request that Senator Morris, and indeed all senators, receive their documentation for meetings in the appropriate time, to the extent that you receive them, and also in relation to the particular format that Senator Morris requires his documents in. He assures me that he gets the full cooperation from the clerk and the assistant clerks.
All right. No. What we just saw there was the apology. But it was what caused the apology? Supreme arrogance.
that she felt she could, and deny. The man can't say. Man visually impaired, and the man just said, listen, just give me some time so I can get this thing in braille or whatever it is, so I can understand what's going on, what am I voting on. And the government senators, they voted and said, no, we're not giving you any time. And then she got up, and to add insult to injury, she started mock the man, saying that, look, him having PhD and him this and him that, him shouldn't have any problems, right?
Yeah.
So that's what she came out and said. So now she come out and have to eat crow, and she had to apologize. But you know, when we say the past is prologue, right? It's essentially saying that, listen, we shouldn't really be surprised at some of the things. Yeah, because history sets the context for the present. That's what we mean by the past is prologue. History sets the context for the present. And, you know, I said big pun context. So this is exactly what she did. No, that's just one story. So we can actually see her mindset, her demeanor, the way she deals with people. We can see it from the past coming. Now, April 23rd of last year, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith stated that she was in receipt of threatening and harassing emails from a PNP senator. Approximately a month later, she identified the PNP senator as retired PNP Senator A.J. Nicholson. The email started coming to her after a discussion in the Senate regarding rape in 2014. Now, it's my understanding that some of the emails were also sent to other senators, and they contain the following language. Quote, let your colleague be assured that the evil people do, the big payback is coming. Mark my word, karma, more to come. The minister said that the police were involved and that they had warned Mr. Nicholson. However, when asked about why did she take so long, the inordinate delay, because she just did it last year, and this thing goes back several years, she said she did not want to be distracted from and overshadow important international developments. Now, if you believe that I can sell you 2 bridges in New York and I'll only charge you for one. If you believe that. She believed that there was something harassing about the emails that this man sent her and others. Yet she made no attempt to bring it to the attention of the authorities. Instead, she waited until last year. And what's interesting about the timing of it is that this happened, she brought this up right after a JLP member of parliament was accused of beating a woman with a chair. And so the discussion was about this man beating this woman. And then right after that, she came out and she said, hey, look over here. Somebody sent me harassing emails in 2018 or 19, whatever it was. Right? No, Mr. Nicholson, he denied that the emails he sent her were threatening her or harassing, and that he was never contacted by the police. So somebody's lying there. Now, here's what's interesting. On May 19, 2021, the Observer provided the emails that are the basis of the contention. And so I ask you, if you're interested, to go read them and decide whether they were threatening and harassing. Just Google Jamaica Observer, May 19, 2021, because I think there are like 6 emails and they're right there. I won't go over them, but you can go over them and look at them yourself. Or Megawatts said, don't sell the Brooklyn Bridge. All right. All right. So read them and decide whether they were threatening and harassing. However, in June of 2021, the Gleaner called for the minister to tender a full apology on the floor of the Senate to Mr. Nicholson, because in its view, and I quote, whatever the minister may believe and she's entitled to her belief. A full release by this newspaper of the reference email for public scrutiny has revealed that her claim could not be substantiated. Here, whatever the minister may believe, and she's entitled to her belief, a full release by this newspaper, and that newspaper is the Gleaner, said that a full release of this newspaper of the reference email for public scrutiny has revealed that her claim could not be substantiated. Now, they've asked her, give us the emails that you're talking about. She has refused. So what the Gleaner is saying, she lied. They're saying it cannot be substantiated, her claim that the emails were harassing and that they were threatening. They're saying we can't substantiate that. Now, I've seen the emails, and that's what I'm telling you, folks. Go read them, and keep in mind that some of them were sent to other people as well. I believe Minister Ed Bartlett received some of those emails, one or more, and Minister Malahoo Fort received. So I'm thinking, if I'm harassing somebody and I'm threatening them, I'm not going to send other people. I'm not going to send it to other people as well. But the Gleaner is saying that no, she should apologize on the floor. So far, we haven't seen that apology. So, and I don't think it's going to be forthcoming. So just keep in mind, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the mindset, the demeanor, the personality, the traits. I grew up in a New Lots and East Flatbush. Yeah, megawatt. I always want to sell bridge. All right. So that's where we are with that. Now, let me show you something now that happened. All right, let me see. Tell me if you can see this document because Kevin gone left me. You can see that. You can see that, Herb. Can you see that document?
It's not up yet.
Oh, on my screen it's up.
It's blank.
Aye. Hold on 1 second. Let me get. Present. Hold on. All right, let me see if I hate to do this to Kevin. Nope, that's not it. I hate to do this to him, but he's gonna have to share screen. All right, hold on, let me see something. Post. All right, can you see it now? Tell me yes. All right, cool.
Yes.
All right. No. I'm going to start from like almost the end and then bring it to the beginning. No. See this, people? It says, I see some people asking why Jamaica wasn't present. Firstly, not a CARICOM meeting. Secondly, please note the countries present were generally from South and East Caribbean, having special concerns or relations with Venezuela, blah, blah, blah. We are in the North leading on Haiti. There is no need to be concerned. Now, let me tell you what this is about, people. This is about this. Hold on. Can you guys see that? Or do I have to? Yes? No? Can't
Dark
see it.
screen, black screen again.
All right, hold on a second. I think I know. Hold on. All right, I think I know how to do this. Share screen. Okay. Okay. All right, you can see it now, I'm sure. 100%. All right, folks.
This is what this is about. What happened is that, just to give you the backdrop, Venezuela is complaining. Well, Venezuela was getting ready to invade Guyana, right? Because it's claiming that 2/3 of Guyana was wrongly given to Guyana back in the 1800s. I think it's 1899 or something like that. The Brits, when they were carving up that part of the world, that they ended up giving Guyana 2/3 of land that actually belonged to Venezuela. So Venezuela decided that, hey, we're going to go to war. We want our land. But it just turns out now that the land is rich in minerals. As you know, they found oil in Guyana. Guyana is doing quite well. So they were rattling the sabers. They were getting ready to, Brazil got involved. A bunch of countries. This is a letter from the Grenadines president, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he sent this letter. He sent this letter to Guyana, Venezuela, and a few others, and it was about a meeting that they were going to have on Thursday, this past Thursday. And it says right here in the title, on matters consequential to the border controversy between Guyana and Venezuela. Right? I'm going to point something out to you in this letter. A couple of things. If you look right here, it says the leaderships of the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, CELAC, and the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, consider that it is necessary and desirable to facilitate the convening of a meeting. So CELAC, the Latin American Organization, they were having this meeting, right? And they invited a whole bunch of people to come. And they say that, and it says right here again, both of you have agreed with me, this section right here, second full paragraph. Both of you have agreed with me for such a meeting to be held under the auspices of CELAC, of which St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a pro tempore president, and CARICOM. So CARICOM is holding this meeting as well, is helping with CELAC, right? Now, keep that in mind. If you take anything away from this letter, just take that away, that it's CELAC and CARICOM. They're convening this meeting to iron out the differences between Guyana and Venezuela. Now, let me show you the second letter. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. This is, hold on 1 second. Share. Share. All right. This is it. This is the second page of that letter. All right. And look at the very last paragraph, the second to last paragraph. It says, right, the one that starts with the government. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is pleased to host each of you, Prime Minister Skerritt, President Lula, and any other recommended leaders of the region and their respective delegations. We don't know what that means, recommended leaders. I don't know. But this letter was sent to a whole bunch of people. Jamaica was not there. Here is the final declaration. Here's the final declaration. Come. Here it is. The joint declaration.
So remember, they were having the meeting on Thursday. This is what came out of the meeting, all right? And they list a whole bunch of people who attended. A whole bunch of people. I have the list here. Let me read it to you. They listed of the 15 member states, right? 9 of the 15. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the 15 showed up, right? But Bahamas, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, and Trinidad and Tobago, right? 9 of the 15. Jamaica wasn't there. But Jamaica had a Jamaican there. You see, look at this paragraph, where it says attending as observers. I'll read it for you. Attending as observers on behalf of His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, where their excellencies, first one, Earl Courtney Rattray. That guy is a Jamaican. But he was representing the UN. Jamaica was not there. Now, let me go back and just show you the statement. You guys, okay, hold on one second. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Window, all right. All right, here we go. It is Johnson Smith explains Jamaica's absence from Guyana, Venezuela talks. All right. And let's see what she had to say. It's the same thing I just showed you a while ago, but here it is. She said, I see some people asking why Jamaica wasn't present. Firstly, not a CARICOM meeting. That's a damn lie. The letter says the meeting is sponsored by CARICOM and CELAC. That's a damn lie. Not a CARICOM meeting. The letter says so. It says this meeting is held under the auspices of CELAC and CARICOM.
That's 2 regional groups right there.
Yeah.
Venezuela belongs to CELAC and Ghana to CARICOM.
Then here's the second thing she said. She said, secondly, please note the countries present were generally from the South and East Caribbean, having special concerns or relations with Venezuela, right? No, let's go through that. She said the countries are from the South and the East. No. You know how many countries are in the North? There are 15 countries. 15 countries in CARICOM. You know how many are in the North? 3. Haiti, Jamaica, Bahamas. Haiti, Jamaica, Bahamas. So it stands to reason that most of the countries showing up for a meeting with CARICOM, they're going to be East and South. So when she come out and said, please note the countries present were generally from the South and the East. What you understand what I'm saying? Hold on, let me go back and read what they said about it. Let me go back and read. The thing about, okay, here it is. Remember what was said? Was said that Jamaica's absence at this meeting was because there was no place for the pathologically mendacious, the mindlessly surrogate, and the blistering incompetent. No place at the table for the compulsive liars, the foolish followers, and the inadequate idiots. Foolish followers, you know why? Because they followed the US and they severed their relationship with Venezuela. Now, Venezuela is having a fight with Guyana. You think Venezuela is going to have Jamaica come sit here and in the same room with them and have any discussions with them? You really think so? Oh, and by the way, Guyana is part of CARICOM. And guess who's also part of CARICOM? Venezuela. Venezuela is part of CARICOM with observer status. So you have you have two countries in the same organization gearing up for war. And you have Jamaica, who's supposed to be the mini superpower. That's how they describe Jamaica, the mini superpower. And the mini superpower said, no, it's not a CARICOM meeting, which is a damn lie. And the second one, these countries are generally from the South and the Eastern Caribbean. Hell yeah, they're all from there. They're all from there. Because 12 countries, they come from the East and the South Caribbean. Only 3 in the North. So any meeting you have with a quorum, if you have full quorum or partial quorum, you're going to have most of the countries coming from the East and the South. So when she mentioned that, I don't know what she don't think people can read. Larkland, Jamaica being there would not help Guyana. That's fine. But Jamaica is proclaiming itself. Well, others are proclaiming Jamaica, and it's adopting the proclamation that it is a mini superpower. And Jamaica has taken a lead. Don't forget that the Jamaica just gave a speech in the UN, the one that they didn't vote, the no vote. Jamaica was the one who represented CARICOM. Jamaica was the one who got up and went on the floor and made the speech on behalf of the entire region. Jamaica considers itself leader in CARICOM. Leader in CARICOM. And this is how we lead. You know why? They don't trust us. CARICOM does not trust Jamaica, and for very good reason. Venezuela does not trust Jamaica, and for very good reason. I mean, people look at that statement and just tell me if you think that our foreign minister is adept at the nuances, is adept at the intricacies of foreign policy. And I also want you to think about her state of mind. I don't know if she takes medication. I don't know. But to make a statement like this, that it's what's not a CARICOM meeting, when you have 2 people affiliated with CARICOM getting ready to fight. And then look what you said. Prime Minister Andrew Holness was leading talks in the north on Haiti.
Which talks was that?
Nobody know what talks she's talking about.
Because if Holness was there, then the other guys would have been there too.
Yeah. And they would not schedule what they would do. They wouldn't schedule talks going on with Haiti.
There was nothing on schedule.
They wouldn't do it.
She lied.
She lied.
She's lying. I mean, there's no integrity there at all. None.
Then listen to this, Herb. Then Trinidad and Tobago, who by the way supported her for the Commonwealth position, right? They're trying to lessen the blow. So here's what the Minister of Foreign, Trinidad and Tobago's Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, he said, Jamaica, as a founding member of CARICOM, has been part and parcel of these efforts, part and parcel of the dialogue, the analysis, the recommendations, etc. Jamaica was one of those, and there are others who did not participate in yesterday's event, but certainly in the emergency meeting and certainly in the work of CARICOM that I've chronicled, Jamaica has been working with the family in that regard. No, big problems with that. He said, certainly in the emergency meeting and certainly in the work of CARICOM that I've chronicled, Jamaica has been working with the family. He's referring to this dispute between Guyana and Venezuela. She said, it's not a CARICOM meeting. That's what she said. It's not a CARICOM meeting. He's saying, yeah, it's a CARICOM meeting. We've been working on this thing for a while. If Jamaica had been working on this thing for a while, don't you think the minister would have put that in the statement right here somewhere saying that, yes, we've been working on it and unfortunately, we weren't able to be there because we had another commitment or something like that. She would have milked it for all it's worth. Instead, here's what she said. It's not a CARICOM meeting, meaning that we have no obligation to go because it's not a CARICOM meeting. Meanwhile, the person who's hosting the meeting, Gonzalez, he said, yes, it's a CARICOM meeting. It's a CELAC and CARICOM meeting. So, folks, I hope you understand what's going on here, you know. I hope you understand what's going on.
She's lost credibility as far as the rest of CARICOM is concerned. Because for them not to show up as something this important, even Guyana, who in the future may have to help out Jamaica when things get really good, I'm sure Guyana is not thrilled to know that this is the kind of crap Jamaica is pulling. You know?
Yeah.
I guess they didn't want to have no vote for pro-Guyana, pro-Venezuela. But they already screw up the Venezuelan vote.
Yeah. And again, folks, I need to remind the listeners out there that Jamaica had an outstanding relationship with Venezuela for years. And because the US government had an issue with Venezuela, it convinced in the geopolitical thinking. And if you don't forget that the Secretary of State Pompeo came to Jamaica on a couple of occasions, right? And don't forget that Mia Motley, I think, she said she's not coming. She wasn't going to show up for one of the meetings. And talks were had there. And then Jamaica now started acting up. Jamaica started going against its better interests as far as the relationship with Venezuela is concerned. So what happened? Life is a funny thing. The US government that tried to stop people from buying oil from Venezuela, that same government turned around and started buying oil from Venezuela. And guess who couldn't buy any oil from Venezuela? Jamaica. So do you think Maduro was going to have a meeting to talk about his issues with Guyana and have Jamaica present? He'd probably tell Gonzalez to listen, if the Jamaicans are coming, all bets are off. We're not coming. He probably said that. And not only that, and if he didn't say that, Jamaica, they felt so embarrassed that they said, we better not go, because how can we go now and face him in a room and try to, resolve this issue between his country and Guyana? It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. So what we have, again, folks, what we have is just, we have a bunch of liars running our government, and there is no end to what they will say, what they will do, because they're relying on the 9-day wonder, or they're relying that we're not reading, we're not following up, we're not paying attention. But this foreign minister is a joke. Sometimes, if you don't have anything to say, you're better off not saying anything. But I guess she felt like coming out and saying, I see some people asking why Jamaica wasn't present. Firstly, not a CARICOM meeting. Big lie. Second, please note the countries present were generally from South and East Caribbean, having special concerns or relations with Venezuela. So we have no relations with, what you're saying is there, we're not from the South, we're not from the East, and we have no relations with Venezuela. Therefore, that's why we're not good.
Guyana. I mean, if you're close to Guyana, then you're supporting Guyana, you're supporting Guyana.
Exactly. And I have videos of her talking about how she went to Guyana and she had meetings. And hold on, let me play this. There's a video here I have to show you.
She is the chairperson for Foreign Affairs Committee in CARICOM.
All right, you guys can see it on the screen. Tell me yes or no.
The same thing is up.
No. I just need you to tell me, because then I can go in and then I pull it up. Hold on. Listen to this video. No, keep in mind, you're supposed to know everything, right? And they said they have the finger on the pulse of what's going on in the Caribbean and elsewhere. Keep it also in mind that this is the woman who fasten up people business. The more fasten up people in Ukraine and Russia, Israel and the Palestinian, Yasso, Deso, know everything and involved in everything. But in your backyard, in your region, that you're a member of the organization, you don't want to get involved. Listen to this nonsense here. Hold on a second. Sure. One. All right. Here we go. All right. Listen to this nonsense.
Encouraging. I think that it is in part because of the experience that I have had
Here are
across
experience.
the political space. In the multilateral space, I've served as president of the ACP Council, presiding over the securing of our mandate for the new development agreement through which we get our development funds, that is across Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. I've served as chair of CARIFORUM, opening the post-Brexit trade agreement discussions from 2017. I started those. We got the agreement in 2019. I've served as chair of the CARICOM Council of Foreign Relations. I've served as chair of CARICOM Council on Trade and Economic Development. I mean, we currently serve as coordinator within the WTO for the...
Hey, it's Adam from StreamYard. We have an exciting new feature to announce called Green Room, which is now available.
The ACP, that is 79 countries again, and many of whom are Commonwealth countries. So I have been operating at building bridges, negotiating across the piece.
So you think you're the best candidate?
I think that many countries.
Let me stop there. I've been operating across all over the place, building bridges. But she can't help build the one between Venezuela and things like. Plus, she said she sat on the CARICOM Council for Foreign Relations. Right? She do all of them things here. And yet still this is how she displays her experience by saying it's not a CARICOM meeting and those countries are from the East and South Caribbean. This woman is a disgrace. Listen, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, I've called for you to resign, and I'm calling again because you continue to display your magnificent ignorance. You continue to display it. I don't know why the Prime Minister, why you're still around. I see you at all of these meetings. Every time I turn on the thing and going years back, I see you at all of the meetings with him. I don't know what's going on. Why is it that why you didn't go to school with him? He didn't go to Campion. So I don't know, because I've heard that Campion people stick together. But he didn't go to Campion. I don't know if it's because he's the center of power while you're with him. But, oh yeah. Jackie, you're right. That will never happen. That will never happen. So, Oti, you're right. The word's too nice a description. Because I don't know why this lady is still here. I really don't know why. John said it. She's a buffoon. You're right, in a circle. Chris Max or Cremac, yeah. She's a buffoon of the highest order. And the keeper there, and I don't know why. And she come out and she, all of this flowery language. Oh, I was here and I was there and I was everywhere, except where you should be. You and the Prime Minister, or the Prime Minister, because we know the Prime Minister, him go places where him shouldn't even go. I represent other ministries, but you or the Prime Minister should be at that meeting. If we don't have any courage to stand up to Venezuela for one to do, we should have the other meeting there. And sit down and say, Venezuela, well, we think we should have do this. Since you don't have so much more, we should have do that. Go there and tell Venezuela what to do with Guyana. I said, talk to me here, sir.
I just thinking he who has the oil has the power. Someone who in water gonna go do.
Well, they told them have oil.
No, who Jamaica have oil?
Yeah. You know, years to them just discover oil in Jamaica.
You know, who for back. Wrong oil you talking about. But seriously though, they I mean, let's be for real. It's a play on words. Would Jamaica have been welcomed at that table? Given the history that took place with the abandonment of Venezuela at the time. That's a serious question.
No. Venezuela did not want them there. I can tell you that much.
Right. So maybe the proper thing to have said is we wanted to be there, but we're ashamed. We're embarrassed.
Well, you
But
see,
either way, I got that from the article to say, well, it wasn't a CARICOM meeting because we are the mini superpower, and clearly we're not there. It's not a meeting without us, so that's why we didn't go. But I take from it that the space, they weren't welcome there.
No.
Yeah, but that's not how the policies of regional government is settled, that they weren't welcome. You can ignore a person being there. You understand? Even if you don't like them or you don't want them around, you ignore them. But you can't say to one regional government to another, well, if Jamaica is there, then we're not going to do it. Because that's not the point of the meeting. The agreement of the meeting was between Ghana and Venezuela. And then you would have certain umpires in the room, which was Barbados and Ralph Gonzalez.
1, 2,
right?
3, 5, 6.
And that's pretty much it.
9 out of 15 countries.
It was a CARICOM meeting. We know it was.
You have a quorum. You have more than you have.
Right, exactly. There was a quorum, but as I'm saying, without I always say without being cute. It's clearly that it was a CARICOM meeting, and I said, save and accept that it is public knowledge. We as Jamaicans ought to be embarrassed for the abandonment of Venezuela at the time, and even the decision by the government to pretty much wind up their interests and pretty much rough them off. But no one would have thought that Venezuela would have weathered the storm to the point that the United States says, oh, well, let bygones be bygones. And Jamaica just simply is not in that position. We can only hope that there's a turnaround eventually.
Well, look, not with these folks.
I'm just saying, maybe once again, when we talk about those beautiful manifestos, maybe another party will say, certainly when you change government, we can get back some free oil.
Yeah. I mean, when I read this thing, I'm going to tell you, I was shocked because I saw it first. Somebody sent it to me. I said, no, she wouldn't have said that. I said, I know she's not acting in her right mind recently. Well, for a long time, but I said, no, no. And then when I saw it posted in the newspaper, the direct quote, I said, wait a minute, this woman really said that. And I still can't believe, and we still keep on talking about foreign minister, and we keep propping her up as one of the best foreign ministers that we've ever had, and her own people saying that she's one of the duncest and the most ill-equipped foreign minister ever in the history of Jamaica. And you can go back to 2016 and chronicle all the way to now. And it's just mistake after mistake, misstep after misstep, bad judgment after bad judgment, just every year, consistently.
But she is one of the best, though.
Best at
how many other foreign ministers has on their resume are lost to the Baroness? Chat and nothing else.
Well, like I said, just chat.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that is an achievement that many other foreign ministers will not have in this lifetime. So she's done well for herself, and we should congratulate her.
Anthony G is right. My mother used to tell me that too. Where dogs are not invited, no bones are provided. My mother used to tell me that. You know, and it's so true. And I know our folks are listening, and they can and maybe she's listening too. And like I said, she keeps giving me gifts every week, because every time she opens up her mouth or she writes something, I just know it's gonna be nonsense. I just know it's going to be nonsense. Here's another thing that's brewing. And I'm getting this from good sources. Generally speaking, if you're in the foreign ministry and you aspire for a position in one of those international organizations, but it's an elected position, that the Jamaican government will not fund your election. They will support you. They'll have like a little get together with some folks and introduce you and say some nice things about you. But they're not going to give you money and have you go out and campaign. But that's exactly what they did with this lady, with this minister. They gave her, I think they gave her, was it 17 million to campaign. So now the question being asked in the diplomatic corps is, what's going to happen now when a bunch of people say, hey, we want to have a position in the UN, and we have a position with Commonwealth or whatever, and we need you guys to give us money to campaign? What are they going to say? Are they going to tell them no? The policy was always no, but they gave her money. They gave her money. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know why do we keep incompetence in the spotlight? I just don't know. Move them to the back room or something so people can't see them. But you put them front and center, the whole world can see what's going on, and then we become the laughing stock. You know, we have articles, Jamaica, the mini superpower in the Caribbean. What mini superpower? What mini superpower led by a man who his last 3 statutory declarations haven't been verified?
That's powerful, though.
In some countries, he would be considered suspicious.
Which is why that's powerful. That's many powerful. But let me not play devil's advocate. There's something that I think we miss, and I don't want nobody curse me, but I'm being real on this. Had she won, we would be singing a different tune. Nobody would have cared about the funding. Nobody would have cared about even the assistance from the government and the assistance from the private sector that has caused her matter to be in court for not being straightforward with whether or not it was a gift or who received it. You know, you're on that case, Mr. Rattigan, I think. But anyway, it's on appeal, so let me leave that alone. But I'm just saying, in a perfect world, in another universe, somewhere out there, when you pass the sun and go around and bend the corner, she won, and the Baroness is crying somewhere, and it wasn't just chat. And Jamaican people love winning, you know, we still a win, and everybody would be happy that our beloved daughter had won and had defeated the Baroness and had become the president of CARICOM or whatever they become if you win. We don't win, so we don't know what it was. And then you would be just making noise and people would say, man, hush up your mouth, man, because Ampina is the president of CARICOM, and Jamaica is the superpower now because we run CARICOM, and we can make bigger deals and take people oil and you know, run the waters of the Caribbean like Pirates of the Caribbean, and everybody would be happy. So we have to give props for the ambitions, no matter how personal it is. I know it's your wife and all of this, Mr. Rattigan, but she is going to reject the whole dunce aspect of it because I think she's bright within her own right.
You mean complexion wise or what?
We're not talking about no. This is not a commercial for Gaza and bleaching cream. I'm being serious. I personally think that she is she's a bright woman. Is she in the right ministry? Maybe that's a different conversation. But I know that her intellect is up there. But that's no fault of her own. Maybe it is that the luminaries and the elders in the parties need to look. I can't believe you just say if it's our complexion. You're bad mind, bad.
I'm gonna put it to the chat.
No, how we go, people in the comments, how we just gonna make? We can't just pass that. You really just played the complexion card?
No,
oh God, man.
No, hold on a second. Ask people if the complexion card isn't a real card. Ask people.
No. I'm aware of it. I experienced the complexion card just last week, a week before, and I realized that my complexion wasn't light enough, and I had ordered some bleaching cream and soap to kind of smooth things out, but it's a little too late for that. But seriously, she is bright. I think what we have in the Jamaican space is putting people in these races. Why would you say that? Putting people in the wrong place. Debbie, you're wrong for that.
Funny. You know what's so funny about this? Is a question me asking them. I said, do you mean complexion?
No. That question was rhetorical. Everybody in the comment knew that was very rhetorical. You're having me laugh after something. So then people said bright yellow.
But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just so the entire world or our universe will know.
Mm-hmm.
I planned, whether she had won or not, I planned on bringing some action against her because I became aware of the Finn Partners thing before the election. I became aware of it, and I said, wait a minute, I can't let this go. So even if she had won, I still would have pursued her. Winning would not.
I don't believe me. We're on the same page where that is concerned. What I'm saying is, I do think that certainly in the Jamaican space, and I think that the government was banking on that, and they were bamboozled. People promised them, and they really thought that she had gotten the votes. And to be honest with you, it's not until I heard the Baroness said it's just chat and nothing else, and wait your turn and know your place, that I knew that the Baroness had gotten the votes. Because you don't come out big and bad like that and talk about chat and nothing else.
Right.
And so yeah, and then that will never happen, didn't go down in history too well.
Look, I'm not questioning her educational achievements. What I'm questioning is her ability to run the ministry effective and efficient.
I'm there with you, and I'm saying I'm now asking you, where would you put a brilliant mind? And here's why I'm saying it, and I don't want nobody to be upset with me. I'm rejecting the dunce cap that's being placed on her because she's far from that.
All right.
Respectfully, I'm just splitting justice fairly.
Respectfully, here's a dunce cap.
Mm-hmm.
The dunce cap is when you come out and you have issues from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. Every year there's an issue with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
At some point, somebody have to say, well, wait a minute, if you're talking about a degree, of course she have her degree. She have a law degree, she have an undergrad degree, she's a fluent French speaker, she love jogging, she love yoga. We know all of them things about her, right? Yes, we know all of them things about
I don't follow jogging at you. Yeah, thank you, Ophelia. Jesus, we're jogging and yoga. Tell me something. What's the menu for Starbucks? Because it seems like this is some serious profiling right here. So I'm worried now.
No, we know that she like
Ampina doesn't have to defend me. I'm splitting justice. I know her to be a brilliant mind. We must also remember that we are speaking about Jamaicans as well. That's all I'm referring to the comments.
All right. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
The other thing that Jamaica say, a man is a fool to what him don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said that. Or you give me, you and I were talking the other day. And you said
no, we're talking. I'm done. I can't cook. I'm uneducated. I'm completely uneducated.
And you said with a chef, you'd be ignorant.
I'm uneducated. You have to educate me, and you can call me dunce in cooking. If you say if you juxtapose that, and then I yield to you. I just want it to be clear in the comments.
Somebody say, what are women know all our likes and moves?
Must say yoga pants and yoga and flash dance.
Let them know you have deep dove her.
Starbucks. I never saw this one coming. No wonder we're missing meetings.
So this is the thing about the people. I'm telling you, I've never met her. No, some people have raised the specter of some kind of relationship between us, right? And they've even gone as far as to say her husband, he must be saying in the back of his mind, saying, wait a minute now, you know, when he's in the bedroom with her at night, he must be saying, no man, something wrong here, because I can't figure out why this guy is just onto you like this for every week, every godsend week in the pioneer. You know him. You must know him. You maybe not remember him, but you must know him. People have said this to me. Say our husband must have them kind of conversations with her because it's only natural that he would say, why is this guy? Look, I have MPs who call me on a regular basis and say, why? But she might call my name Maria. Maria said,
that whole discourse just now was very subliminal.
So anyone who probably heard and say, wait a minute, you know, maybe at night she just jump up out her sleep and say, Rattigan, and you know.
Wow.
But
you Robinson says not only the husband, you know, we are too. We all want to know. So we can't end this show without knowing. Cause them, you know, in the Jamaican space, them say if something goes so, it goes something so.
I think. Well, let me answer the question. I think her favorite color is blue.
Whoa! You're wrong. You're wrong. You almost had us. You're wrong. It's green.
No, a political color. That's a political.
Okay.
A regular color. What's this? Somebody said she's going to call your name Sexy Ratty.
Oh dear.
It's fun. You know, I mean, yeah, we can laugh about it. What's this? She loves yoga. Oh. Wellness warrior. Kick down the barrier, man. Wellness warrior, kick down the barrier. Stacey Serati, you're obsessed. Yeah. Stacey, you're right. I'm obsessed with good governance. I'm obsessed with democracy. I'm obsessed with transparency. Those things, I'm obsessed with integrity. Those things mean something to me. Oh, here's another point. The Prime Minister asked the Integrity Commission to provide training. I have the documentation here. This is something I was going to do, but I'll just give you, might as well just do a quick thing. They asked for training, all right? And they got the training. And I'll read you of the documents from them. Here are the things that the training that they actually received, right? They received, here it is. They received training on, listen carefully to me, people. Listen carefully. And we're going to come back to Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. They received training on, and here are the topics: the problem of corruption, 1; an overview of Jamaica's anti-corruption framework, 2; principles of good governance and integrity in government, public office, and public life, 3; public procurement overview, 4; other critical areas involving the Integrity Commission's oversight, 5; statutory declarations, 6; Protected Disclosure Act, whistleblowing, 7; reporting allegations of corruption, 8; investigating allegations of corruption, 9; prosecuting allegations of corruption, 10; overview of corruption offenses in Jamaica, 11; International Best Practices in Anti-Corruption and Anti-Bribery, 12. They got training in those 12 areas. Now, after that, and by the way, the Prime Minister asked for this type of training, and the Integrity Commission complied. They provided the training first to the government and then to the opposition, the same training. Now, after that, they said, listen, you guys have received the training, and what we would like you to do is to sign something called a code of conduct. And we've gone over this already, but it's worth going over again. There's 7 principles of public life. 7. And they said, we need you to sign, subscribe, and commit to the following. Selflessness. And they define selflessness as holders of public office should act solely in terms of the public interest. They should not do so in order to gain financial or other material benefits for themselves, their family, or friends. Number 2, integrity. Defined as holders of public office should not place themselves under any financial or other obligation to individuals or organizations that might seek to encourage improper behavior in the performance of their official duties. 3, objectivity. In carrying out public business, including making public appointments, awarding contracts, or recommending individuals for rewards and benefits, holders of public office should make choices on merit. 4, accountability. Holders of public office are accountable for their decisions and actions to the public and must submit themselves to whatever scrutiny is appropriate to their office. 5, openness. Holders of public office should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions that they take. They should give reasons for their decisions and restrict information only when the wider public interest clearly demands. 6, honesty. Holders of public office have a duty to declare any private interest relating to their public duties and to take steps to resolve any conflict arising in a way that protects the public interest. And the last one, 7, leadership. Holders of public office should promote and support these principles by leadership and example. No, that's the 7th thing. They said, here are the 7 things. These are incorporated. These are core principles emanating from the training that you received. Just sign and commit that this is what you're going to do. Now, the first thing is that nobody should tell you that. Nobody should tell you that as a politician, you have to have integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership, and selflessness. Nobody should tell you that. That comes with the territory, right? Now, 22 members of the opposition signed the code of conduct. 22. Mark Golding, Julian Robertson, Floyd Morris, Angela Brownberg, Patricia Duncan Sutherland, Janice Allen, Mikhail Phillips, Donna Scott Motley, Maurice Guy, Natalie Nita Garvey, Philip Paulwell, Gabriela Morris, Andre Houghton, Peter Bunting, Lisa Hanna, Sophia Fraser Binns, Anthony Hilton, Lambert Brown, Raymond Price, Lothan Cousins, and Joyce Denise Daly. 22 people from the opposition signed that document. You know how many people from the government signed that document? I remember they asked for the training.
0.
0. 0. They asked for the training. They received the training. And they said, no, we're not signing it. Now, here's let me just circle now and bring my favorite minister into the conversation. She didn't sign it. But guess what? She ran for Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And guess what? These principles are some of the same principles that she would sign on.
Yeah, it's part of the 7 principles.
I wonder if that factored into why she lost. No, you laugh. No, as in, yeah. I mean, people. You know, we don't live in a bubble. You know, that's what we don't understand. You understand, Jamaica?
Are you saying
they got large?
Are you saying they got wind that she would not sign it here, so they didn't expect her to sign it if she became Commonwealth Secretary?
No, I mean, if you won't sign it in your own country, it just means that you're signaling to the people that you either don't have it or you have no intention to abide by the good governance and good conduct expected of leadership. I'm just wondering, so this is just hypothetical. I see people in the comments saying, why am I defending people who was trying to get me in trouble or whatever? I only defend righteousness. I only split fairness. It's not, these things are like integrities, a self-check mechanism. You don't need external forces to tell you. Like Rattigan says, you don't need the Integrity Commission to tell you that you need to have integrity. That's something, even if you don't have any integrity, the way how you should assign it quick to signal to the public that I have these abilities, I have the capacity, and you don't want to subject yourself to a moral standard. There's something seriously problematic. So I'm thinking on the international stage, why I say we don't live in a bubble is everybody is aware that certainly if that wasn't happening. And I'm just wondering if the other countries were saying, I'm deeply concerned that if we want this person to lead us, she's not even paying respects to the conduct that leaders should have, and it might have changed their minds at the last minute.
Who knows? Who knows?
I just wonder. I don't know. I just wonder.
We can speculate.
Left out there.
One thing that we don't have to speculate about is the fact that she did not sign. That's one, and the fact that the position that she applied for, or she ran in the election
required it.
Exactly, she would have to do these same things. Right, and so
she would be the enforcer.
You're right. She would actually be in charge of like making sure that people comply with these principles. But she not believing in them. She not signing things. She not believing in them herself. So I mean, when I say these things, and I hope people understand that I have nothing personal against her. I don't know her. I've never met her. I'm just going by what she's done and what she hasn't done. That's all. And what she said and what she hasn't said. That's all. And all I can tell you is find a PM. Find an MP. Just find one. I found one. I found a Pina. I found her. Find one that you think, is not acting in a manner befitting of the office. Whether it's criminal, they're involved in criminal activity or activity that are governed by civil rules. Find one and pay attention to that person and see how fast we get rid of this corruption business here. But that's it, Stella Gray said, I said, please don't misunderstand my statement, please. Oh, you know what? We have a few minutes. Let me just take like 2 or 3 calls. If anybody out there, because we open the phone line for the young people, and we only got 1 call. So I guess everybody was satisfied with the discussion, and
to say, they
had no issues with it, the phone line is open. So folks, you can call now 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. And we're going to terminate. We're going to finish up this program in about another 6 minutes or so, because I forgot to embed because he's not in the same time zone. And I just want to thank him for taking the time. There we go. Hello, caller. Good evening. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Atlanta.
From where, sir?
Atlanta.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
I was wondering when you were going to open the phone line. You were too late. People got to do.
So it's
I know, Mr. T. I know.
But, this disclosure, that the fact that the government ministers of Jamaica has not signed Integrity Commission directive that they actually asked for. How does that really swing with the U.S. government when the government is actually giving money to Jamaica? Writing them checks like the last time when they went to the White House and they went back only $20 million or something like that.
Well,
and you're getting money from the U.S. government, and it's public knowledge that the ministers of your government refuse to sign an Integrity Commission document and willing to sign it and refuse to sign it? How does that really jive with the U.S. relationship with Jamaica?
Well, we're gonna explore that pretty soon, because they came out with something, the UK government and the US government, and I think they essentially said that Jamaican people have to deal with the corruption. But that's a good point you raise, and that's one that we will certainly raise in our discussion with the US lawmakers. That, listen, you're giving money to people who can't even sign this document with these 7 principles that they were trained on and that they asked for this training. So, I mean, you raise a good point. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Why they didn't sign? But I can tell you that we certainly will raise this with the U.S. lawmakers.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Take care, Mr.
But to take it one step further while you take the next call, should these persons be allowed to put themselves up for representation without signing the code? Where are we as voters? What are we saying? What are we allowing?
You know,
should that now be a part of the manifesto that anybody that comes in government must be able to do that? I'm serious about that. Forget about regulations by real superpowers, not the mini superpowers, like first world countries and stuff like that. Forget about that. Forget about the big stick, the big hand. What about what the people expect from their leaders? Are you really going to have an MP enter into the political arena in the next election without having signed that document? That's a question that we should be answering. I'm just wondering.
Well, you know what? It's funny that you mentioned that, because what happens is that and I didn't get to do it tonight, but I'll do it another time. There's a difference. There's a difference in the Integrity Act between violation of good conduct and a criminal activity. There's a big difference. Hello, good night, caller. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm in the Bronx.
You're calling from the Bronx?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, talk to us, please.
Yeah, I just, I want to ask you one thing, Ratty. Could you, the 6 member of parliament that are under investigation, could you trust this government to give them that documents? Because they extended the PP for 2 more years and then getting ready to tamper with that thing. You cannot trust them with that thing. I rather they hold it until the next government come in.
You mean they shouldn't release the names?
No, the name could release, but don't give them the documents.
What? You're saying the Integrity Commission shouldn't give them the documents right now?
No.
Well, that's an interesting point, because Minister Delroy Chuck, and I don't know what's going on with him, because one moment he's saying that the speaker is not always right, but her decision is final, and her decision was that she's not going to table the reports as they come in. They're going to go to a committee for review and all that stuff. And everything I've looked at says that you can review the committee for effectiveness and efficiency. You can look at it administratively, but there's nothing in there saying that you have to review their decision. That's left up to a court. And then now, Minister Chuck recently said he's urging the Integrity Commission to hurry up. He says, I don't know why it's taking a year.
No. They're trying to tamper that thing. Don't give it to them.
Okay.
Let the next government come in. You can trust so we could get a fair trial for these people, man.
All right. But let me throw something in your argument. Let's say that next election, same government. What do you do at that point?
Well, let it go. But don't give it to these people, because we're not going to get a good result.
But it's the same people. That's what I'm saying. If come the next
re-election,
government, do we give them? What do we do at that point?
You still don't give it to them.
I don't know if you can hold on it that long, man. So you're saying hold on to it for years, don't give it to them at all?
How at least hold on, because if they're going to change them, they're going to have a change.
Okay.
But they cannot give it to them. They cannot give us 1 year now with the SSL, right? And no investigation. If they can't do that, How them going to take care of these 6 people?
Mr. Bram said we must take our chances. Herb.
And these 4 people that tables there, what they do with those people? At least they bring them to trial again.
Look, I have the same question you have about the 4 people: the Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, the gentleman from the Water Commission. Then there's another one. At least those people have been cleared for the prosecutors to make a decision on them. Then they came up with 4, and those people are associated with Petrojam.
Yes, right? But what
and
they do with those
then
people?
Another 4.
What they do? We don't hear nothing about them.
Right. I have some ideas as to how this thing could possibly work. One of them is that if you're going to come out in the annual statement and say, look, we're investigating 6 parliamentarians and 28 civil servants, then when you turn the report in, you should be able to say, we're turning in 4 reports concerning an investigation conducted against 4 civil servants. At least tell us. Because when the Senate, we don't know, and that's where confusion and anticipation and anxiety and arousal, all of those things happen, because we want to know who were investigated and what do the reports say. But see, the Integrity Commission, they're not helping either.
But Integrity Commission have a right not to give these people, because this DPP extend or stay there just for that,
But
believe that there's something going on there.
Have to get liars and liars, and maybe we don't all of that just go to waste.
Well, listen.
If the Arab government come in.
Hold on one second. Herb has something he wants to say.
Yes.
I don't think that it has to be a decision by the DPP, because they do have their own prosecutor. What if that prosecutor want to continue with a prosecution, Ratty?
Well, if the DPP says no, discontinue, that's the end of the story.
Yeah, but the DPP, if the DPP stay quiet,
so we cannot release this thing to these people, man. Wait until the government come in. Wait till the government can go vote them out.
Well,
wait, don't give it to them, because everything was just going to go to waste.
Well, look, that's an interesting view you have. We'll see if they'll listen to you. I doubt very much they're going to listen to you.
There's any way they could release those names without give them the documents?
No, they have to give. No. Well, yes, you're right. They, based on my reading of the statute, because the investigation is over, they can talk about it. They can talk about it, but they won't.
I understand that. Well, don't give it to them. These JLP, you cannot trust them, because they plan to tamper with this thing.
All right, my brother. All right, look, I very interesting position. Well, let me run and grab another call, and we'll talk.
Yeah, man. Cool on it, man.
Take care now. Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, just a comment based on the comment that was just made.
Okay.
Could we pressure the Governor General or ask that they send a sealed copy to the Governor General, okay? So that when the document becomes public, the Governor General can compare, okay? Can compare the documents now as to whether what the Integrity Commission sent to him and what he sent to the Parliament is the same, because he is still the title head of Jamaica.
Well, constitutionally, he doesn't play any role as far as the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 and the Constitution. He doesn't play any role in the tabling of a report or receiving a report. And then tomorrow on Windows, I'm sure, or maybe next week, I'll go over the difference between, because there are three aspects to the Integrity Commission, 3 main aspects. One of them is the complaint division, complaint and information division, where somebody will file a complaint and say, Mr. So-and-so is doing this, blah, 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 blah. Then what they do is, just to make sure it's not hearsay and it's not, a vengeance, a vengeance type of thing, they'll say, okay, do you have documentation evidencing this, or do you have a witness or whatever? Then once you provide that, once you have something to buttress your complaint, and they think it's a violation, they'll send it over to the investigation division. They're the ones then who will do the investigation, and they will make the recommendation. Then they'll pass it on to the commission, and then the commission will then pass it on to the corruption prosecutor for review. So it depends on where that complaint is. I mean, it depends on where that matter is. Is it with the complaint division, or is it with the investigative division, or with the commission or the prosecutor? So, and the rules are different. So we have to figure out where exactly the issue is.
Yes, but if the citizens, if the citizens sir, are not going to be getting the benefit of the Integrity Commission, and that is a violation of our Constitution, and the Governor General has a responsibility to the citizens of the country to uphold the Constitution, doesn't it create a door for him to question the behavior at that point?
Well, Mr. T, let me put it to you like this. You could probably interpret some provision within the Constitution and say the Governor General would have the power to do that, but it's not specified, and it's certainly not specified in the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. Now, having said that, think about this. Here is a Governor General that's still proclaiming states of emergency, despite the fact that a court has ruled against the state of emergency as implemented by the state, and he continues to do so. Now, do you think that he's going to want to do this, that you're asking?
Well, let history be his judge.
Huh?
Let history be his judge.
Them man don't care about history, man.
No, the transparency in the long run is gonna define how we go forward. We cannot stay stagnant in it.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is this, right? The Governor General faces no consequences for his acts in Jamaica in any court, and that's way too much leeway. So he can do whatever he feels like. A politician might think twice, because they say, well, then they can bring me before the bar of justice, and so there may be some consequences there. But with the Governor General, there are no consequences for him. And as I said to you before, unless ISAT knows otherwise, I don't think that there's anything in the Constitution or in any act that says that you can take an integrity report of the investigation conducted by the Integrity Commission, along with the prosecutor's report. You can take those two and give it to the Governor General for safekeeping, and then you have them give another set to Parliament, and then you have them compare to see if it's the same thing. I know what you're trying to achieve. But I don't know if that's the process to get you there.
I think when ISAT wake up, he might decide that there's some pathway to the position where the Governor General becomes an embarrassment to the king.
So ISAT asleep? No,
I'm not sleeping. I'm just smiling because I'm thinking of the Governor General. I said, if I was getting the salaries that I was getting every time the Prime Minister says state of emergency, I would be rubber stamping until the bottom of the stamp drop off.
Did you do what Mr. T is asking? Would you say?
No, I wouldn't, because I certainly wouldn't be offending my salary. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. That's just a simple thing. So that's possibly why there is a constitutional amendment, and why they want to do away with the Governor General and all of these things. Because we have to ask those questions.
Hey, Ratty, we should give one last plug to the
Okay, sir.
All right, take care, Mr. T.
We need to plug the fund, because we
want to make Legal Defense Foundation. Where is the let me go to the website, ladies and gentlemen, please. And where is it? Here it is. Visit ojldf.org. And we also have where is it? We had up the that code thing that you could just put your phone up to it, and it would take you straight to
the barcode.
Yeah.
It's not barcode.
Yeah, it's a barcode. The scan, so you can get on it.
Yeah, is that what they call barcode? Is another code. It's like 2 letters.
QR code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, I think this is it. Ah, there it is.
There it is.
Okay. Just take your cell phone, hold it up right next to that, and
take up your cell phone.
Yeah, and it will take you straight to where you can make your donation. All right.
Because we have an important section of the dive that's undergoing right now. Because we're getting links to some big name people. I just put one in your private chat.
Okay.
And once you see them links come up, then you have to go dive some more to find out what was the transaction.
Okay. And we're I'll talk to her offline, but we're looking at I think there's one politician that he's looking at. Can the new government replace the DPP?
Yeah.
No, the government cannot replace the DPP. What will happen is that if the DPP is unable to discharge her duties for physical disability, mental incapacity, or let's say for any reason, the Prime Minister would then have to take it to the Governor General. Then the Governor General would commission a tribunal, and then the tribunal would look at the facts and decide and make their recommendation. But the government cannot, like, let's say, for example, Mark Golding is a new Prime Minister. He can't just say, you know what, you're fired. Doesn't work that way. And that's because of the Constitution we have. It provides for the removal of the DPP, but only through a tribunal convened by the Governor General based upon a complaint. So, however, we have a court looking at the extension, and that court could come back and say the extension was unconstitutional. And then she would have to go. But she would go not because somebody wants to get rid of her, but she would go because she's completed her term. And the Constitution doesn't provide for 2 extensions. It only provides for 1. That's where we're at. Hey, Isat, any closing remarks? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Now, where are you calling from?
Hello.
Good night.
I'm calling from Jamaica. Good night to you and the gentleman there.
Yes.
What I want to say, I was listening to Mistake Sensation last night, and I think you people need to watch it. He was telling me about the integrity. The IC should not give out the letter to the legit. I was listening to the program last night, and I see where it makes sense because he was talking. I just want you guys to just go and listen.
What did he say? The IC should do what?
That's the IC must not release the letter to the illegit 6. Yes, they must hold on it. So what I asking you to listen.
Okay.
Presentation last night program, and then now you will see where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Yes, right?
Okay.
It was a very interesting program last night. Okay.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, see the thing about the law, and I've looked at it several times. It's just loosey-goosey. I mean, there are no time limits on some of these things. For example, did you know that the law says that a summary of the statutory declarations provided by the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition must be gazetted. They're the only 2 that will be made public. But they don't have any time limit. They don't say that it will be done within 30 days after they've submitted their thing, or it will be done this and that. So that's why the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, the summary, has not been published. There's no time limit whatsoever. And so people are asking, well, why is it that we see one for the leader of the opposition, but we don't see the other one for the prime minister? That's because there's no time limit. That's one of the shortcomings of the law. And then they have another shortcoming that I have a big problem with, and it's this. They have the gag order that says that if a matter is being investigated, nobody associated with the investigation, nobody who has any information about it can talk about it. They're referring to the investigators and people working over at the Integrity Commission. You can't talk about it, right? Now, another section of the same law says that if you investigate, if there's a complaint and there's a subsequent investigation and it's determined that the person is not guilty, person has done no wrong, then the person is entitled to a public apology from the Integrity Commission. And you said to yourself, wait, hold on a minute, hold on. Nobody knows that this person is being investigated. But at the end, if you find nothing, you have to come out and do a public, you have to do a public apology. It makes absolutely no sense. It's asinine. It's either you don't talk about it all the way through. So if you find nothing, no harm, no foul. Nobody knows that they were being investigated. Or you talk about it. You can say this person is a person of interest or this person is being investigated. And then you can talk about it at the end. Okay, the person was investigated, nothing found. But you shouldn't have it where you say, we can't talk about it. The person, it's determined that the person did nothing wrong. And then you say, oh, but we can't talk about it. We have to come out now and make a public apology. It makes no sense. And I could spend all night long. I mean, I have about 3 pages of problems with the law. And I could just go through it with you. By the way, did you even know that the JCF can actually investigate some of the things that the Integrity Commission is investigating? They have joint jurisdiction. They actually can. In fact, I think it's right here. Hold on a second. Says it right. Here it is. Section 4. It says, nothing in this act shall prevent a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force or any other body having investigative powers under any other enactment from commencing or continuing an investigation into any complaint, information, notification, or other matter. So the JCF can, under Section 4, the JCF can actually say, we're going to prosecute, we're going to investigate the Prime Minister. But you see the problem there, because you can investigate, but there has to be a prosecution. The JCF cannot prosecute, they can only investigate. They can arrest, investigate, bring charges, whatever. The DPP will now have to bring the charges. And the question is, you think the DPP is going to bring charges? But it says it's right here, that the JCF can investigate. So I have a lot of problems with the law as written. And that's why I'm asking for you people to lobby for me to get inside here. Because once I get in and I'm working with people who really want to do something about the corruption and stuff, we're going to change it. We're going to tighten this thing up. And then we're going to put the bangle on people and they'll become government guests. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Atlanta. So tell me something, Mr. Rattigan. So if the JCF decides to investigate the DPP, okay?
The who?
If the JCF have those investigative powers and decide to investigate the DPP.
The DPP herself.
If they have the right to investigate the Prime Minister,
yes,
then they have the right to also open an investigation against the DPP.
Correct.
So if they investigate the DPP and they found something is wanting, what do they do with it?
Well, the DPP is not immune from prosecution because, you know, people commit crimes all the time people in high places, high position, and they get prosecuted. So what would happen is if and that would be a very bold and courageous step for them to take. And that requires bold and courageous leadership, which is, they don't have it over there. So that wouldn't happen. But if you have somebody like a Rattigan over there, yeah, I'd do it. And then what would happen is it's just one person. It's not the entire.
Buchanan.
Yeah?
Or a Buchanan.
Or ISAT, yeah. So she should be prosecuted. There's no problem. There's no problem with that. She could be prosecuted.
Okay, well, I'm just throwing the stone out there because the community needs to be educated.
Yeah. Yeah, the DPP, the only person in Jamaica who cannot be prosecuted, and they cannot be prosecuted for acts committed in their official capacity. Because I'm sure if the Governor General, God forbid, should commit a crime, murder or rape or whatever, he'd be prosecuted.
Okay.
He'd be prosecuted.
He
But
can
he's
be investigated, though.
somebody who cannot be prosecuted, and he still can be prosecuted for committing a crime.
So nobody's above the law.
On paper.
Hey, by the way, the MP...
Mr. Rattigan, I have to take my leave now. I'm completely here.
There's two of us.
You mash up.
Mash up now. Yeah.
Don't need. Look at this one caller, and then that's it.
Caller,
welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Hello.
Where are you calling from? And by the way, you're the last caller for the night.
No worries. I'm calling from Brooklyn. I just wanted to say this to ISAT a couple of weeks ago. Whatever don't break you, make it stronger. And they said that pressure not only bursts pipe, but it also tempers steel. So I was meaning to ask you this question, just hypothetically speaking. Let's say I'm a doctor and I say something wrong about the Surgeon General and I use colorful language. Would that, like in the US, make me lose my license, like what I see with what they did with ISAT? And it's not like I did something, that was like a malpractice or malfeasance or something unethical. How can, based off of words, can somebody be punished, and it's not in a professional setting? So that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
All right, take care now.
In the US or in Jamaica?
Yes, ISAT. So I guess it would be because she's in
Jamaica. Different strokes for different folks. As I said, even last week, I'm a black man who also has dreadlocks. You're
going back with the color thing again.
I'm not racist. I'm just speaking my reality. I have many. I wear many hats, and many people feel a certain way about people like me.
Who sat in judgment?
Those who sit in judgment, I offend the status quo. So
but you need to let them know who are not names, but complexion.
Non-African.
Nobody looking like
right. Nobody that looks like me. So that goes without saying. But also, I'm not of the. I represent the poor. I represent a certain. I represent one sect of Jamaica, and I identify with them. So I'll be persecuted accordingly. That's really what it is.
Hey, maybe you can explain this. Who's
What's that?
MP Silvera, whose autopsy found that she was shot? That came through this morning. A former politician in Jamaica, member of parliament named Silvera. Wife autopsy shows she was shot. This 8 hours ago.
I don't know. As I say, I'm not from Uptown, so I don't know those Uptown names.
This is crazy though, because they said that she died in her sleep, and then later on, I think days later, they said, "Well, wait a minute, hold on, this woman have a gunshot wound."
Yeah.
Well, technically, if you're asleep and you get a gunshot, you still die in your sleep. So the reports are very consistent. But I'm no professional. I just think that
natural cause when you die in your sleep. Natural cause.
Okay.
But anyway, before you go, you have any closing remarks?
No, I just want to say congratulations to the youth of Jamaica. Very, very, very impressed. And it has left me with hope that our country is in fact moving in the right directions if they're given the opportunities. The young lady and the gentleman, they represented well. So once again, we have learned something. Seriously concerned as to whether or not moving forward in the next election, even the local government election, if we should, as voters, require that those candidates sign those
Code of conduct.
those code of conduct to make them qualified, to make us satisfied that they ought to be even running in those capacities for our edification, our satisfaction, and same thing repeated in the general election. We have to set standards at some point, and that's where I remain, as in food for thought, not KFC, but food for thought. And that's I leave it there until next week.
All right, Herb.
Yeah.
Oh, and remember to catch me on Context Matters 5 to 7 p.m. every Thursday on Reggae Global Radio and my YouTube channel. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that statement, I said. They should be made to sign the Integrity Commission agreements not to engage in corruption. Because why else would you be running for office than to take care of your constituency and to make laws or come together to debate in an honest fashion and to take care of Jamaica? That's really and truly all that's asked of you. And if you can't sign that document saying you're not accepting graft or any other favors to do your job, then you don't need to run. I think the Jamaican people should insist on that. Matter of fact, I would charge you to get the Bar Association and every other legal body to put it forth to the government that it should do it and not monkey around any further. But I think a lot has been said tonight, and we all are hopeful that after seeing the young people, as you said, they show promise. We had a program at ICS earlier with them during the summer where they were doing coding and other programs that we'd asked them to do. So, we're going to be repeating some of the programs again in the very near future, early next year with coding and other computer-style programs. I know we just sent on a bunch of computers from the Northeast diaspora, and more people are going to be in the class for next year. So that's something audience need to be aware of, that we do offer free classes on coding, and there's big money to be made in the near future. So again, audience, you've been great. Thank you for listening. Thank you for commenting. Have a great weekend. Thanks.
All right. Now, let me just say that I want to thank Devin, Ruth, and Danmar, and Ishmael. Like I echoed the sentiment expressed by both of you. Jamaica has a bright future when we talk to these people and we see how intelligent, how forward-looking they are, how insightful, how analytical they are. These are not dunces. These are not the people that, when we talk about the politicians and we talk about how, the idiotic decisions that they've made, these people can represent anywhere, right? And I think Jamaica has a sound future with people like the 4 people we had on tonight. And by no means should anyone think that they're exceptions. When I say exceptions, meaning that I picked them, I handpicked them, I did not. The only one I met before tonight was Ishmael. The other 3, I'd never met them, right? So they came from different schools as well, law school, education, so on and so forth. So I was very, very pleased about what I observed, what I heard. And I think we just need to just do the right thing in terms of just getting rid of this corruption, getting rid of this,
contain the corruption, contain the serious violent crime. And I think we'll be in good shape. Also want to thank Dorrit for coming on and explaining what's going on in her community. It's sad. And, you know, she has an MP. MP shows no interest in providing assistance. And so we're going to try and help in whatever way we can to remedy that situation. And by extension, all of these communities affected by mining, it's going to be an uphill battle because you're going against multinational corporations and the Jamaican government. Sad to say, the Jamaican government as well, because they should be looking out for the people of Jamaica. And I want to thank ISAT, who's, first of all, I want to congratulate him on his new show. I listened to it. I sent him a couple messages, but I guess he was distracted because he was probably on Facebook, and I was sending him messages in the chat room for Reggae Global Radio. But it was quite an interesting program. Yeah, quite an audience as well. People weren't shy about making comments in the chat room. So, brethren, big up yourself. And again, thank you you're in a travel status. You're way ahead of us, but you took the time out to come and support the program, and it's always a pleasure seeing you and your presence. And you know, you have a fan base that's just fanatic. You know, it's just fanatical. Yeah. If they don't see you, them ask me, where I sat, where I sat. You feed him and get him chicken in there. So, and of course, Herb, you know, the man had back surgery a few weeks ago, but 2 weeks ago, and you know, the day after the back surgery, he came on the program, and he hasn't skipped a beat since. So, just want to thank both of you for hanging out with me, making life enjoyable on this Saturday. I look forward to this every single Saturday. People, believe me, because it's my passion and it's also my pleasure. So I want to thank you for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow night on Wayne Lonesome's show. But no, before tomorrow night, tonight, you must tune in to Relax with the Rebel. Have to tune in for that tonight, all right? So I'll see you in about an hour and a half or so. Take care, be well, have a great week.
All right.
All right.
Take care, folks. Enjoy.